Chapter 3571. Thank you for saving us. The five of them stood outside the cabin and thanked him. It's just a small matter. You can leave on your own later, Lin Feng said. He didn't show up to save these people because Lin Feng was a man who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. He didn't want to see the four great beauties fall into the hands of those space bandits. Lin Feng didn't have any other thoughts about the four great beauties, so he didn't need to show up to meet these people. However, Lin Feng didn't expect young Lena to recognize his voice. After Lin Feng said that, young Lena's eyes lit up and she said, Lin Gongzi, is that you? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He wasn't familiar with young Lena. They hadn't seen each other for so long, but this woman could still recognize his voice. Young Lena had a proud temperament and was a bit snobbish. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want to have too much to do with her. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Daoist Wu Liang knew that Lin Feng didn't want to have too much contact with this female cultivator. Apart from being close friends, Daoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng were also bad friends. Therefore, Daoist Wu Liang naturally wanted to see Lin Feng's embarrassment. The starry sky world was too boring. This guy also wanted to add some fun. Before Lin Feng could speak, Daoist Wu Liang said, That's right, little beauty. Your lover, Lin Feng, is here. Hurry up and come in to meet your lover. Lover? Young Lena was stunned, then her pretty face turned slightly red. She knew how powerful Lin Feng was, so after hearing Daoist Wu Liang's words, she wasn't angry. Instead, she was happy. As for young Lena's four companions, they all had strange expressions. First, they didn't know that young Lena had a lover. Although there were many people pursuing young Lena, she didn't seem to have agreed to anyone. Could it be that she was too good at keeping it a secret, so they were also fooled by young Lena? Secondly, in the vast starry sky world, the person who saved them was someone young Lana knew. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It seemed like this was fate, right? Damned Daoist. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Feng couldn't help but kick immeasurable Daoist. He wanted to kick Daoist Wu Liang out of the cabin. This damned Daoist was already prepared. He jumped back and dodged Lin Feng's kick. And at this moment, young Lan on the other hand, entered the cabin. The other four. He followed young Lan into the cabin. Lin Gongzi. I didn't expect that we would meet here. After seeing Lin Feng, young Lan was very happy. Lin Feng didn't like young Lan that much. But young Lan was a top-grade beauty after all. It was very pleasing to the eye. Don't hit a smiling person. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't not give young Lan a face at this time. So he nodded at young Lan. Lan, who is this young master? The beautiful woman couldn't help but ask. Reporting to senior sister. This young master is the Lin Feng that junior sister mentioned to senior sister before, Lin Gongzi. Young Lan said. Everyone suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. They came from the destruction starfield. Therefore, they knew very well what happened in the destruction starfield. Lin Feng fought with Ling Shuzi. These people naturally knew very well. So when they found out about Lin Feng's identity, everyone was extremely shocked. The eyes of the beautiful woman and the twin sisters suddenly lit up. These three women were all top-grade beauties no less than young Lan. They were really quite pleasing to the eye. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but take another look at the three beauties. Hey, so it's Lin Gongzi. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. Back then, Lin Gongzi solved the young family's crisis. I've heard about this matter. Thank you for helping back then, Lin Gongzi. Otherwise, my junior sister would have been in great trouble. The beautiful woman said. Her voice was very charming, soft, and soft. Hearing her voice, one's bones seemed to be about to melt. What a vixen. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. The beautiful woman said with a sweet smile, Look, we've talked for so long, and I actually forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hua Shisha, young Lana's senior sister, and my master is Fairy Yuanfa. These two are my junior sisters. The one on the left is the elder sister, called Shangguan Ying, and the one on the right is the younger sister, called Shangguan Ling. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. The sisters hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fairies, you're too polite." The sisters were really beautiful up close. It was as if there were no flaws on their bodies. Moreover, they looked almost exactly the same. One couldn't help but sigh at the greatness of the Creator. He was actually able to create such a perfect pair. The beautiful woman continued, "This is the disciple of my master's old friend, Emperor Yuanshu. His name is Zhong Jiuling." Zhong Jiuling cupped his fists and greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Only then did Zhong Jiuling stand up. Lin Feng said, "This place is extremely far from the starfield of destruction. How did you come here?" The beautiful woman said, "We received master's orders to follow the previous merchant fleet to Heavenly Sage Great World to pay a visit to an old friend of master's." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. Yang Lan'er said, "This is the starfield route to Heavenly Sage Great World. Is Lin Gongzi also heading to Heavenly Sage Great World?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. We're heading to Heavenly Sage Great World." "Then, can we follow Lin Gongzi to Heavenly Sage Great World?" Yang Lan'er asked nervously. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't have a good impression of Yang Lan'er, so he wasn't willing to bring them to Heavenly Sage Great World. At that moment, the beautiful woman said, "Lin Gongzi, the starfield is filled with danger. If we don't have Lin Gongzi's protection, we'll definitely be in great danger. Can Lin Gongzi really bear to see us in danger in the starfield?" The beautiful woman looked as if she was about to cry. Her charm was boundless. Lin Feng had always been a man who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. This was one of the flaws in Lin Feng's character. After hearing the beautiful woman's words, he couldn't help but soften. He nodded and said, "All right. You can all stay here." "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." The five of them were overjoyed. Lin Feng arranged accommodations for them. Then, everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. Lin Feng also returned to his room. Dong dong dong. Not long after, someone knocked on the door. Lin Feng opened the door and saw the beautiful woman standing outside. She was charming and had a peerless face. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Chapter 3572. It's Flower Fairy. "May I know why Flower Fairy is here?" Lin Feng was surprised. Hua Shi was a beautiful woman with a hot body. Although these four beauties each had their own merits. Moreover, each of them was beautiful. One could not help but have a special thought. But in reality, Lin Feng's self-control was very strong. Facing the four beauties, Lin Feng's heart was calm. He did not have any other thoughts. Hua Shisha smiled and said, "Why? Can't you come to Lin Gongzi's place if you have nothing to do?" When Hua Shisha spoke, it was unknown if it was intentional or not. Her body deliberately leaned towards Lin Feng. A tempting fragrance. It floated over from Hua Shisha's body. It smelled really good. Even though Lin Feng had seen all kinds of beauties, facing such a peerless beauty like Hua Shisha, he could not help but feel his heart stirring. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that he had overestimated his self-control. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fairy has misunderstood. I naturally welcome you here anytime. Everyone likes beautiful things and beautiful people. I am no exception. Fairy is as beautiful as a fairy. Even if you do nothing, just looking at your peerless face is also a pleasure in China." Hua Shisha looked at Lin Feng with a gaze full of emotions and said, "Then, does young master want to do something?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "That depends on what you want me to do. I am very happy to help. At the very least, you have to enter the room first before you can consider other things, right?" Hua Shisha said. "Fairy, please come in." Lin Feng stepped aside and let Hua Shisha enter his room. After that, Lin Feng closed the door. Lin Feng lived on the 6th floor of the ancient starship Shenyuan. Immeasurable Daoist lived on the 5th floor. The rest lived on the 3rd floor. At the corner of the 6th floor, a figure was hiding. It was Yang Lan'er. She witnessed with her own eyes that Hua Shi came to Lin Feng. A conversation with Lin Feng. Yang Lan'er's expression was obviously not good. His expression was gloomy. Perhaps in young Lan'er's opinion, her eldest senior sister was here to snatch her man. In the room. Hua she picked up her pace. He observed the room. Then he said, I didn't expect young master's room to be so neat and tidy. Lin Feng asked calmly, could it be that you've been to another man's room? Hua Shisha said, my brother's. The room has always been a mess. I see. Lin Feng smiled. Young master, your relationship with the myriad races is so tense. Why did you go to the heavenly sage great world? Hua Shisha asked curiously. Lin Feng said, the tension with the other races is only with the forces of the Holy War Alliance. It has nothing to do with most of the forces of the other races. Therefore, I'm not worried about anything. As for going to the heavenly sage great world this time, it's because I have some personal matters to deal with. Personal matters? Is it convenient for you to reveal some to me? Hua Shisha came to Lin Feng's side, her body almost sticking to Lin Feng's body. Her breath was like an orchid. This woman is really passionate. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Hua Shisha's personality was indeed like this. Passionate like fire, charming and flirtatious. After seeing Lin Feng, Hua Shisha saw that Lin Feng was so handsome and confident. In addition, he was already so powerful at such a young age. She couldn't help but have some thoughts in her heart. This was because Hua Shisha knew that no matter how strong a woman was, she should still find a man to rely on. Moreover, she wasn't particularly strong herself. After experiencing the dangerous scene in the Starry Sky world, Hua Shisha felt that it was extremely important to find someone to rely on. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared in front of Hua Shisha. Hua Shisha felt that no matter how she looked at Lin Feng, he was the best candidate. Lin Feng reached out and hugged Hua Shisha's willowy waist. With a beauty in his arms, it was truly a great joy in life. If Fairy wants to know, we can talk for a long time tonight, Lin Feng said with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Gongzi, are you there? Young Lan Er's voice came in. It's junior sister. It seems that today is not the right time. Next time, I will come and have a chat with you. Hua Shisha said softly. The words chat with you all night were used vividly at this moment. Lin Feng nodded. He let go of Hua Shisha. He said, Fairy, is there something you need? I've prepared some bejeweled nectar. I hope you like it. Young Lan Er said. Come in. Lin Feng said. Young Lan Er pushed the door open and entered. After entering, seeing Hua Shisha, young Lan Er pretended to be surprised. She said, I didn't expect senior sister to be here with Lin Gongzi. Hua Shisha said, I came to ask Lin Gongzi for some advice. Now that I'm done, I won't disturb Lin Gongzi. Hua Shisha bowed to Lin Feng. Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Feng said. Hua Shi stood up, then threw a coquettish glance at Lin Feng before turning to leave. Vixen. Young Lan Er couldn't help but snort coldly in her heart. After Hua Shi left, young Lan Er placed the tray in her hand on the table and said, Young master, this is what Lan Er obtained from a secret realm. It seems to be brewed and drunk by immortals. Thank you, Fairy. Fairy is so considerate, Lin Feng said. Young master's great kindness to Lan Er is something that Lan Er can never repay in her lifetime. No matter what, Lan Er is willing to do it for young master, young Lan Er said. Now young Lan Er and the young Lan Er that Lin Feng met before seemed to be two completely different people. The original young Lan Er was arrogant. Now young Lan Er was as obedient as a kitten. It really made Lin Feng extremely surprised. He didn't know if young Lan Er's current personality was deliberately displayed in front of him, or had she really changed. Fairy, don't take what happened back then to heart. It's all in the past, Lin Feng said. Young Lan Er bit her lips. She could feel the alienation from Lin Feng. Young Lan Er naturally knew the reason for this. She wanted to regain some position in Lin Feng's heart. Young Lan Er said, Young master, in the past, Lan Er obtained something, but I haven't been able to comprehend its secret. It seems that Lan Er and this thing are not destined to be together. This thing might be destined to be with young master. Please accept it. Her voice fell. Yang Lan took out an item. Chapter 3573. The thing that young Lena took out was a Swanee jade carving. There was actually a mysterious iron ball in the mouth of this Swanee jade carving. Lin Feng carefully observed the iron ball and immediately found that the iron ball was densely covered with runes. It was very mysterious, which surprised Lin Feng. Whether it was the mysterious jade carving or the mysterious iron ball, they both seemed to have an extraordinary origin. And when these two things were combined together, it was even more amazing. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to like this treasure, young Lena was immediately very happy. She said, "Young master, have a good rest. Lena won't disturb you any longer." "Good. Fairy, you should also go back and rest early," Lin Feng said, and his tone softened a lot. It didn't matter if young Lena's personality had really changed or if she was pretending. Now, this kind of kitten-like obedient personality was still quite likable. Lin Feng's perception of young Lena had also changed a little. In addition, the treasure that young Lena took out was really extraordinary. The principle of being soft-hearted after receiving a gift from others was eternal and unchanging. Therefore, Lin Feng's attitude towards young Lena also changed a little. "Then Lena will take her leave." Young Lena bowed to Lin Feng. Then, she left Lin Feng's room. After young Lena left, Lin Feng carefully studied the Swanee jade carving and the mysterious iron ball. He tried to take the iron ball off, but he found it was impossible to take it off. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The iron ball seemed to have been completely connected with the Swanee jade carving. Could it be that this treasure is... At this time, the Demon Lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard the Demon Lord's voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the Demon Lord knew about this treasure? The current Demon Lord was becoming more and more mysterious. But the only thing that hadn't changed was that his relationship with Lin Feng hadn't changed. Lin Feng was still the same Lin Feng from when he first met the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was also the Demon Lord from back then. Lin Feng asked, "Demon Lord, do you recognize this item?" The Demon Lord said, "In the past, I heard that there was a mysterious Bayan jade carving circulating in the Undying Realm. It is said that the jade carving hides a great secret. However, I have never seen that jade carving at that time, so I don't know if this jade carving in front of me is the same jade carving as the one in the Undying Realm." Lin Feng continued to ask, "Do you know the secret hidden in the jade carving?" The Demon Lord shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. However, if it's really the same jade carving, then it's too extraordinary." Back then, the jade carving that appeared in the Undying Realm caused a huge uproar. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng became even more curious about the jade carving in front of him. Was it the same jade carving that appeared in the Undying Realm? What secret was hidden in this jade carving? Lin Feng carefully studied the jade carving. He first wanted to use his mana to refine the jade carving. However, after several attempts, he failed. Then, Lin Feng tried to use a drop of blood to refine it, but it still ended in failure. Unable to refine it. No wonder young Lana said that she had this treasure for a long time but was unable to find out the secret hidden in it. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He didn't give up and continued to search for the secret of this treasure. This time, Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to invade this treasure and then search for the secret of this treasure. However, he still failed. The jade carving blocked Lin Feng's divine sense from entering it. It's really strange. Lin Feng frowned. In the next few days, Lin Feng was studying the jade carving, but he didn't find anything. Lin Feng simply put away the jade carving for the time being, waiting to explore the secret of this treasure in the future. On this day, waves of violent fluctuations were actually emitted from the mountain and river ring. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded the mountain and river ring and immediately discovered that the treasure that was emitting the fluctuations was the golden box that he had obtained in the Stone State ruins. That golden box was very mysterious, and Lin Feng didn't know the origin of the golden box. Even the Demon Lord didn't know the origin of the golden box. The golden box was densely packed with runes. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was locked. Previously, Lin Feng tried to open the small lock on the golden box. But after trying many times, he didn't succeed. Later, Lin Feng put away the golden box. He didn't expect that the golden box would actually emit fluctuations at this time. Lin Feng was very surprised. He took out the golden box and carefully observed it. He immediately discovered that the densely packed runes on the golden box seemed to have a life of their own. The runes were actually swimming around the golden box. Moreover, they were freely combining. It was really strange. When Lin Feng reached out to touch the runes, his hand was pushed away by an invisible force. What kind of mutation will happen to this golden box? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was very surprised and curious about the golden box's changes. He was looking forward to what would happen next. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, the golden box's fluctuations quickly disappeared. It returned to normal. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned. He had thought that the golden box would undergo some shocking changes. However, the reality disappointed Lin Feng. Lin Feng studied the golden box again, but he still couldn't find any clues. In the blink of an eye, the ancient starship Shenyuan had arrived at the outer region of the heavenly sage Great World. Looking out from the starry sky world, one could even see an incomparably huge world. That world. It was boundless. Ancient, terrifying, mysterious, and ancient. That great world. It was the famous heavenly sage Great World. As the home of the myriad races, the heavenly sage Great World was one of the most lively places in the starry sky world. Although the heavenly sage Great World was in a state of chaos, however, there were still countless cultivators entering and leaving the heavenly sage Great World. Ancient starships flew over from all directions, heading towards the heavenly sage Great World. There were also many cultivators who didn't use the ancient starships. Instead, they relied on themselves to cross the starry sky world. Rumble. A loud sound shook the heavens. A huge ancient starship flew over, crushing the heavens. There was a flag hanging on the ancient starship. On the flag was an image of the gluttonous god demon bearing his fangs and brandishing his claws. Clearly, that ancient starship. It should be the ancient starship controlled by the gluttonous god demon. Many ancient starships saw the gluttonous god demon's ancient starship and hurriedly avoided it. The gluttonous god demon. Chapter 3574. Back then, the culinary god demons had caused a bloodbath in the starry sky world. Many factions had encircled the culinary god demons. However, the culinary god demons were simply too powerful. There was no way to eliminate them. Hence, the encirclement of the culinary god demons was left unsettled. These culinary god demons had all escaped from the forbidden god world. It seemed that when the 5 signs of decay appeared, the era was nearing its end. The forbidden god realm that imprisoned these terrifying beings also became more and more unstable. The fact that more and more terrifying creatures were escaping from the forbidden god world was a very obvious example. What are these culinary god demons doing in the heavenly sage Great World? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The culinary god demons were incomparably evil. They didn't have much interaction with other factions. However, now that they had come to the heavenly sage Great World, people couldn't help but wonder what their goal was. The ancient starship that the culinary god demons were on quickly disappeared from sight. It was a very extraordinary ancient starry sky ship. Previously, Lin Feng had killed the culinary god demons and refined their origin into a culinary god fruit. This was because the culinary god fruit could produce emperor laws. Lin Feng's current battle prowess was related to the fact that he had refined many emperor laws. Now, Lin Feng was wondering if he should find a chance to kill a few culinary god demons. In the eyes of others, the culinary god demon was a heinous devil who could not be forgiven. But for Lin Feng, the divine culinary demon was a perfect tonic. Many factions began to discuss the culinary god demons. No cultivator dared to underestimate the culinary god demons. On this day, Hua Shisha came to Lin Feng's place again. Perhaps it was because she had just finished bathing. That was why her hair wasn't completely dry yet. She was as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng invited her in. We're about to reach the heavenly sage great world. After this farewell, I don't know when we'll meet again. Hua Shisha's voice was filled with reluctance. This woman was very good at stirring up others' emotions. After hearing Hua Shisha's words, Lin Feng actually felt somewhat reluctant. Hua Shisha was very passionate about this woman. Lin Feng knew why Hua Shisha had approached him. This kind of thing was too common in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng was already used to it. Fairy, how long will you stay in the heavenly sage great world? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I should be staying for a while. Because our master, Fairy Yuanfa, will be here soon, Hua Shisha said. Is the expert you went to visit a very powerful person? Asked Yi Futian. Lin Feng asked. He's the leader of a sect. An emperor-level expert. To us, they are naturally lofty existences. But to young master, perhaps they are just ordinary people, Hua Shisha said. Although the heavenly sage great world had been embroiled in war all these years, it was still a holy land for cultivation. This place was vast and rich in resources for cultivation. There were many races, and many of them had been glorious in the past. Therefore, there were many orthodoxies and legacies left behind by experts in the great sage world. Emperor Lord level experts were extremely rare in the age of chaos. Many great worlds combined might not even be able to produce an Emperor Lord level expert. Originally, the heavenly sage great world had 5 Emperor Lord level experts. This showed how extraordinary the heavenly sage great world was. Although the 5 Emperor Lord level experts had fallen, it did not change the fact that the heavenly sage great world was a holy land for cultivation. Therefore, there were too many factions in the heavenly sage great world. Lin Feng guessed. Fairy Yuanfa might have come to the heavenly sage great world to seek refuge with an old friend. Then, she might want to cultivate in the heavenly sage great world. Lin Feng looked at Hua Shisha and said, the heavenly sage great world is indeed a holy land for cultivation. Cultivate well. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. Actually, I think cultivating is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to find someone you can entrust your life to. In my opinion, no matter how powerful a woman is, she still needs to find a home. Only such a life can be considered a perfect life, Hua Shisha said coquettishly. When she said this, her breathing seemed to have quickened. Lin Feng smiled and said, Fairy Yuanfa, you are quite open-minded. Everything will be up to fate. If fate comes, Fairy Yuanfa will definitely be able to find your ideal husband. Lin Feng knew Hua Shisha's intention to come to him. Originally, with Lin Feng's character, how could he refuse a peerless beauty like Hua Shisha who had taken the initiative to come to him? But when the matter came, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little different from before. If it was before, Lin Feng might really accept Hua Shisha. Because his impression of Hua Shisha was not bad. And this woman, Hua Shisha, was indeed of the highest quality. If he did not accept her, wouldn't it be easy for others? But now, Lin Feng seemed to have more considerations. It was very difficult for Lin Feng to be like before, where he had a good impression of the other party, and the other party was also beautiful, and then he would take her into his harem. Now, Lin Feng needed a feeling. This feeling might be a kind of spiritual connection, or a kind of fate. When he left, Hua Shisha looked at Lin Feng with some resentment. A pair of charming eyes were filled with grievances. If we are fated, maybe we can meet again in the heavenly sage great world, Lin Feng said. Hua Shisha was a very intelligent woman. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she understood the deeper meaning. She nodded and said, then this servant will wait for the reunion with young master. Then, Hua Shisha bid farewell and left. And 3 days later, the ancient starship Shenyuan finally arrived at the periphery of the heavenly sage great world. Then, the ancient starship Shenyuan descended towards the heavenly sage great world. Finally, the ancient starship Shenyuan landed above a mountain forest. Lin Feng, Hua Shisha, and the others parted here. Seeing Lin Feng leave without any reluctance, Hua Shisha, Yang Lana felt a sense of loss in her heart. Shangguan Ying and Shangguan Ling, this pair of sisters, did not have much contact with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng, this extraordinary man, had left a deep impression on the sisters. They had even fantasized about what would happen if they were together with Lin Feng. But now, they were leaving. They were reluctant. "Let's go as well," Hua Shisha said. Together with the others, they left. Immeasurable Daoist looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, leaving without any reluctance, "I wonder how many people's hearts will be hurt. Brother, this is called passing through a field of flowers without a single leaf touching me," Lin Feng said. "Forget it, do you think I don't know you?" Immeasurable Daoist curled his lips and said. One day later, they saw an ancient city. This ancient city was called Metal Stone City. Chapter 3575. The Golden Box's reaction was enough to explain many things. Could there be something in Goldstone City that caused the Golden Box to react? If that was the case, he might be able to unravel the secret of the Golden Box with the help of the item in Goldstone City. Lin Feng felt that if the secret of the Golden Box could be unraveled, it would definitely be a shocking secret. When Lin Feng wanted to examine the Golden Box in detail, he discovered that the ripples had disappeared. Finally, the Golden Box became quiet. Lin Feng calmly asked, "What's the origin of Goldstone City?" "It's one of the 108 ancient cities in the Sacred War Alliance's territory. It's said that it can be traced back to before the Primordial era. As for which era it can be traced back, it's not clear because it's too long ago. Currently, there are many factions of the Sacred War Alliance stationed here," Daoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng said, "That means we're still in the Sacred War Alliance's territory." "That's right. It'll take a long time to leave the Sacred War Alliance's territory. The Great Sage world is too big, much bigger than the 9 prefectures world. It'll take at least a few years to leave the Sacred War Alliance's territory," Daoist Wuliang said. Of course. The few years Daoist Wuliang was talking about was the time it would take to travel through a spacetime wormhole. If they flew, who knew how long it would take to leave the Sacred War Alliance's territory? Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang entered Goldstone City. Goldstone City was bustling with people coming and going. The racial structure of the city was extremely complicated. There were myriad races, cosmic races, and foreign factions. Of course, there were also humans. It was just that the number of humans was relatively small. The ancient city was filled with an ancient aura. "There's 100 fragrances house here. It's really full of beauties. It's one of the most high-end brothels. How about we go there for a drink?" Daoist Wuliang said with a grin. This damned Daoist Wuliang was not a pedantic person. Eating meat, drinking wine, and teasing women. There was nothing this damned Daoist Wuliang wouldn't do. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right. Let's go to the 100 Fragrances house." The two of them walked toward the 100 Fragrances house. Not long after, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang arrived at the 100 Fragrances house. This was a 7-story pavilion decorated with fresh flowers. From time to time, one could hear beautiful music coming from inside. Although the 100 Fragrances house was a brothel, most of the women there sold their skills and not their bodies. Of course. If you have the ability to hook up with the woman inside, I'll give you a chance. At that time, he would naturally be able to get the beauty back, and he wouldn't have to spend a single cent. The prerequisite was that you had the ability to do so. Lin Feng and the Daoist walked towards the 100 Fragrances pavilion. At this time, a cold voice came from behind. "You two lowly things, get out of the way and make way for our young master." After hearing this voice, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist's expressions sank. The other party was clearly targeting them. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang turned around and saw a dozen or so human cultivators carrying a golden divine carriage. On top of the golden divine chariot, there was a golden spiritual cat. This golden civet was about 1 meter long. Its body exuded a cold and terrifying aura. This dragon cat came from the golden sacred heavenly cat clan. This was an extremely terrifying faction. They were the royal family of the myriad races. Their talents were incomparably powerful, and very few people dared to provoke them. The one who reprimanded Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang was a cultivator standing beside them. This cultivator was in human form, but he was clearly not human. No one knew what race he was from. He was actually an emperor cultivator. What bad luck. I didn't look at the almanac before I left. Now I hear a dog barking beside me. Daoist Wu Liang curled his lips and said, "How dare you insult me?" The guard's face instantly became extremely gloomy. The golden Saint Celestial cat opened its eyes. Its eyes were golden in color, making it look extremely strange. Young master. After seeing the golden sacred heavenly cat open its eyes, the guard quickly bowed to the golden sacred heavenly cat. No need for formalities. The golden sacred heavenly cat said, "Thank you, young master." The guard stood up. The golden sacred heavenly cat looked at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, then said indifferently, "You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Lowly thing, how dare you reprimand my guard? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? I'll give the two of you a chance to live. Break an arm each and get out of here. Don't let me see you again." The golden sacred heavenly cat obviously did not care about Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. It was full of contempt for the two of them. "Look, it's the seventh young master of the golden sacred heavenly cat clan, Jin Linya." The two human cultivators seemed to have a conflict with Jin Linya. They really did have a conflict. This is going to be a good show. Jin Linya is not a kind person. Even if the two human cultivators break their arms, I'm afraid they won't be able to escape. Jin Linya does like to tease others, especially the human race. At this moment, some of the cultivators who were watching the show began to discuss after seeing the conflict. Clearly, in the eyes of those cultivators, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were probably dead this time. "It's just a cat, how dare it boast shamelessly in front of us?" Lin Feng curled his lips and said. When Lin Feng's words were spread, all of a sudden, it was as if the surroundings had become completely silent. No one thought that Lin Feng would dare to say such words to Jin Linya. Did he think that he wasn't dying fast enough? The air. It was as if it had frozen. "Kid, do you know what you're talking about?" Jin Linya's voice was cold. There was a murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Of course I know what I'm talking about. Lowly things. Normally, you humans are only fit to be my palanquin, but you're so reckless in front of me. Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Jin Linya's voice was filled with murderous intent. "You think you can do it? You're just a cat and you want to kill me? Are you daydreaming?" Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. The golden sacred heavenly cat clan that Jin Linya belonged to was a very noble clan. But now, from Lin Feng's words, Jin Linya seemed to be an animal that hadn't developed a spiritual sense. This made Jin Linya's killing intent monstrous. "Reckless thing, I have a lot of slaves, and most of them are human cultivators. As a lowly human cultivator, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Do you know that you have committed a capital crime?" Chapter 3576. The times have really changed. Since when can a cat roar at a person? Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. In front of him, Jin Linya of the Golden Holy Heavenly Cat clan really seemed to be an ordinary cat. It was a pet that many women liked to keep. Many people felt that their heads couldn't seem to wrap around it. No one knew why Lin Feng would mock Jin Linya like this. Now, many cultivators felt that something was wrong. Naturally, no one was a fool after cultivating to their current realm. Those two human cultivators naturally couldn't be fools. However, those two human cultivators were humiliating Jin Linya. What did this mean? They weren't afraid of Jin Linya? Could it be that they had some special means? This was what some cultivators thought. Of course, most cultivators still thought that Lin Feng was courting death. There was absolutely no good ending for humiliating Jin Linya like this. There was only a path to death. At this moment, Daoist Wu Liang said, "Brother, I suddenly thought of a saying." "What saying?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Women don't keep dogs, men don't keep cats." Daoist Wu Liang grinned. "Oh, what do you mean?" Lin Feng asked in confusion. "You know, some of the bigger dogs are quite fierce." Daoist Wu Liang smiled very cheekily. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although Daoist Wu Liang didn't say it very clearly, everyone understood what this guy wanted to say. Many people couldn't help but curse Daoist Wu Liang secretly. This guy was simply the scum of the Daoist priests. It was really an insult to this incomparably sacred profession. What do you mean by the second half of the sentence? Lin Feng continued to ask. Daoist Wu Liang chuckled and said, men aren't very honest when they sleep. Who knows when they will become a pillar supporting the sky? A cat saw it. You should know what terrible consequences will happen, right? Many people couldn't help but shiver, and their crotch couldn't help but feel a chill. No matter what kind of cat it was more active. Moreover, cats were more active animals at night. Their night vision was strong. Therefore, when they saw something that could move, they were likely to bite it. Lin Feng asked, are you saying that felines have a special liking for that? What? Pu. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people burst out laughing. The surrounding cultivators could tell what was going on. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang sang the same tune. Obviously, he was mocking Jin Linie. This was because although Jin Linie's golden holy heavenly cat clan was extremely noble, their clan had evolved from felines. You are courting death. Courting death. You too are courting death. Kill them all. Jin Linie was already furious and full of killing intent. Being humiliated by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist had completely infuriated him. Therefore, he directly gave the order to kill Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Yes. Young master. Leave these two lowly humans to your subordinates. This subordinate will definitely satisfy you, the guard said. Next. The guard stepped forward and a terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. He struck out with his palm and directly attacked Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. He actually wanted to fight against two alone. Daoist Wu Liang curled his lips and said, brother, I'll deal with this trash. Just watch the show from the side. Lin Feng was happy to be idle. So he did not make a move. Hearing Daoist Wu Liang call him trash, the guard's face instantly turned gloomy and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Although he was only a Divine Lord level cultivator. However, Divine Lord level. That was still a great emperor. When a great emperor made a move, the momentum was naturally extremely shocking. This Divine Lord level cultivator's cultivation was incomparably terrifying. With a palm strike, it could destroy heaven and earth. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show all exclaimed. Even in the vast heavenly sage great world, a great emperor-level cultivator was an existence that stood at the peak. It was rare to see such an expert. Dog-beating stick technique. Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but shout. Swoosh. With a flash of light, a big stick as thick as an arm appeared in his hand. Then, he held the big stick with both hands. With a swing of the stick, he threw it out. This powerful strike directly collided with the guard, and the guard's arm was directly smashed apart. Then, clang. A sound was heard. That powerful stick directly smashed into the guard's body, sending him flying. Whoa. The guard couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. The sound of bones cracking could be heard continuously. After suffering Daoist Wu Liang's attack. Who knew how many bones in his body were broken? With a plop. The guard fell to the ground and his body trembled violently. He wailed in pain. It was incomparably miserable. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Daoist Wu Liang was a guy who liked to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, so this guy suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, Daoist Wu Liang's cultivation technique was very mysterious. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see Daoist Wu Liang's true realm at all. Those cultivators would think that Daoist Wu Liang was really a cultivator of this realm. The only cultivators who could peek into the true realm of the immeasurable Daoist were perhaps those truly unparalleled experts. Anyone who saw Daoist Wu Liang, a cultivator of the early stage of the quasi-emperor realm, would probably not take him seriously. But in fact, Daoist Wu Liang was not a cultivator of this realm. This damned Daoist Wu Liang's methods were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng didn't know how terrifying Daoist Wu Liang was. The only thing he knew was that Daoist Wu Liang's cultivation was unfathomable. That Daoist Wu Liang should have hidden his cultivation, right? No wonder he didn't take Jin Linia seriously. Those two human cultivators are definitely not simple. At this moment, a cultivator said. What's the use of not being simple? Unless their cultivation can reach the Emperor realm. Although Jin Linia is only a God Emperor realm cultivator, Jin Linia has already defeated more than a dozen Emperor realm experts. His realm is not high, but he can challenge people 2 realms above him. This is the most terrifying part. At this moment, a cultivator said. That's right. Jin Linia is indeed terrifying. To be able to defeat opponents 2 realms above him, he can be called a peerless genius. Another person said, extremely praising Jin Linia's talent. No wonder you dared to provoke this young master, so you have some cultivation. It seems a pity to kill you. Capturing the 2 of you and making you carry the palanquin for this young master is a good choice. Jin Linia walked step by step towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, his voice indifferent. Chapter 3577. A cat dares to boast shamelessly? What a joke. Believe it or not, I'll smash you into meat paste with a stick. Daoist Wu Liang shook the stick in his hand. That stick was not an ordinary object. It was made of an unknown divine wood and was extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been able to beat that Emperor God cultivator half to death. Jin Linia's expression was cold. Whoosh. It moved and disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Daoist Wu Liang. Jin Linia's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that Daoist Wu Liang could not react to it. What a fast speed! Immediately, many onlookers exclaimed. They could not help but be shocked by Jin Linia's speed. The Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan is known for their speed, and their attacks are fierce and as fast as lightning. They can almost teleport in a small area. Many people have not even reacted yet, and it is very likely that they have already been killed by the cultivators of this clan. At this moment, a cultivator said. The cultivator's explanation moved many of the people around him. Because the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan's methods were simply too terrifying. And at this moment, Jin Linia, who had come to Daoist Wu Liang's side, launched an attack on Daoist Wu Liang with its sharp claws. There was even a claw light in the void. Jin Linia's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Facing Jin Linia's terrifying attack, Daoist Wu Liang could not help but be shocked. Fortunately, Daoist Wu Liang's methods were also extremely extraordinary, so he quickly retreated and dodged Jin Linia's claw. However, Jin Linia's speed was simply too fast. Daoist Wu Liang had not yet regained his footing. Jin Linia attacked again. Those sharp claws flickered with a cold light and directly grabbed at Daoist Wu Liang's neck. This time, Daoist Wu Liang could not avoid Jin Linia's menacing claw. As the saying goes, speed is the only thing that is invincible in the world. This sentence was verified at this moment. Jin Linia did not show too much power. It was obviously restraining its strength. It had only displayed its lightning-fast speed, but immeasurable Taoist was already unable to withstand it. It wasn't that the immeasurable Daoist wasn't strong enough. Instead, it was suppressed by Jin Linia in a hurry. Lin Feng knew just how frightening immeasurable Daoist's methods were. If he could put some distance between them, immeasurable Daoist would not even need to do anything himself. He could just throw all sorts of treasures at them. Even if he couldn't kill Jin Linia, he could at least make Jin Linia half dead. Lin Feng firmly believed in this point. Help! Daoist Wu Liang wailed. Jin Linia's terrifying attack was about to grab Taoist Wu Liang's neck. At this moment, a beam of cold light suddenly erupted. He quickly slashed at Jin Linia. Jin Linia's expression suddenly changed. He had no choice but to abandon the immeasurable Taoist and quickly dodge the terrifying cold light that was slashing towards him. Jin Linia dodged the terrifying cold light by a hair's breadth. Afterward, he stood in the void and looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Now scram as far as you can, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead, Lin Feng said with a sneer. Arrogant. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. However, no one thought that Lin Feng's words were arrogant, because everyone saw that Lin Feng actually forced Jin Linie to retreat. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." Now Jin Linie was completely enraged. It had a high and mighty personality to begin with. And there was a reason why Jin Linie looked down on the human race the most. It was said that, in the past, one of Jin Linie's ancestors had a conflict with a human powerhouse and was eventually killed by the human powerhouse. Since then, the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan completely hated the human race. If there was a chance, he would ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Most of Jin Linie's slaves were humans. Why was that? Because Jin Linie felt that controlling the human race like this and making them his slaves would make him feel quite refreshed. This was a kind of spiritual satisfaction. But now, Jin Linie was ridiculed, mocked, and humiliated by the human cultivators he looked down on the most. He was even forced to retreat. For Jin Linie, he couldn't accept all of this at all. It was simply a great humiliation. It made Jin Linie go crazy with hatred. Now Jin Linie only had one thought. That was to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's corpse was torn to shreds. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, rays of light flickered between heaven and earth. In the void, nameless cultivators appeared one after another. Those nameless cultivators. They were all Jin Linie. Hundreds of Jin Linie appeared in the void. What kind of divine ability is this? Many people looked at the hundreds of Jin Linie in the air in shock. They felt it. Those hundreds of Jin Linie. They were all real. Everyone couldn't help but reveal an incredulous expression on their faces. This divine ability that Jin Linie used was really extraordinary. It should be the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan's Holy Golden Body technique, right? Rumor has it that if this divine ability is cultivated to the peak, it can create tens of thousands of clones, making it impossible to determine which one is real. At this moment, someone said, "Tens of thousands of clones? What a terrifying divine ability." Although Jin Linie only created hundreds of clones, it's already terrifying enough. Someone else said, "Kid, die." Hundreds of Jin Linie spoke at the same time. Their voices were cold and filled with endless killing intent. Then, the Jin Linie quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The aura emitted from each Jin Linie's body made people's hair stand on end. Hundreds of Jin Linie attacked Lin Feng together with an astonishing momentum. "I'm afraid that kid is dead for sure." Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Jin Linie's means were really terrifying. It was as if a god was a killer. Such a terrifying divine ability was displayed. No one thought that Lin Feng could resist Jin Linie's attack. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Just as the hundreds of Jin Linie were about to drown Lin Feng. At this moment, everyone saw. Lin Feng stepped out. Then, the entire space seemed to have frozen. Hundreds of Jin Linie were all frozen in space. The Jin Linie collapsed one by one. Those were not the real Jin Linie, but Jin Linie's clones. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of clones all collapsed, leaving only Jin Linie's original body. Chapter 3578. Jin Linie wanted to struggle. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Lin Feng, who appeared in front of him, was like an undefeatable god. He was so powerful that it was suffocating. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Because Lin Feng was too terrifying. The combat power he displayed was simply invincible. Jin Linie was an existence that could contend with an Imperial Emperor-level powerhouse. In front of Lin Feng, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Many people were guessing Lin Feng's realm. What realm was he in to be able to defeat such a powerful Jin Linie? And he defeated Jin Linie in a crushing manner? Think about it. It all made people's hair stand on end. You, Jin Linie looked at Lin Feng, who was walking towards him step by step, in horror. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. The combat power that Lin Feng displayed made Jin Linie feel a deep sense of despair. At the same time, it also made Jin Linie feel extremely aggrieved. He was such a proud person. In his eyes, human cultivators had a lowly bloodline and were only fit to carry his palanquin. But now, Jin Linia was defeated by the human cultivator that he looked down on the most. And it was a crushing defeat. This was a huge blow to Jin Linia. Pitifully weak. A piece of trash like you dares to jump in front of me? I really don't know who gave you the courage. Lin Feng looked at Jin Linia with contempt. But now, no one felt that Lin Feng's words were arrogant anymore. Because it was a waste. He was too powerful. When a cultivator's cultivation base was strong enough, no matter what he said, others would think that he was right. Just like Lin Feng now. I am the 7th young master of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan. My clan is the royal family of the myriad clans. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, you should know the consequences, Jin Linia said with a gloomy expression. After thinking of the behemoth behind him, he became full of confidence again. The strength of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat race was incomparably terrifying. The Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan was still very powerful. Perhaps this was where Jin Linia's confidence came from. With such a huge force backing him, and this was the Heavenly Sage Great World. Jin Linia believed that Lin Feng knew how to choose. Now, Jin Linia's killing intent towards Lin Feng was like a torrential river. Therefore, it would never let Lin Feng go. Jin Linia secretly swore in his heart, as long as he could get out of trouble, he would definitely call in the experts of his clan to kill Lin Feng. Will the human cultivator release Jin Linia? The foundation of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan is very terrifying. That kid is only a human cultivator, and it's very likely that he's a passerby from the extraterritorial starry world. No matter how strong his cultivation is, he's probably nothing in front of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan. Therefore, I think it's best for that kid to let Jin Linia go before the two sides reach the point of irreconcilable hatred. Jin Linia is ruthless and hates humans the most. If he's released, Jin Linia will definitely not let it go, but if he doesn't release him, it'll be even more troublesome. Is he going to kill Jin Linia? When the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan gets angry, does that kid still want to leave the Heavenly Sage Great World alive? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show immediately began to discuss. They were all guessing what Lin Feng would do. Release Jin Linia? Or kill Jin Linia? Lin Feng said with a sneer, it's rare for a prisoner to be as arrogant as you. Killing you directly would be too easy for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng struck out with his palm. Bang! The terrifying palm slammed into Jin Linia's dantian. Jin Linia was sent flying by the slap. Ah! In mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. My dantian! My dantian! Jin Linia screamed. His dantian had been crippled by Lin Feng. Now, he had become a cripple. Everybody was astonished. Lin Feng had crippled Jin Linyi's cultivation. Jin Linia was originally a high and mighty figure, but now that his dantian had been crippled, he immediately fell from the clouds to the bottom of the cliff. It was simply a fate worse than death. Jin Linia is completely finished. Many cultivators couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he's not a ferocious dragon, this is the Heavenly Sage Great World. The Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan is very powerful in the Heavenly Sage Great World. There's also a saying that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. This kid has crippled Jin Linia. The experts of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan will soon move to deal with him. Yes, the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan will definitely not let this go. After seeing Jin Linia being crippled, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed one after another. Jin Linia's face was pale. His face was full of despair. He knew clearly. After he became a cripple, what kind of status would he have in the clan? At that time, he might even be inferior to a servant. Big clans were cruel to begin with. Little bastard. I won't rest until I'm dead. Our Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan, we will definitely not let you off. Jin Linia cursed viciously. He looked at Lin Feng as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign, you're just a cripple. How dare you talk nonsense here? Get lost as far as you can. Immeasurable Daoist sneered. Then, he kicked at Jin Linya. A bang was heard. Suddenly, Jin Linya was sent flying by Immeasurable Daoist. Immediately, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist turned around and entered the 100 Fragrances house. These two people crippled Jin Linya and still swaggered into the 100 Fragrances house. Don't they care about the upcoming revenge of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat clan? Someone said in astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Many people smiled bitterly. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist's actions were indeed beyond everyone's expectations. The conflict outside was so intense that it naturally attracted the attention of many people. Therefore, when Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist entered the 100 Fragrances house, all eyes were on the two of them. A beautiful woman came to greet Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist. Immeasurable Daoist shouted, "Give us the best wine, the best delicacies, and the most beautiful women. We're going to party to our heart's content today." Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard Immeasurable Daoist's words. Was this guy really a Daoist? Could he be an imposter? In many people's impression, Daoists were sage-like. However, Immeasurable Daoist had an extremely wretched expression. He didn't look like a Daoist at all. Chapter 3579. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This young master and this Daoist master, please follow me upstairs. There are private rooms upstairs." Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang nodded. Then, they followed the beautiful woman upstairs. The three of them arrived at a VIP room on the 5th floor. Then, beautiful maidservants entered the private room one after another, carrying fine wine and dishes. They placed the wine and dishes on the table in front of Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Then, a singer, a dancer, and a musician entered the room. These were all courtesans. They sold their skills, not their bodies. Whether it was their figure or their figure, they could be considered top-notch beauties. Some played the zither, some played the flute. Someone was singing a beautiful song. There were also people who danced gracefully. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang chatted while admiring the beautiful dancers dancing in the middle of the pavilion. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes. Bang bang bang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Then, a very pleasant voice sounded. This voice was clear and melodious. It was very ethereal, like pearls falling on a jade plate. This voice said, "This servant, Nalan Lianyu, has taken the liberty to pay a visit. I wonder if I can come in." He saw a woman in white standing outside the box. This woman in white was tall, with creamy skin and peach blossom eyes. She had a small face the size of a palm. Her face could be described as exquisite and beautiful, and her body emitted an ethereal aura. It was like an elf that had fallen from the 9 heavens immortal world to the mortal world. "Please come in." Lin Feng's voice came from the room. Then, this woman who called herself Nalan Lianyu pushed the door and entered. When the courtesans saw this woman, they all bowed to her. Lin Feng guessed that this woman should be from the 100 Fragrances house, and her status was extremely high. Lianyu greets the young master and Daoist master. Nalan Lianyu bowed to Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. When Lin Feng saw Nalan Lianyu, he couldn't help but be stunned by this woman. This woman's temperament was really outstanding. Coupled with that peerless appearance, it was unforgettable. Nalan Lianyu, one of the 10 great beauties of Heavenly Sage Great World, Nalan Lianyu. Daoist Wu Liang clicked his tongue in amazement as he sized up this white-clothed woman. This damned Daoist had stayed in the Heavenly Sage Great World for so many years. Clearly, he already had a good understanding of the Heavenly Sage Great World. Even the 10 great beauties of the Heavenly Sage Great World seemed to have been carefully investigated. Otherwise, how could he know that this woman was one of the 10 great beauties of the Heavenly Sage Great World just by hearing her name? Of course. Lin Feng was not surprised that Nalan Lianyu could be ranked among the top 10 beauties of the Heavenly Sage Great World. In this world, there were many beautiful women. Some women's looks might not be much worse than Nalan Lianyu's. However, the competition between these top-quality beauties could no longer be judged by their looks alone. It was because they were all extremely beautiful and moving. Therefore, The competition between these top-quality beauties would depend on their own talent, cultivation, and the power behind them. Lin Feng didn't know if the power behind Nalan Lianyu was strong or not, nor did he know Nalan Lianyu's cultivation or talent. However, he had to admit that Nalan Lianyu's temperament was too good. That kind of ethereal, quiet, and otherworldly temperament. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. Master Daoist is too kind. This is just a ranking made by bored people. Please don't take it seriously. Nalan Lianyu said. Daoist Wu Liang smiled and said. Fairy is too modest. Said Lin Feng. Please have a seat, celestial being. Thank you, young master. Nalan Lianyu smiled and stood up. She then sat at the table below Lin Feng. I haven't asked for the names of young master and this Daoist. Nalan Lianyu said. Lin Feng. This is my good friend, Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng. Nalan Lianyu was shocked when she heard this name. As for Daoist Wu Liang's Daoist name, Nalan Lianyu had never heard of it. Daoist Wu Liang was the kind of person who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Not many people knew of his Daoist name. As for his name, Lin Feng knew that Nalan Lianyu must have heard of it. I didn't expect young master to come to the heavenly sage great world. Nalan Lianyu said. The world is so big. Naturally, I have to walk around and see more. Lin Feng said with a smile. Young master, you crippled Jin Linya. The Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat Clan is a force that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. They will definitely send experts to deal with you. If young master needs help, Lianyu is willing to provide it. Nalan Lianyu said with a smile. This woman. She seemed to be here to express goodwill. Thank you, fairy. Lin Feng said. Young master is too polite. Then, Lianyu will no longer disturb young master and Daoist. Nalan Lianyu stood up and said. She then left the room where Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were. Said Lin Feng, dismissing the prostitutes. He looked at Daoist Wu Liang and asked, what is the origin of this Nalan Lianyu? I'm not sure. This Nalan Lianyu has always been very mysterious. She is the only one among the top 10 beauties of the heavenly sage great world. However, judging from the courtesan's behavior, they seem to know Nalan Lianyu. Furthermore, they are very respectful towards her. It seems that Nalan Lianyu is related to the 100 Fragrances house. There should be more than 100 Fragrances house, right? Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang nodded. That's right. There are many 100 Fragrances houses. It is said that they belong to a mysterious force. However, I don't know what kind of force they are. Nalan Lianyu should be a member of that force. Lin Feng said. That's right. It seems that the heavenly sage great world is more interesting than I thought. Dong 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 dong. Right at this moment, the sound of a great bell suddenly rang out between the heavens and the earth. Many people were alarmed. What's going on? A large number of cultivators rushed out to the streets and looked at each other. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, the sound of a huge bell rang out once again. The sound came from the northwest of Metal Stone City. It's coming from the Forest of Destiny. A cultivator said. Could the rumors be true? In the past, the Master of Destiny died there. It is said that the Master of Destiny's supreme treasure, the immortal Bell of Destiny, is also in the Forest of Destiny. It is waiting for the fated person to come and inherit the supreme inheritance left behind by the Master of Destiny. A cultivator said. What? There is such a rumor. Chapter 3580. The Master of Destiny was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. It was rumored that this existence was the embodiment of destiny. It was this terrifying existence who had brought the Tao of Destiny to greater heights. It was also this terrifying existence. With the Tao of Destiny as the foundation, he had created many unimaginable divine abilities. Every single divine ability could be said to be pitilessly terrifying, shocking the hearts of people. In the history of the New Age, this Master of Destiny was a famous expert. Therefore, when the news of the Master of Destiny's legacy spread, many people were shocked. Let's go. Let's go to the Forest of Destiny to take a look. We might be able to gain something. Many cultivators soared into the sky and flew towards the Forest of Destiny. They wanted to find opportunities in the Forest of Destiny. Master of Destiny? Doesn't this person also have the cultivation method of the Great Destiny technique? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Lin Feng hadn't completely cultivated the Great Destiny technique. This was because the Great Destiny technique was divided into 3 parts. Lin Feng had only obtained the first part. Lin Feng hadn't obtained the second and third parts. Of course, even if he had only obtained a part, the Great Destiny technique was already terrifying enough. This second-ranked 3000 Great Dao had played an important role in reversing the situation in several of Lin Feng's life and death battles. Destiny and destiny only differed by one word. They were both based on the word destiny. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying and powerful was this divine ability. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that destiny and destiny were like the 2 extremes of the yin and yang cycle. Destiny. It represented the destined trajectory of all living things. And destiny. It represented the method to change the trajectory of one's life. Therefore, destiny and destiny were inseparable. The Great Destiny technique was hard to find. Wasn't it the same for the Great Destiny technique? But now, when Lin Feng heard about the Master of Fate, he had the feeling that maybe he would be able to obtain the complete Great Fate technique. If he could obtain the complete Great Destiny technique, for Lin Feng, it would definitely be a great help. Daoist Wuliang said, "I've heard rumors about the Master of Destiny, but I didn't expect the rumors to be true." Lin Feng said, "We can wait a little longer. Even if the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny is really in the Forest of Destiny, it won't appear so easily." Daoist Wu Liang nodded. Clearly, he agreed with Lin Feng's words. Next, the 2 of them headed to the bookstore to buy some books. Lin Feng wanted to flip through the book and learn more about the origins of the Forest of Destiny. After some research, Lin Feng found out that the original name of the Forest of Destiny was the Heavenly Pulse Forest. Later on, no one knew when. Then, the news spread that the Master of Destiny had perished there. The Heavenly Pulse Forest was also renamed as the Forest of Destiny. As time passed, very few people in the future knew the origin of the name Forest of Destiny. Very few people had heard of the Master of Destiny. Until this time, when the immortal bell of destiny shook the world. It shocked the world. Everyone began to understand the origins of the Forest of Destiny again, as well as the various legends. The news of the Forest of Destiny spread quickly as if it had grown wings, so a large number of cultivators gathered. Even experts from the Immortal Alliance and the Demon Alliance, which were not part of the Sacred War Alliance, came. The orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny was enough to make countless people go crazy. The Immortal Alliance and the Sacred War Alliance, which were originally at war, temporarily stopped fighting because of this matter. Many experts came to spy on the Master of Destiny's orthodoxy, but how could it be so easy to obtain the Master of Destiny's orthodoxy? That's right. The Master of Destiny's orthodoxy should be obtained by the fated person. No matter how strong those major forces are, it would be difficult for them to snatch the orthodoxy from the fated person. Many cultivators were discussing the Master of Destiny's orthodoxy. On this day, news spread that a young cultivator who called himself the Master of Destiny had appeared in the Heavenly Sage Great World. The Master of Destiny's orthodoxy was about to appear. Now, a Master of Destiny had suddenly appeared. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Many people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Could it be that this Master of Destiny was the son of the Master of Destiny? However, the Daoist scriptures didn't seem to record this matter. After Lin Feng heard about the Master of Destiny, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Back then, Lin Feng had said that he was the Master of Destiny. Because he cultivated the Great Destiny technique, it didn't seem inappropriate to call himself the Master of Destiny. What was the situation with this Master of Destiny who had appeared now? Could he really be the descendant of the Master of Destiny? Many people were looking for the whereabouts of the Master of Destiny, including many major forces. Those forces wanted to see who this Master of Destiny was. Was he really related to the Master of Destiny? If that was true, when the time came, perhaps they could use the Master of Destiny to find the Master of Destiny's orthodoxy. Many of the forces had a pretty good plan. However, after searching for a long time, they couldn't find the so-called Master of Destiny. Therefore, many people felt that the news about the Master of Destiny was deliberately released by someone as a smokescreen. This kind of thing was relatively common in the world of cultivators. During this period of time, the cultivators of the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat race did not find trouble with Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang. The two of them guessed. Now that the Golden Sacred Heavenly Cat race's attention was focused on the inheritance of the Master of Destiny, they did not have time to pay attention to the two of them. In the depths of the Forest of Destiny, loud sounds like that of a bell could be heard from time to time. However, it was a terrifying place. There were 5 great death zones in the Great Sage World. One of the death zones was called the Swamp of Destiny. It was that area. That was also the rumored place where the Master of Destiny fell. That is definitely a terrifying forbidden area. Several groups of cultivators entered, but they all died inside. A cultivator said with lingering fear. That was a cultivator who had just returned from the outer area of the Swamp of Destiny. He knew what had happened inside. Even if they didn't come out after entering, it doesn't mean that they died inside, right? They might have obtained a lot of opportunities and are digesting them inside. A cultivator said. That cultivator said, those people lit their primordial spirit lamps before they entered. But those people's primordial spirit lamps, they were all extinguished. Hearing that, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The extinguishing of the primordial spirit lamps meant that all the cultivators who entered the Swamp of Destiny had died inside. Did no one come out alive? Someone asked. No one came out. The Swamp of Destiny is simply a mystery. That cultivator continued. Then, he lowered his voice and said, but to be honest, it's not like there's no news about the Swamp of Destiny. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. That cultivator said, I heard that someone captured the last spiritual force fluctuation of a cultivator before he died. Chapter 3581. A woman sobbing? Many people were shocked. Ah! The cultivator who spoke those words suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, dead. Before he died, his pupils suddenly burst open. His death was extremely miserable. The surrounding people were all shocked. They quickly retreated. What happened? Many people were puzzled. They didn't understand what had happened. There were many experts in the surroundings. However, no one knew how the cultivator died. It was too strange. Could it be because the heavenly secret was leaked? So he suffered this calamity? A cultivator said. Perhaps, there is such a possibility. Many people agreed with this point of view. After the unknown happened, everyone always liked to associate these unknown things with some mysterious things. More and more news began to spread. Most of it was about the Swamp of Fate. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were also paying attention to the Swamp of Fate. They hadn't gone to the Swamp of Fate yet. Because the time wasn't right. Lin Feng's mysterious golden box fluctuated again. This time, the fluctuation lasted longer. Lin Feng was very surprised. Could it be that the secret of the mysterious box was about to be revealed? What kind of secret was hidden inside? Lin Feng was very much looking forward to it. It was already late at night. Lin Feng went out alone. The mysterious golden box seemed to be guiding Lin Feng to a place. Even though it was night time, Metalstone City was still very lively. The most lively places were the brothels. Lin Feng passed through many streets. Finally, he arrived at the northeast corner. This place always emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. It was the complete opposite of the bustle of other places. This place was like a place full of sin. In front of a street, Lin Feng saw a huge sign. The sign said Sin Street. What is this place? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Surprisingly, there was such an evil street in Jinsha City. Lin Feng was astonished. Moreover, there didn't seem to be anyone walking around. Perhaps this place was a dark corner of Goldstone City. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to come here. However, The golden box guided Lin Feng into Sin Street. Lin Feng was skilled and daring. He would not be frightened by Sin Street. He walked towards Sin Street. However, Lin Feng was blocked outside. Sin Street actually had a restriction. Moreover, it was an extremely advanced restriction. This place really isn't simple. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He tried to break the restrictions here but failed. Lin Feng might be able to break the restrictions here, but it would take a lot of time to do so. There was no way to break the formation in a short time. What a delicate little doll. This is not a place you should be. Quickly leave. Suddenly, a ghostly silhouette appeared behind Lin Feng, and a hoarse voice spread in the air. Lin Feng was horrified. How did this existence appear? He actually didn't notice at all. Lin Feng turned around and saw the terrifying existence who spoke. It was an old woman with a stooped body. The old woman was incomparably ugly. Lin Feng had never seen such an ugly person. Her face was basically ruined. What is this place? Senior, can you tell me? Lin Feng asked. Gigi. A place that eats people without spitting out their bones, the old woman said sinisterly. He looked at Lin Feng from head to toe with a pair of cold eyes. Those eyes made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng was horrified. Why was this terrifying old woman looking at him with such eyes? Could it be that she had some ideas about him? This old woman's cultivation was too terrifying. He had used the ruler's armor. He was probably no match for her. Lin Feng said, "This junior won't enter a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. This junior will take his leave." Lin Feng cupped his fists and hurriedly ran away. As for the old woman, she took out a token and used it to pass through the restriction and enter inside. Lin Feng stood in the distance and saw this scene. He ran back. "Kid, I heard that anyone who spoke to Ghost Granny didn't have a good ending. You're finished this time." A rough man walked over from the distance. This man's eyes had been gouged out. 2 bloody holes appeared, and fresh blood flowed out from them. "Your eyeballs have been gouged out. Can you still see me?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The man said sinisterly, "I can't see you, but I can smell you with my nose." After hearing this man's words, Lin Feng felt a chill. He almost sent the man flying with a kick. At this moment, an extremely thin middle-aged cultivator walked over from the distance. His body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. He looked at Lin Feng and said with a cold smile, "This isn't a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come to." Lin Feng glanced at the cultivator. "Before you humiliate others, take a piss and look at yourself. Calling you a Tom, Dick, or Harry is probably an insult to Tom, Dick, or Harry. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you're really good at talking." The man who had his eyes gouged out couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Feng's words. The thin middle-aged cultivator's face suddenly darkened. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. He said coldly, "Little thing, you dare to provoke this seat. Have you thought about how you're going to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator walked toward Lin Feng step by step. His body emitted an extremely sinister and terrifying aura. This person was actually an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, he was an existence of a very high Emperor Realm expert. Experts at the Imperial Emperor Realm were extremely rare. An expert of this level was also a big shot that ordinary people didn't dare to provoke. However, Lin Feng was obviously an exception. "I'll kill you before entering Sin Street. Let's see if you have anything good on you." The thin cultivator laughed sinisterly. His face was filled with killing intent. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. He slapped out with his palm. That terrifying palm enveloped Lin Feng. The might of an Imperial Emperor Realm expert's attack was extraordinary. Even the void was shattered. "Kid, you're going to be beaten to death." The cultivator who had his eyes gouged out had a gloating expression on his face. Moreover, he was laughing out loud. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This guy seemed to be very happy to see others suffer. The skinny middle-aged man's terrifying palm strike was about to land on Lin Feng's body. At this moment. Chapter 3582. Bang! Along with the ferocious strike, Lin Feng and the thin middle-aged man's palm collided. The thin middle-aged man was no match for Lin Feng and was sent flying. "How can you be so strong?" the thin middle-aged man shouted in disbelief. Lin Feng's combat power was too terrifying. It made the thin middle-aged man's hair stand on end. He originally thought that Lin Feng was just a small character. Wasn't it easy to deal with him? It was simply a piece of cake. Only now did he realize that he was very wrong. You dare to show off outside with such little strength? What a joke. Stupid and ignorant, Lin Feng sneered. He walked toward the thin middle-aged man step by step. The thin middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly. He turned around and wanted to escape. However, Lin Feng didn't want to give the thin middle-aged man a chance to escape. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly chased after the thin middle-aged man. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Today is your life. I'll take it," Lin Feng said indifferently. A demon ancestor sacred fist was sent flying. The demon ancestor's shadow appeared behind Lin Feng. The demon ancestor's shadow let out a long howl. It was as if it could collapse the void. "Brat! Do you really want to kill me?" The thin middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. He didn't want to die. However, now, facing Lin Feng's attack, he couldn't resist. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Lin Feng said indifferently. He didn't stop. The thin middle-aged man's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He used a terrifying divine ability called 100,000 Storms. The power of this divine ability was also very tyrannical. However, facing Lin Feng's attack, it was difficult to resist. Bang! Along with the violent collision, there was another sound. The two sides clashed once again. After Lin Feng broke the thin middle-aged cultivator's divine ability, the terrifying punch landed directly on the skinny middle-aged cultivator's chest. Wow! The thin middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as a sheet of paper. Taking on such a terrifying blow, he was severely injured, and he didn't know how many of his bones were broken. Situation. It was extremely bad. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He rushed forward and punched out again. "No!" The thin middle-aged man screamed in horror. The next moment, Lin Feng's punch landed on his body and directly killed the thin middle-aged man. Then, Lin Feng collected the thin middle-aged man's origin after his death. He searched through the thin middle-aged man's storage ring. He found a token. It was exactly the same as the token held by the old woman called Granny Ghost. TSK. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The seawater was immeasurable. That makes a lot of sense. The cultivator whose eyes had been dug out clicked his tongue in admiration. The strength of this cultivator was extremely powerful. Lin Feng couldn't even sense the specific realm of this existence. Although this person's eyes were dug out, it didn't affect his battle strength. Lin Feng felt. The cultivator who had his eyes dug out was many times stronger than the thin middle-aged cultivator he had killed. Lin Feng grinned and said, "Senior, you flatter me. To be able to kill this guy, I was really lucky." The cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out laughed mischievously. When Lin Feng heard his laughter, his hair stood on end. After a few strange laughs, this existence also took out a token that was exactly the same as the one in Lin Feng's hand. Then he entered Sin Street. Lin Feng held the token in his hand and came in front of the restriction. With the protection of the token, Lin Feng smoothly passed through the restriction. After passing through the restriction, Lin Feng found himself in an extremely simple and unadorned street. This extremely simple and unadorned street exuded a cold and terrifying aura. What surprised Lin Feng was that on this street, there were actually many disabled people. Some were missing an arm, some were missing 2 legs, and some were only left with half a head. Of course, there were also able-bodied people here, but there were too few of them. When Lin Feng entered this simple and unadorned street, numerous gazes instantly looking at Lin Feng. Everyone's attention was on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression didn't change as he walked into Sin Street. Newcomer, a creature with only half a head remaining, said eerily. It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer, another creature with half a body said. How did this brat get in? Where did he get the token? A demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms, but now only had 1 arm and 1 head left, asked curiously. Many people were extremely curious about Lin Feng. Hey! In the depths of the street, strange laughter could be heard. Granny Ghost was buying something from a small stall. When she saw Lin Feng enter, she let out a ghostly laughter. It was so eerie that it sent chills down one's spine. Brat, do you know where this is? A terrifying creature walked out. It was a creature from the 9 Eyes race. But now, this creature only had 1 eye left. The other 8 eyes were already blind. No matter where. I'll go whenever I want, Lin Feng said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, laughter could be heard from the surroundings. When Granny Ghost heard Lin Feng's words, she laughed eerily as well. The cultivator with his eyes dug out appeared out of nowhere. He said, this kid killed that cultivator from the Black Spirit clan, stole that cultivator's token, and then sneaked in. Hey! He killed the cultivator from the Black Spirit race? Although that guy isn't particularly powerful, he should be in the Imperial Emperor realm, right? This brat is quite skilled. Some people could not help but look at Lin Feng in shock. Many people were astonished and looked at Lin Feng one after another. They were all sizing up Lin Feng. So what? This brat has trespassed on Sin Street. He's going to die. The creature from the 9 Eyes race sneered. Buzz. Next, a terrifying beam of light shot out from his eyes. The beam of light swept toward Lin Feng. It was a beam of light of destruction. Its power was so strong that it made people pale in fright. The light of destruction shattered the void with just a light blow. Then, it enveloped Lin Feng. Just as it was about to hit Lin Feng's body moved to the left. Chapter 3583. 9 Eyes. Seems like you've deteriorated really fast recently. You can't even deal with a kid like him. Some of the cultivators mocked him. The 9 Eyes race cultivator was enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, Bullsh*T. I was careless earlier and didn't kill this kid. The next time I attack, I'll definitely take his life. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 Eyes race cultivator's eyes shot out a terrifying attack once again. The previous attack was merely a beam of light. However, it was different this time. There were hundreds of beams of light. Each beam of light seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Hundreds of beams of light. They sealed heaven and earth. They were extremely powerful. It was shocking. Although the 9 Eyes race cultivator was blind in 8 of his eyes, he was still extremely terrifying. Lin Feng could feel the threat of death. Heaven patching technique. At this critical moment, Lin Feng unleashed the heaven patching technique. He instantly disappeared and dodged the 9 Eyes race cultivator's terrifying attack. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking forward in the void. Lin Feng chanted an ancient incantation. O mighty Tao of Fate, please grant me the power to punish this lowly living being who dares to blaspheme the Tao of Fate. Lin Feng was chanting the incantation for the Great Fate technique. When Lin Feng finished chanting the incantation, in the sky, a mysterious power descended from the sky. That mysterious force was the power of fate. Lin Feng's Great Fate technique had only reached the beginner level. Therefore, his Great Fate technique could not summon the River of Fate. For example, the Red World Fairy had cultivated the Great Fate technique to an extremely profound level. Once she chanted the incantation, she could summon the River of Fate to fight against the enemy. The momentum at that time. It was definitely shocking. However, even though he had only summoned a portion of the power of fate, it was already terrifying enough. The power of fate charged toward the 9 Eyes race cultivator. This is, Granny Ghost widened her eyes and took a deep breath. What a guy! The cultivator who had his eyes dug out couldn't help but be shocked. That person's son. An old man came out of a shop with only 1 leg and a walking stick. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He couldn't help but murmur, "That's right, Lin Feng." Lin Feng is a genius. Child's play. The cultivator from the Nine Eyes race sneered and did not take Lin Feng's attack seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, a hell demon appeared in front of him. The infernal fiend was holding a huge hammer of death. With a roar that shook the heavens, the hammer smashed towards Lin Feng. Of course, that hell demon wasn't a real existence. Instead, it was a body formed by a divine ability. Even so, it was still vivid and lifelike. It was almost no different from the real thing. Incredible. Nine Eyes has even summoned a demon from hell. Looks like he's going for real this time. Can that kid still deal with Nine Eyes attacks? That kid isn't simple either. I wonder if he still has some powerful moves that he hasn't used yet. If he still has some tricks up his sleeve, it won't be easy for Nine Eyes to kill him. Many cultivators started to discuss among themselves. Bam! At this moment, accompanied by a violent collision sound, the attacks from both sides fiercely collided. The infernal fiend formed by the cultivator from the Nine Eyes race was shattered by Lin Feng's Tao of Destiny. Upon seeing this, everyone was shocked. Many people were startled. There were only 3 people who recognized the grand fate art. They were Granny Ghost, the cultivator who had his eyes dug out, and the one-legged old man. The 3 of them did not expose Lin Feng. After destroying the infernal fiend, the power of destiny continued to sweep towards the Nine Eyes race cultivator. Bam! The power of destiny slammed into the Nine Eyes race cultivator and sent him flying. Barf! The Nine Eyes race cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. Your cultivation is strong, but you're still lacking compared to me. Now, I'll turn you from Nine Eyes to eyeless. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward, wanting to follow up with another attack. No wonder the Great Art of Destiny was ranked first among the 3,000 great arts. It was terrifying to the extreme as it could break through everything. Lin Feng wanted to take this opportunity to kill the Nine Eyes race cultivator. He wanted to intimidate the others. However, at this moment, a voice came from the depths. Let people off when possible. I'm sure you understand this, right? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Feng could not help but frown. He felt extremely pressured. The person who spoke was definitely a terrifying existence. Lin Feng could not help but frown. He finally stopped. The other party might be a big shot in Sin Street. If he could avoid offending such a person, he would try his best not to. I'll spare your life for the sake of this senior. Lin Feng looked coldly at the Nine Eyes race cultivator. The cultivator of the Nine Eyes clan was furious. He was a cultivator of the top of the Di Huang layer, and Lin Feng had defeated him. It was a great humiliation. However, he was not as strong as Lin Feng. Even though his heart was filled with hatred, he could only swallow this resentment in his stomach. TSK. Kid, I welcome you on behalf of Sin Street. The cultivator who had his eyes gouged out grinned. His smile was not good-looking at all. Instead, it looked a little terrifying. Especially his eyes, which were hollow and fresh blood flowed out from them from time to time. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive when he saw the cultivator who had his eyes gouged out. This guy had been gloating when he saw him being attacked. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't going to reveal his true feelings. Thank you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. I can't stay here for long. 6 hours later, I have to leave. Otherwise, it will be difficult to leave. The cultivator who had his eyes gouged out said eerily. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Why is that? The cultivator who had his eyes gouged out lowered his voice and said, Sin Street does not belong to this batch. It will occasionally appear. However, it will disappear very quickly. Usually, people without a token cannot see Sin Street. Therefore, I'm very curious. How did you find Sin Street? Lin Feng did not expect there to be such a mystery. The reason why he could find Sin Street was probably related to the golden box. However, Lin Feng would not tell the cultivator who had his eyes gouged out about the golden box. After all, who knew if the cultivator who had his eyes gouged out would turn hostile and attack him after knowing about the golden box? Chapter 3584. Lin Feng said calmly, I came to this place by accident. I don't know if there's a trace of fate in this place. At this point, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. This was because he was trying to fool the cultivator with his eyes gouged out. The cultivator with his eyes gouged out did not doubt Lin Feng's words. Or rather, he had doubts about Lin Feng's words. However, he did not say it out loud. The cultivator with his eyes gouged out said, "We can be considered to have some fate. In order to prevent you from being eaten by Granny Ghost, I'll accompany you on a stroll around Sin Street. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. You're so warm-hearted." Lin Feng cupped his fists and asked, "What's the origin of this Sin Street?" "Senior, can you tell me?" The cultivator with his eyes gouged out said, "The origin of Sin Street is too great. Legend has it that Sin Street was created by a cultivator with sinner's blood flowing in his veins. It floats in the endless space and has no fixed location. One can only enter and leave with a token. Anyone with a token will be able to sense the exact location of Sin Street when it's within a certain distance. At that time, they can come here with the token in hand. Sin Street is a place that can shelter cultivators. In the beginning, many descendants of Sinner's bloodline hid in Sin Street. That's how they managed to avoid a calamity." After hearing the words Sinner's bloodline, Lin Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. Because his Sovereign Emperor clan was the so-called Sinner's bloodline. Apart from the Sovereign Emperor clan, there were also the descendants of Nuer, Pangu, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They were also known as the Sinner's bloodline. These people had made important contributions in the early stages of the era's development. However, countless years later, their descendants were labeled as Sinner's bloodline and were suppressed by many factions. One had to admit that this was very heartless. It was also very infuriating. Now, are there still people from those clans here? Lin Feng could not help but ask. "I don't think so," the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said. However, he immediately changed the topic. Then, he said, "No. There seems to be someone who is a descendant of Nuer." "A descendant of Nuer?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, he thought of the Empress. The Empress of peerless beauty. They were the descendants of Nuer. The Empress had been searching for her people all this while. However, he hadn't gained anything yet. The Empress thought. Nuer clan. She was the only one left. Ever since the Empress left, Lin Feng had never seen her again. He wondered how the Empress was doing now. "Is the Empress doing well? Are you sure?" Lin Feng asked. The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said, "In the past, I occasionally heard people mention this matter. If you want to confirm it, you can ask Ghost Granny." This, Lin Feng hesitated. Granny Ghost was too scary. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Scared? That's right. Anyway, I don't want to wander around in front of Granny Ghost. Granny Ghost is a very scary person. She kills depending on her mood. If you really make her unhappy, she doesn't care who you are and will definitely take your life," the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said. Lin Feng said, "Of course I'm not scared. Although Granny Ghost looks scary, she doesn't look like an unreasonable person." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Obviously, the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out disapproved of Lin Feng's words. However, he didn't say anything else. Lin Feng saw Granny Ghost standing in the distance and walked towards her. It was impossible to say that he wasn't worried that Granny Ghost would attack him. Lin Feng was indeed a little afraid of this Granny Ghost. However, Lin Feng urgently needed to confirm if Granny Ghost was from the Nuer clan. If Granny Ghost was from the Nuer clan, he would tell Granny Ghost about the Empress. Granny Ghost might go and look for the Empress. Now, Lin Feng was worried about the Empress's safety. If Granny Ghost went to look for the Empress's whereabouts, she would be able to protect the Empress after finding her. This guy really dared to look for Granny Ghost. The cultivator whose eyes were gouged out couldn't help but mutter and quickly followed. He said, "It's not too late to regret now." "Regret what?" Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Brat, you have guts," the cultivator whose eyes were gouged out said. Soon, Lin Feng came to Granny Ghost's side. Granny Ghost's face was too frightening. Lin Feng wondered if Granny Ghost was disfigured when she was young, so her face became like this. Granny Ghost. This brat has something to say to you. The cultivator, whose eyes were gouged out, grinned and said. Granny Ghost raised her eyelids and laughed weirdly. Didn't you run away? Why did you come back? Lin Feng was frightened by Granny Gui when he was outside Sin Street. Hence, he ran away. However, after Granny Ghost entered Sin Street, Lin Feng turned back and killed the skinny middle-aged cultivator. He snatched the command medallion from the skinny middle-aged cultivator. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and said, Junior really couldn't hold back my curiosity towards Sin Street, so I turned back. Granny Ghost said, haven't you heard of this saying? It's called curiosity killed the cat. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know what Granny Ghost meant, but he felt that Granny Ghost's words meant something. Lin Feng said, Senior, it's actually like this. Junior has a friend. She is a descendant of the Newer clan. What? A descendant of the Newer clan? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Granny Ghost's emotionless face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Then, a look of excitement appeared on her aged face. Where is she? Granny Ghost asked. That year, I went with her to look for a paradise left behind by the Newer clan. Not long after we found it, she left. However, she didn't tell me where she went. Lin Feng said. Tell me everything about her in detail. Granny Ghost said with an unprecedentedly serious tone. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Next. He began to tell Granny Ghost many things about the Empress. After listening to him, Granny Ghost couldn't hide her excitement and said, I really didn't expect that there would be a descendant of the Newer clan who survive. Do you have her keepsake on you? Keepsake? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Chapter 3585. Why? You don't have anything of hers? Granny Ghost could not help but ask. Lin Feng nodded and smiled bitterly. Indeed, I don't have anything of hers. However, I can restore the scenes of what happened back then. Granny Ghost said, all right. Quickly restore a few scenes for this old one to see. Lin Feng immediately executed the Great Restoration Art, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Restoration Art was not ranked particularly high among the 3,000 Great Daos. However, this 3,000 Great Daos was very useful. A series of images appeared in mid-air. The cultivator, whose eyes were gouged out, clicked his tongue in wonder. This descendant of the Newer clan is really beautiful. It is hard to find such a beautiful woman in this world. Lin Feng could not help but mutter, with your eyes gouged out, how can you still tell if someone is beautiful or not? The cultivator, whose eyes were gouged out, said, although my eyes were gouged out, I still have a nose. But I still have my nose, I can smell it. Lin Feng's face was instantly filled with black lines. No matter how he looked at it, this fella looked wretched. If not for this fella's cultivation being too powerful, Lin Feng really wanted to slap him half to death. Granny Ghost glared at the cultivator, whose eyes were gouged out, and said, Wu Yong, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. If you dare to speak again, this old one doesn't mind smashing your nose and cutting off your tongue. When the time comes, you will become a complete cripple. After hearing Granny Ghost's threat, the cultivator, whose eyes were gouged out, quickly shut his mouth. Granny Ghost stretched out her withered right hand and intercepted the scenes of the Great Empress in mid-air. Then, Granny Ghost looked at Wu Yong and said, bring this little friend for a stroll inside. After saying that, Granny Ghost did not linger and quickly left. After Granny Ghost left, the cultivator, whose eyes were gouged out, said, now, I can finally confirm one thing. What is it? Lin Feng asked. Granny Ghost is indeed a member of the Newer clan, the cultivator, whose eyes had been dug out, said. Then, he muttered, but I've heard that the members of the Newer clan are all extremely beautiful. Look at your little lover. She's as beautiful as a fairy. Look at Granny Ghost. She's so different. I really don't know how Granny Ghost became like this. Bang! After the cultivator, whose eyes had been gouged out, said those words, an invisible force then bombarded his body. Immediately, he was sent flying. Then, in mid-air, it was as if an invisible hand was tightly grabbing the neck of the cultivator who had his eyes dug out. The face of the cultivator who had his eyes dug out was flushed red, as if he was about to suffocate to death. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, "It should be the omnipotent granny ghost who made a move, right?" But then again, this ghost granny was really narrow-minded. Because of a few words. This was the same as trying to take the life of a cultivator whose eyes were dug out. A loose tongue causes a lot of trouble. There was a reason why this phrase could be passed down for so long. Granny ghost. Spare me. For my uncle's sake. Spare me. The cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out begged. Many people who were watching the show were pointing at him. Those people were not ordinary people. Any one of them had an incomparably powerful aura. The aura of some of them made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. He didn't know what realm they were in, but they were definitely extremely terrifying. Humph. Granny Ghost's cold snort resounded in the air. However, Granny Ghost did not continue to make things difficult for the cultivator whose eyes had been dug out. This guy's uncle is from the same generation as Granny Ghost. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Damn it. What are you looking at? All of you, get the hell away from me. The cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out roared angrily. This guy. His temper was quite bad. None of the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show dared to refute him. It could be seen that this guy's cultivation was incomparably terrifying. It was just that, Granny Ghost was just stronger. After those people left, Lin Feng said, "Senior, are you alright?" "I won't die yet," the cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out said in a bad mood. Right now, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Therefore, Lin Feng did not reply. The cultivator whose eyes had been gouged out stabilized his emotions and then said, "Let's go inside and take a look." Lin Feng nodded. Following this person, they walked towards the depths of Sin Street. Lin Feng remembered that Granny Ghost had called his name before. It seemed to be Wu Yong. This name was really quite strange. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of Sin Street. There were also many small stalls. Those stall owners weren't ordinary people. Those who could enter Sin Street weren't ordinary people. Some people might not look very eye-catching, but in reality, they might have been heinous devils who killed without batting an eyelid. Most of the people here were disabled. It was because they were hiding from their enemies that they entered Sin Street. Of course, these people were lucky enough to find the token to enter Sin Street. If they couldn't find the token, they wouldn't be able to enter Sin Street. The reason why Sin Street could protect them was because there was an unwritten rule in Sin Street. That was, killing was not allowed in Sin Street. This rule. It had been established ever since Sin Street first appeared. Of course. This can't kill referred to outsiders. They couldn't kill anyone from Sin Street. But the people in Sin Street could kill outsiders. Generally, if one could survive in Sin Street for a day, they would be considered as an official member of Sin Street. At that time, no one would attack you. Of course. In the long history of Sin Street, not everyone would abide by the rules of Sin Street. If anyone dared to openly violate the rules of Sin Street, they would be attacked by the cultivators of Sin Street. The cultivators of Sin Street. Experts were as common as clouds. Who could resist them? Little friend. This old man has a lot of good things here. Why don't you come and see if there's anything you like? At this time, a voice sounded. A one-armed old man looked at Lin Feng with a smile. One-armed Gui-san, what kind of good things can you have? Don't lie. Wu Yong said angrily. Not true. Not true. This time, this old man has some good things, especially this ancient scroll. It has an extremely extraordinary origin. The one-armed old man held a bamboo scroll in his hand. On the bamboo scroll, there were many words written densely. Chapter 3586. The bamboo scroll was very old. He didn't know what was written on it. Lin Feng had the feeling that the contents of the book were extraordinary. Can I take a look at the bamboo scroll? Lin Feng asked, wanting to take a look at the contents. Of course. The one-armed old man handed the bamboo scroll to Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly unfolded the scroll. There was an extremely ancient script on the scroll. When Lin Feng opened the scroll, Wu Yong even moved his head closer, as if he was also looking at the words on the scroll. Lin Feng was speechless. Had this guy's eyes been dug out? Could he even see the contents? Of course. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy. He carefully observed the words, but Lin Feng didn't recognize them. Thus, he had no idea what was written on the scroll. He transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord, asking if the Demon Lord could recognize the words on the scroll. However, the answer Lin Feng received shocked him. Even the Demon Lord couldn't recognize the words on the scroll. There were very few ancient words that the Demon Lord couldn't recognize. However, the Demon Lord couldn't recognize the ancient words on the scroll. This was enough to explain a lot of things. Buy it, the Demon Lord said concisely. He seemed to always be a man of few words. If he could say one less word, he would be able to express what he wanted to say. The Demon Lord definitely wouldn't say a single word more. Lin Feng looked at the one-armed old man and asked, "Senior, how much are you planning to sell it for?" The one-armed old man said with a smile, 10 immortal pills. When he heard the price, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to slap the one-armed old man to death. This old man was really asking for an exorbitant price. Immortal pills were so precious. This old man actually dared to ask for 10 immortal pills. Did he think immortal pills were cabbages? How can I not know its value? Maybe it's just trash. At most, it's worth 1 immortal pill. If it's possible, then we have a deal. If not, then I'll leave, Lin Feng said. The one-armed old man smiled and said, "Then this old man will sell at a loss today. I'll sell this ancient slip to you." Although he said that he was selling at a loss, the smile on his face was obviously one of joy. Lin Feng reckoned that the one-armed old man didn't know what was written on the bamboo slips. Such a thing was of little value to him. If Lin Feng was unable to uncover the secrets of the bamboo slips, then, in that case, the bamboo slips were actually the same to him. They were of little value to him. However, since the Demon Lord wanted him to buy it, Lin Feng would definitely not refuse. Who knows, he might actually be able to buy a heaven-defying item. Lin Feng took out an immortal pill and gave it to the one-armed old man. He had about a dozen immortal pills on him, and these immortal pills were all incomparably precious. Every time he used one, he would have one less. The main reason was that immortal pills were hard to find. However, if he could use them, then it would naturally be the result that Lin Feng wanted to see the most. Lin Feng temporarily put away the bamboo slips and waited for the time being to study the contents of the bamboo slips. "Young friend, there's another item that I don't know if you're interested in it," the one-armed old man continued. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. "It's this piece of clothing." The old man pointed at a piece of clothing on the stall. Lin Feng looked over and was immediately shocked. The clothing was very special. It was actually made of stone. It wasn't particularly thick. However, it emitted a cold luster. "What kind of clothing is this?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "Stone clothing. Rumor has it that this type of clothing can play a key role in many places," the one-armed old man said. "Many places? What kind of places are you referring to?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The one-armed old man lowered his voice and said softly, "In the land of death, it is said that this type of clothing can ward off evil and deceive some unknown creatures in the land of death." "There's such a thing?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng was quite familiar with the land of death. Lin Feng knew very well how powerful the terrifying creatures in the land of death were. Some of the terrifying existences were so powerful that the later generations couldn't even begin to fathom them. However, the fact that this type of clothing could block the senses of the terrifying creatures in the land of death sounded somewhat inconceivable. "Are you telling the truth?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had a feeling that the old man was trying to trick him. It was just stone clothing. Was there really such a heaven-defying ability? It sounded truly inconceivable. The one-armed old man said solemnly, "Of course it's true. Take a look at the contents of this ancient book." The one-armed old man took out an ancient book that was on the verge of decay and handed it to Lin Feng. "What's the content of this ancient book?" Lin Feng asked. "When we first discovered the stone clothing, we also discovered this ancient book. This ancient book introduces the use of the stone clothing, the one-armed old man said. When Lin Feng heard that, he opened the book and realized that many of the words had already been blurred. Moreover, the words looked like scribbles. It was truly difficult to understand. Stone clothing to ward off evil. Buy it. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind again. He was extremely shocked. The words stone clothing to ward off evil were enough to explain everything. Was his luck really that good? He had come across so many good things after entering Sin Street. The one-armed old man was an honest person, unlike the immeasurable Daoist. The immeasurable Daoist would often set up stalls in crowded places to sell the things he dug out from ancient tombs. But in reality, the immeasurable Daoist would keep the truly valuable things for himself. He would never sell them. The things he was peddling were all junk. If he could sell one of them, he would have made a profit. How much is the stone clothing? Lin Feng asked. 30 immortal pills, the one-armed old man said with a grin. Lin Feng didn't know if the old man was angry because Lin Feng had forced him to lower the price too much, so he had asked for a higher price than the bamboo slips. He probably knew that Lin Feng would continue to push the price down, so he decided to raise the price. Lin Feng wouldn't continue to raise the price by one immortal pill, right? He should at least be a little shameless, right? Chapter 3587. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the old man had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. This brat had been talking for so long, but all he did was mock his treasures. He had even mocked himself while he was at it. Stone armor Bishia. Such a treasure is hard to find in this world. At least 20 immortal pills, no less. This time, the one-armed old man was very firm. Wu Yong said, 20 immortal pills? Why don't you just rob someone? Give me some face and lower the price. Wu Yong was quite a reputable person in Sin Street. He had scolded the cultivators of Sin Street to scram. Nobody dared to refute him. From this, one could see how terrifying Wu Yong's strength was. He was one of the top few cultivators in Sin Street. That was why nobody dared to refute him. This was a world where the strong were respected, and it had its own laws. Everyone had to abide by the laws of this world. If one did not abide by the laws of this world, death would be the only outcome. The one-armed old man gave Wu Yong some face. He said, 15 immortal pills. This is already my bottom line, Lin Feng said. No matter how good the item is, I can't use it. It's fine if I don't open it. After saying that, he turned to leave. The one-armed old man said, young friend, don't be in such a hurry to leave. However, your price is a little too ridiculous. You should at least give a price that both sides can accept, right? Lin Feng said, Senior, you know that immortal pills are extraordinary. I want to, but I can't. I only have one immortal pill left on me. I'll buy it when I gather enough immortal pills. Who would believe that you only have one immortal pill left on you? The one-armed old man couldn't help but mutter, cursing Lin Feng in his heart for being a sly fox. Lin Feng's stubbornness infuriated the one-armed old man so much that he stomped his feet. Selling at a loss. One immortal pill was just one immortal pill. I'll sell it to you. The one-armed old man was speechless. Lin Feng took out an immortal pill and handed it to the one-armed old man. He then smiled and said, This is Senior's immortal pill. After the one-armed old man accepted the immortal pill, he handed the stone robe to Lin Feng. Lin Feng studied the stone suit and smiled. Stone armor warding evil. I'll give it a try next time. Perhaps it could really be of great use. Lin Feng had entered and exited the land of death many times, but he had always been active in the outer regions or the central regions of the land of death. But even so, it was still incomparably dangerous. Lin Feng didn't dare to enter the depths of the death impasse. Because that place was simply too dangerous. Back then, Lin Feng had felt the terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the death impasse. That aura was too terrifying. It was simply despairing. Therefore, entering rashly, it was very likely that he would die. However, Lin Feng was very curious about what was in the depths of the death impasse. Now, he had obtained such a stone armor. If the stone armor really had the ability to ward off evil spirits, It could block the senses of those terrifying creatures in the land of death. When the time comes, could he wear this stone suit and sneak in? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Looking at your expression, why do I feel like I've made a loss? The one-armed old man couldn't help but say gloomily. Previously, when he sold the bamboo scroll to Lin Feng, the one-armed old man felt that he had made a profit. Because he didn't know what was on the bamboo scroll. He had consulted many people. No one knew. No one could recognize the bamboo scroll. Therefore, the old man was very satisfied to be able to sell the bamboo scroll for the price of an immortal pill. However, the stone armor was different. The stone armor's effect was extraordinary, but in the end, it was only sold for an immortal pill. Now, the old man was vaguely regretting it. Lin Feng said, "How could Senior make a loss? I think Senior made a profit. Let's go. Let's continue to walk around. There are many good things in this place. The people here come from various worlds, so there are many things that you have never seen before," Wu Yong said. Lin Feng nodded and followed Wu Yong inside. In Sin Street, Lin Feng saw all kinds of treasures. For example, he saw a mysterious magic wand. It was accompanied by various spells and then waving the magic wand. It could release an extremely powerful attack. This magic wand was a magic treasure in the hands of the Western Universe's magicians. It turned out that after some understanding, he found out that the cultivation system of the Western Universe was the magic system. They didn't have the divisions of God, Emperor, Immortal, and so on. Instead, they divided the magician's realm into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and so on. This was the difference between the cultivation systems of the Western and Eastern universes. Naturally, not everything needed to be traded with immortal pills. Only the extremely precious things could be traded with immortal pills. Most things could be traded with immortal stones. Lin Feng bought many array formation materials here. He also bought some more peculiar things. For example, he spent a sky-high price of 10,000 immortal stones. He bought 10 acres of 5-colored celestial soil. The 5-colored celestial soil was a very special soil. This soil could be used to cultivate all kinds of heavenly treasures. It could promote the growth of heavenly treasures. Furthermore, it could allow many natural treasures to live for a longer period of time. Lin Feng obtained many heavenly treasures, but he couldn't plant them, so he sealed them and stored them in the mountain river ring. For example, Lin Feng had dealt with the hundreds of immortal herbs he obtained in this way. If the soil wasn't up to standard, these immortal herbs would very likely wither and die. So he could only use the sealing method. But in fact, even if those immortal herbs were sealed, as time passed, the medicinal efficacy would also quickly weaken. And they would gradually wither and die. Many immortal herbs couldn't display their original effects in the end, because a large amount of medicinal efficacy was lost. This kind of thing couldn't be avoided. However, after obtaining the 5-colored celestial soil, Lin Feng could plant all these heavenly treasures in the 5-colored celestial soil. When the time came, those heavenly treasures could continue to grow, and their medicinal efficacy wouldn't be lost. Instead, they would be even more powerful. In addition to the 5-colored celestial soil, Lin Feng also bought some precious jade talismans, such as the raw jade used to refine the void teleportation talisman. This kind of raw jade was extremely rare. It was very difficult to find outside. But here, Lin Feng bought thousands of pieces. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the golden box in the mountain river ring emitted waves of violent fluctuations again. Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised. Chapter 3588. The unusual movement of the golden box told Lin Feng that the treasure seemed to be around. However, the golden box couldn't show Lin Feng the way to the treasure. There seemed to be a strange force here that blocked this kind of perception. Therefore, Lin Feng had to find it himself. The fluctuation of the golden box was faintly discernible. Because Sin Street was strange, it had a certain suppressive effect on things brought in from the outside. Lin Feng deduced with the innate 8 trigrams in his heart. Now, he was more and more proficient with the innate 8 trigrams. Therefore, he was able to deduce with his mind. Of course. The effect of the deduction with his mind might not be as good as the deduction with a proper technique. But the innate 8 trigrams itself was too extraordinary. Therefore, even if he used his mind to deduce, he could deduce some extraordinary content. After a round of deduction, Lin Feng's target was a building in the depths of the street. It was a 5-story wooden building. It was not particularly big and was completely independent. It was located in the center of the street. This wooden building was not particularly tall, but it was already the highest floor in Sin Street. It was also the floor in the depths. Looking carefully, the 2 sides of the street were on the left and right sides of the wooden building. Vaguely, the wooden building in the middle seemed to have a royal aura. Lin Feng looked at the wooden building and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Wu Yong asked. His perception was very sharp. Lin Feng's every move could not escape his perception. Lin Feng looked at the shops on both sides of the street and then looked at the wooden building. He said, "When I first came in, I didn't notice it until now. There are 95 shops on the left side and 95 shops on the right side. The single wooden building in the depths is not connected to the shops on both sides. It's quite strange. If I'm not wrong, there should be 99 shops on both sides in the past, right? Later, someone divided the 9 into 5 and demolished 4 of them. Therefore, the shops on both sides changed from 99 to 95. As 4 shops on both sides have been demolished, the shops on both sides can no longer be connected to the wooden building in the depth." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Yong couldn't help but be very surprised. He looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, "It's really surprising. You seem to know too many things at your age. Also, you seem to know a thing or two about feng shui." Lin Feng said, "Actually, it's not that I know much. Instead, I've heard of the story of the ancient sage emperors cutting 9 into 5. From then on, those ancient emperors changed from 9 to 5. Wu Yong said, "There is indeed such a saying. 9 is the ultimate number. Although it has the meaning of supremacy, it actually carries with it an ominous feeling. You need to cut 9 into 5. The ancient emperors called it the 9-5 supremacy. Only then can you resolve this ominous feeling." Many strange things had happened in the past. Later generations could no longer find out how those things happened. For example, the fates of some ancient saint emperors in their later years were extremely miserable. They were at the peak of their lives, unhindered in the world, sweeping everything before him. But in their later years, something ominous happened. This was also the reason why the ancient emperors cut 9 into 5. Lin Feng continued, "As for the feng shui that Senior mentioned, this junior has indeed dabbled in it. If this place had the power of 9 supremacy, it would definitely be a place of great danger. But after cutting 9 into 5, it seems to have resolved the evil aura here." Wu Yong said, "I heard that after the descendants of the sinner's blood hid in Sin Street, something terrible happened there. Many people died at that time." Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually such a thing. It seemed that some inexplicable things had happened in Sin Street back then. In this world, there were many things that couldn't be explained with words. Are there no historical records of what happened back then? Lin Feng asked. Perhaps there are. But time is long. After such a long time, many things have been lost. Even the descendants of the sinner's blood were buried in the long river of history. Wu Yong couldn't help but sigh. Those who were now known as the descendants of the sinner's blood. Their ancestors had once shed blood and fought for the countless lives of this era. Their blood had dyed the starry sky world red. They had no regrets. But unfortunately, their descendants had encountered tragic things. Many times. The things that happened in the world of cultivators made Han Xin very happy. Because too many people were selfish. They only thought of themselves and didn't care about the feelings of others. These great existences had done everything. In the eyes of many, this was a matter of course. Therefore, many people didn't feel grateful. And they gradually forgot what those great existences had done for them or their ancestors, what kind of kindness they had shown them. "Where is that wooden building now?" Lin Feng asked. "It's also a place for trading. There are many good things. Of course, the price will be higher," Wu Yong said. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. Wu Yong nodded and walked towards the depths with Lin Feng. Very soon, they arrived at the depths. When they arrived here, the golden box, which had calmed down, fluctuated again. However, the space around the wooden building seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. The golden box's fluctuation was instantly suppressed. It's inside, Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. He was already certain. The thing that caused the golden box to fluctuate must be inside the wooden building. He entered the wooden building with Wu Yong. The first floor of the wooden building was a hall with many exhibition booths. On the booths, there were all kinds of items. Many of the items were extremely precious. Wu Yong introduced, the first floor has all kinds of strange items. The second floor has all kinds of immortal herbs and immortal flowers, seeds or materials to cultivate them. The third floor has all kinds of insect eggs and insect materials. You can take a good look at the third floor because it contains all kinds of precious insect materials and insect eggs from all over the starry sky world. The fourth floor sells the most precious forging materials and even many magic treasures. The fifth floor is a vast sea of magical ability inheritances. The sixth floor is the reception hall and VIP room. The seventh floor is the resting place of the owner of Sin Street. The resting place of the owner of Sin Street. Who is the owner of Sin Street? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Chapter 3589. Hearing that, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful Granny Ghost was. But this Wu Yong was extremely terrifying. And Wu Yong didn't even have the power to resist Granny Ghost. From this, one could roughly guess how powerful Granny Ghost was. Granny Ghost had to call herself a junior in front of this expert. How powerful was the owner of Sin Street? How ancient was he? Lin Feng didn't dare to make wild guesses. But he could imagine that this existence must be terrifying to an unheard of degree. The first floor was indeed filled with many natural oddities. And Lin Feng swept through them one by one. He was looking for the thing that caused the golden box to move. Although the golden box was suppressed very much. But Lin Feng felt that if the treasure that caused the golden box to move appeared, the golden box would definitely move again. Among the natural oddities on the first floor, Lin Feng even saw a magical crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, there were surging waves. An ocean was actually sealed inside the crystal ball. Lin Feng saw many islands, ships, and the creatures living on the islands in the crystal ball, including the creatures of various races. When he saw the crystal ball, Lin Feng's expression changed again and again. The crystal ball sealed the ocean world. In their view, they could easily control the fate of all the creatures living in the ocean world sealed in the crystal ball. A thought suddenly popped into Lin Feng's mind. The world they were living in now seemed to be vast and boundless. Would it be exactly the same as what was shown in the crystal ball? Actually, they were also living in a world like the crystal ball. It was just that the creatures living in this world didn't know anything. When this thought popped up in his mind, Lin Feng was frightened by this thought. If that was really the case, then the billions of creatures in this world were all ants. This thought was really too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't even dare to continue thinking about it. Lin Feng originally wanted to buy this crystal ball. But the price of this crystal ball was as high as 45 immortal pills. Moreover, the most important thing was all the goods in the wooden building. There was no bargaining. All the goods here had a fixed price. Lin Feng only had a dozen immortal pills on him. But he couldn't afford this crystal ball. This thing is too expensive. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Wu Yong said. Expensive. Of course there's a reason. This place is different from the outside. The things that can appear in the wooden building are all treasures. There are many things outside. There are indeed some things that may be treasures, but most of them are actually junk and have no value. So, although the things in the wooden building are expensive, at least, you won't buy fake goods. Of course, the price is immortal pills. The price is immortal pills testies right. The various things in the Sevens building. Naturally, they were sold to the people who entered and left Sin Street. But Lin Feng glanced at him. There didn't seem to be many people on Sin Street. Therefore, the business here wasn't good. Lin Feng asked. How many people are there in Sin Street? Wu Yong said. It said that 10,000 tokens were forged in the pass. So, at most, 10,000 people can enter and leave this place. However, as time passed, some tokens were lost and some were damaged. Therefore, the number of cultivators who can enter this place shouldn't reach 10,000. And these people with tokens are scattered in various corners of the universe. As for the permanent population of Sin Street, there are only about 2,000 people. Lin Feng nodded. He walked around the first floor. He found many good things. But the treasures that could really pique Lin Feng's interest were usually priced with immortal pills. Lin Feng had a limited number of immortal pills. He still had to keep those immortal pills for emergencies. So he didn't make a move. Some of the things he didn't like were priced with immortal stones. Lin Feng and Wu Yong didn't find anything on the first floor, so they went to the second floor. There were about 10 people on the second floor. There were hundreds of items on the display table. Some were seeds of immortal herbs and immortal flowers. Some were cultivation materials. For example, the 5-colored celestial soil was also sold here, but the price was much higher than outside. Of course, the 5-colored celestial soil here was also purer. Dragon godgrass, phoenix bloodgrass, phoenix godfruit, azure dragon vine, ghost face vine, myriad holy flower, blazing sunflower. Lin Feng looked at the seeds and couldn't help but be shocked. The seeds here were too rare. They were all immortal seeds. Once they matured, they could turn into immortal herbs and immortal herbs. There were 2 ways for these immortal herbs and immortal herbs to evolve into immortal herbs and immortal herbs. The first way. Ordinary immortal herbs and immortal herbs had to go through several lightning tribulations, cross the life and death boundary, and grow for 1,000,000 years. Only then could they complete the transformation. The second way. Some immortal herbs were cultivated from the seeds of immortal herbs. If the immortal herbs and immortal herbs were cultivated from seeds, they would evolve into immortal herbs and immortal herbs in a shorter period. It would take at least a few hundred years, and at most tens of thousands of years to successfully cultivate them. Of course. The most important thing was that these seeds were too rare. Lin Feng had been to many places, and he had many immortal herbs and immortal herbs. However, Lin Feng had never seen the seeds of these immortal herbs and immortal herbs. It was said that, even those immortal herbs and immortal herbs couldn't bear seeds. Only a small number of immortal herbs could bear seeds. Only a few immortal herbs could bear seeds. The seeds of these immortal herbs and immortal herbs were extremely expensive. A single seed. It would cost 300 immortal stones. Lin Feng didn't have many immortal pills, but he had a lot of immortal stones. He bought 100 immortal herbs and immortal herbs seeds. Then, he bought some materials to cultivate these immortal herbs and immortal herbs seeds. He spent a total of 40,000 immortal stones. Lin Feng had about 2 to 3 million immortal stones in total. Apart from the immortal stones that he had obtained himself, the rest of the immortal stones were obtained from the storage rings of the cultivators that he had killed. Therefore, 40,000 immortal stones wasn't a big number to Lin Feng. After purchasing the items on the second floor, Lin Feng and Wu Yong went to the third floor together. On the third floor, all kinds of precious insect materials and eggs were sold. Lin Feng had just arrived on the third floor when he saw a kind of poisonous insect being cultivated in a huge glass container. The poisonous insect was the size of a thumb, as black as ink, and emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. Chapter 3590. Lin Feng had seen the God-devouring bug before, but he had never seen the celestial devouring bug before. It was rumored that the God-devouring bug had a trace of the bloodline power of the celestial devouring bug. The spirit-eating bug was already a terrifying existence that made people pale at the mention of it. Not to mention the more powerful celestial devouring bug. The terror of the celestial devouring bug was simply unimaginable. So now, the terrifying existence recorded in the classic of mountains and seas appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still very shocked. 5 immortal pills. Lin Feng looked at the price of the celestial devouring bug queen. although the price was very expensive. However, thinking of the terror of the celestial devouring bug, the price was actually quite reasonable. If the celestial devouring bug group is cultivated, it will definitely be a great help to you. Young master can buy a queen to cultivate. A female cultivator walked over. She should be the salesperson here. Okay. Then I'll take a queen celestial devouring bug, Lin Feng said. He took out 5 immortal pills and handed them to the female cultivator. The female cultivator took out a queen celestial devouring bug, then sealed it in a porcelain bottle and handed it to Lin Feng. The queen celestial devouring bug's requirements for food are very strict. So you can't feed it casually. Otherwise, the queen celestial devouring bug might die. If you don't use the queen celestial devouring bug to breed eggs, you can feed it once every 100 years. If you use the queen celestial devouring bug to breed eggs, you need to collect some precious insect materials to feed the queen celestial devouring bug. As for how many times you need to feed the queen celestial devouring bug, it depends on what kind of insect materials are used to feed the queen celestial devouring bug, the female cultivator said. Then, she handed Lin Feng a brocade. The female cultivator continued, there are dozens of insect materials written on it, all of which are used to cultivate the queen celestial devouring bug. Lin Feng opened it and took a look. He found many insect materials that he had never even heard of before. Even some insect materials that he had heard of were extremely difficult to find. Do you have any insect materials to cultivate the queen celestial devouring bug here? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. We originally had some, but they were bought by someone a few days ago. So now we don't have any more materials to cultivate the celestial devouring insect queen, the female cultivator said. Lin Feng nodded. He also put away the porcelain bottle with the mother bug and the brocade with the names of all kinds of insect materials. Lin Feng then asked, do you have any materials that can be used to nurture Emperor Archaic, Primordial Ancestral Worm, or Primordial Demon Refining Worm? The female cultivator said, yes. All kinds of insect materials and their prices are in this jade tube. Young master, you can check it. The female cultivator then handed a jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's spiritual will entered the jade tube. In an instant, all sorts of information flooded into Lin Feng's mind. These insect materials were traded with immortal stones. Lin Feng took all the materials needed to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, the ancestral insect, and the Chaos Demon refining insect. He spent a total of 24,000 immortal stones. These included 15 materials for cultivating the Emperor Archaic, 21 materials for cultivating the ancestral insect, and 23 materials for cultivating the Chaos Demon refining insect. These insect materials were incomparably precious. That was why they were so expensive. Normally, Lin Feng would have a hard time finding even a single insect material. But now, he had collected so many insect materials, which made Lin Feng very excited. But now, the ancestral insect was still a larva of the Emperor Archaic, so it was very difficult for it to be of help to Lin Feng. Unless the primordial ancestral insect and the primordial emperor butterfly completed their evolution. But evolving was easier said than done. They either had to cultivate for a very long time to complete their evolution, or they had to constantly devour all kinds of precious insect materials. Now that Lin Feng had so many insect materials, would he be able to help the Emperor Archaic or the ancestral insect complete their evolution? As for the Chaos Demon refining insect, it had become a huge help to Lin Feng. This was also one of Lin Feng's hidden methods. Once the insect swarm was released, the momentum would be absolutely terrifying. Now, Lin Feng had obtained the mother of the celestial devouring insect. If he could cultivate a swarm of celestial devouring insects in the future. At that time, the celestial devouring insect swarm and the chaos demon refining insect swarm would complement each other. The threat level would definitely increase significantly. Lin Feng did not look at the other mother insects or eggs. Because the mother insects or eggs here were incomparably precious. They were basically priced in immortal pills. Lin Feng only had 10 immortal pills left. He could not continue to spend these immortal pills. Moreover, Lin Feng had already obtained the Emperor Archaic, the ancestral insect, the chaos demon refining insect swarm, and the celestial devouring insect mother insect. With these 4 insects, they could already deal with many things. If there were more, Lin Feng would not have so much energy to cultivate them. Lin Feng and Wu Yong came to the 4th floor. There were dozens of precious refining materials and more than a dozen magic treasures on the 4th floor. Lin Feng was surprised to find that the lowest grade of refining materials here were actually materials for refining emperor weapons. The materials for refining emperor weapons were very difficult to find. Now, many emperor realm cultivators had yet to master emperor weapons. The reason was, it was still because they could not find the materials for refining emperor weapons. Yet, there were so many precious materials here. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng even found 3 materials for refining immortal weapons. However, the materials for refining immortal weapons were too precious. One piece required 3,000 immortal pills. It was a sky-high price. And those materials for refining emperor weapons required more than 100 immortal pills. Different materials had different prices. Lin Feng could not afford these refining materials. It was not that Lin Feng was not rich enough. The main reason was that the currency here was immortal pills. Many precious things were priced in immortal pills. If they were priced in immortal stones, Lin Feng could naturally afford the things here. Lin Feng was quite rich. All kinds of treasures were piled up like a mountain. Lin Feng walked towards the dozens of magic treasures. These magic treasures were basically all emperor weapons. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that there were actually 2 immortal weapons here. The first immortal weapon was a jade gourd. The second immortal weapon was an immortal sword. These 2 immortal weapons were intact. Their power must be unimaginably terrifying. However, these emperor weapons and immortal weapons were not priced. Because the value of these things was too high. If anyone took a fancy to them, at that time, they could talk in private. Then, they could discuss the price. Lin Feng and Wu Yong did not stay on the 4th floor for too long. They came to the 5th floor. The display table here was densely packed with jade tubes. Each jade tube recorded a divine ability. Lin Feng looked around and found some of the 3,000 great Daos. Some of the 3,000 great Daos were ones that he had never learned before. However, the prices of the 3,000 great Daos here were extremely high. Chapter 3591. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It seemed that the idea of buying the 3,000 great Dao here would fall through. Is there anything else you want to buy? Wu Yong asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Then he frowned. Along the way, Lin Feng had been searching for the thing that caused the golden box to move, but he didn't find anything. And the golden box didn't make any more movements. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper to himself. Could it be that the laws in the wooden building were suppressing the golden box too much? So, even if the golden box was very close to that thing, it still couldn't cause any movement. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. In that case, didn't that mean? Was he destined to miss the opportunity to obtain that item this time? Since there's nothing else to buy, let's go. We can go to other places to have a look, Wu Yong said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He walked downstairs with Wu Yong. Just as they reached the stairs, suddenly, a cultivator came down from upstairs. Then he said, Brother Wu. And this little brother, please wait. It's Brother Xue. Wu Yong cupped his fists. Lin Feng also saw the cultivator who spoke at this time. He looked to be in his 40s. Of course, his actual age was far more than that. Greetings, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists. You two are welcome. The cultivator smiled and then said, It's like this, the old ancestor wants to see this little brother. Oh. The old ancestor wants to see this kid. Wu Yong couldn't help but be a little surprised. But after thinking of that person, Wu Yong felt relieved. The cultivator surnamed Xue said, That's right. So the old ancestor sent me down to invite this little brother up. Brother Wu can rest on the 6th floor for a while. I'll take this little brother to see the old ancestor. Okay. No problem. Wu Yong nodded. The old ancestor that the cultivator surnamed Shui mentioned, Lin Feng guessed that it should be the owner of Sin Street. This expert. What was his identity? Lin Feng was also very curious. One had to know that even the unfathomable granny ghost had to call herself a junior in front of this expert. Lin Feng didn't know why the other party wanted to see him. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was sure of, and that was that the other party didn't have any ill intentions. If this person wanted to deal with him, he would have done so long ago. There was no need for him to wait until now. Senior, please lead the way. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. The cultivator surnamed Shui nodded and said, "Follow me." Then, he walked upstairs. Lin Feng and Wu Yong followed behind him and headed upstairs. Wu Yong stayed on the 6th floor to rest. Lin Feng followed the cultivator surnamed Shui to the 7th floor, where they stopped outside a room. The cultivator surnamed Shui said respectfully, "Ancestor, I've brought him." "All right, you may leave." An old voice came from the room. It was the old man who had stopped Lin Feng from killing the Nine Eyes clan cultivator. "Yes." The cultivator with the surname Shui replied. He then bowed and left. Junior Lin Feng greets senior. Lin Feng stood outside the door and bowed. "Come in," the old man said. Hearing this, Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a tall and burly old man sitting at the table and sipping tea. This old man. He should be the owner of Sin Street. However, Lin Feng wondered if this old man was a descendant of the sinner's blood. "You're Lin Baitian's son?" the old man asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't expect the old man to know his identity. This shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, "Yes. My father is Lin Baitian." The old man sighed. "It's been more than 100 years. When your father came here, he was still very young. In the blink of an eye, his son is already so old." Lin Feng was shocked. "My father has been to Sin Street before?" The old man nodded. "Yes. He has been here before and stayed here for a period of time." After a pause, the old man asked, "How is your father now?" Lin Feng said, "My father went to the extraterritorial starry world because of some matters. I haven't seen him for some time." Lin Feng did not know much about the old man. Therefore, Lin Feng did not tell the old man everything. "It must be fate that you were able to find Sin Street this time. You must have obtained a golden box, right?" The old man looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. This junior obtained a golden box before. The reason I was able to come to Sin Street was because of this golden box. The golden box was acting strangely, as if something in Sin Street was summoning it. This junior has been searching for a long time, but I haven't been able to find any clues." The old man was clearly someone with great abilities. Therefore, he knew a lot about Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng did not hide the golden box from the old man. He took out the golden box and handed it to the old man. "Senior, this is the box." The old man glanced at it and said, "You don't have to give it to me. It belongs to you. The golden box is acting strangely because of this key." The old man took out a golden key and handed it to Lin Feng. There was a small lock on the golden box. This key should be the key used to open the small lock. Lin Feng took the golden key in his hand. However, he did not continue to open the lock. Instead, he kept the golden box and the key. The old man continued, "In the past, your father left something with me. Since you're here, I'll give it to you. May I know what it is?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "You will know when you see it," the old man said. Then, he took out an item. This item. It was a scroll. Lin Feng did not open the scroll. Instead, he kept it. After leaving this place, he would carefully study the contents of the scroll. "Good. I have given you the item. You can leave now. Cultivate well. The future belongs to young people like you," the old man said. "This junior will definitely cultivate diligently and not disappoint senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Then, he bid farewell and left. He went to the 6th floor. He met up with Wu Yong. Immediately, the two of them walked out. Lin Feng said. I plan to leave. Senior, what are your plans? I also plan to leave this place. This place is quite boring. I don't want to stay here, Wu Yong said. The two of them went outside. Lin Feng saw several cultivators coming from the opposite side. After seeing one of the female cultivators, Lin Feng frowned slightly, unexpectedly. Chapter 3592. Zi Yuan. She was no longer as young as she used to be. Now, she had grown into a slender and elegant woman with a beautiful face. However, she was no longer the Zi Yuan in Lin Feng's heart. The sea had turned into mulberry fields. Things remained the same, but people had changed. They met again. Only coldness remained. The people beside Zi Yuan were all in black robes. When Lin Feng saw them, his eyes narrowed. Kid. We meet again. The Tai Dao Zun master looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng's face turned gloomy when he saw Tai Dao Honorable Lord. He had almost died in the hands of Tai Dao Honorable Lord in the past. If Master Tortoise had not injured Tai Dao Honorable Lord, he would not have been able to escape that time. It seemed that Tai Dao Honorable Lord had recovered after so many years. Tai Dao Honorable Lord had told Lin Feng that many ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan had been killed by him. Lin Feng did not know if Tai Dao Honorable Lord was telling the truth. However, Tai Dao Honorable Lord, Yuan Tian Honorable Lord, Taichu Honorable Lord, and Terminator Honorable Lord had attacked Lin Qi together. That battle had caused Lin Qi's origin to be injured. Hence, the grudge between the two parties was irreconcilable. Of course, Tai Dao Honorable Lord was not as strong as he used to be. He was a living being who had transcended eras, so his cultivation would continue to weaken. Hence, these living beings who had transcended eras hoped that the eras would end quickly. When the eras ended, a new era had arrived. At that time, these people would be reborn, and their cultivation would be able to reach the peak quickly. You were beaten half to death by my master previously, and you still have the cheek to jump out? If I were you, I would never come out again. It's too embarrassing. Of course, some people might be thick-skinned and don't care, said Lin Feng, twitching his mouth. He was not afraid of Tai Dao Honorable Lord and the others in Sin Street. Lin Feng knew that Tai Dao Honorable Lord and the others would not dare to attack him casually. Brat! What did you say? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tai Dao Honorable Lord's face darkened. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng. At the very beginning, the Tai Dao Honorable Lord wanted to toy with Lin Feng. Slowly play Lin Feng to death. But later on, the Grand Dao Honorable Lord found out. Lin Feng seemed to be enveloped by great luck. Not only did he not die in the numerous life and death crises, but he also became stronger and stronger. The Tai Dao Honorable Lord was a cautious person. Seeing that Lin Feng was extremely lucky, he decided to kill Lin Feng personally. However, the Tai Dao Supremacy had personally taken action, yet he had ended up being severely injured by Lin Feng's master. The Tai Dao Supremacy still felt extremely sullen when he recalled what had happened back then. Now that he saw Lin Feng again, Tai Dao Lord took the initiative to release his killing intent. You don't understand human language? But thinking about it, it was still death. Who the hell knows what your race is made of? It's normal for a lowly race to not understand the noble human language. Lin Feng curled his lips and continued to mock him. The Tai Dao Supremacy was high up and looked down on all living beings. He had once said that the human race was a lowly race. Of course, the Tai Dao Supremacy didn't just think that the human race was a lowly race. In his eyes, many other races were lowly races. The Tai Dao Supremacy looked down on the various races of this era. Now, Lin Feng had returned the same words to the Tai Dao Supremacy. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Slaughter, kill this brat. The Tai Dao Supremacy said indifferently. Yes, Master. A black-robed cultivator stepped out. He was the Tai Dao Supremacy's disciple. He looked rather young, and his face was incomparably cold and stern. These living beings who had crossed eras naturally had descendants. Slaughter was the descendant of these living beings who had crossed eras. Due to his outstanding talent, he was accepted as a disciple by the Tai Dao supremacy. Although he had only cultivated for a few hundred years, his cultivation was extremely terrifying. The Tai Dao supremacy might have known that if he were to attack here, he would definitely be stopped. Therefore, he sent his disciple to kill Lin Feng. Moreover, the Tai Dao supremacy obviously trusted his disciple very much. In the Tai Dao supremacy's opinion, Lin Feng was too weak compared to his disciple. Swoosh! Slaughter's body swayed. He instantly disappeared. This person's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. In the next moment, by the time Tu Lu attacked again, this person had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Slaughter's speed was extremely fast. Moreover, this person's cultivation was terrifying. This punch made Lin Feng feel a little dignified. Of course, Lin Feng's cultivation was very strong. He was fearless. He also threw a punch. Bam! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Slaughter collided. Both of them were evenly matched. Slaughter sneered and said, "This attack just now, I didn't even use 10% of my strength. But next, I'll play with you properly. 3 punches, at most 3 punches, and it'll be enough to kill you." Slaughter had a very arrogant character, because he was indeed very strong. Moreover, he was a cultivator from a race that had transcended eras. He thought that he was high and mighty. Therefore, this person naturally did not take Lin Feng seriously. His words were full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Judging from his tone, killing Lin Feng seemed to be effortless. "You're really full of yourself. I reckon your face will be swollen later," Lin Feng sneered and said. "Ignorant." Slaughter sneered out loud. He only said 2 words. From these 2 words, one could see Slaughter's contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Slaughter moved his body and was about to attack again. Just at this moment, Wu Yong said indifferently, "Sin Street prohibits private fights. If you don't abide by the rules, that's provoking Sin Street. What are the consequences? I'm sure you know." Tai Dao Honorable Lord raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Slaughter and said, "Slaughter, stop. The rules of Sin Street still need to be followed." Hearing this, Slaughter seemed to be very unwilling. However, his master, Tai Dao Honorable Lord, had already spoken. He naturally did not dare to disobey. Slaughter looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "Kid, you're lucky to have kept your life today. But you better pray that you don't see me outside. Because, if you do, I'll let you know that in front of me, you're just a lowly ant. If I want to kill you, it'll be like crushing a bug. I'll return the same words to you." Lin Feng sneered. Tu Lu didn't say anything else. He just looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile and disdain. "Let's go," Tai Dao Honorable Lord said. Chapter 3593. From the beginning to the end. Zi Yuan didn't even look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't look at Zi Yuan either. Now the 2 of them. They were like strangers. These guys are from a race that transcended eras, right? Why would they come to Sin Street? It's really strange. Wu Yong couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't know why these people came here. "I originally wanted to leave this place, but now I've decided to stay. I want to see why these people came to Sin Street," Wu Yong said. "All right. Then I'll leave Sin Street first," Lin Feng said. "I'll send you out," Wu Yong said. Lin Feng walked out of Sin Street. When he walked out of Sin Street actually disappeared. Lin Feng quickly left this place and returned to his residence. After returning, Lin Feng took out the golden box and key. He used the key to open the golden box. Lin Feng felt his heart beating violently. Perhaps at this time, no one could be calm. Lin Feng couldn't do it either. Catcher, catcher. The sound of the small lock rubbing against each other could be heard. The small lock was opened. Lin Feng removed the small lock. Next, Lin Feng opened the box. The thing inside. It was imprinted in Lin Feng's eyes. What is this thing? Lin Feng looked at the thing in the golden box in surprise. It was a piece of pitch-black thing. It didn't look like an ore. He didn't know what it was. Lin Feng reached out to touch it and found that it was cold. He probed it with his divine sense and found that it couldn't penetrate it. Then Lin Feng tried to use a drop of blood to refine it. But he failed in the end. What the hell is this? Even a drop of blood to refine it didn't work. Even a probe with divine sense didn't work. And this thing didn't have any fluctuations. It's really strange. Lin Feng frowned. This thing was indeed strange. It made him puzzled. He didn't know what it was. Demon Lord, do you know what this is? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord was knowledgeable. Perhaps he would be able to recognize the origin of this item. However, the Demon Lord was unable to recognize what this thing was. The Demon Lord said, I don't recognize this thing either. Lin Feng put the item away for the time being. He would find out what this thing was in the future. Since it was stored in a golden box. Lin Feng knew. This item was definitely an extraordinary item. Perhaps in the future, when they found out what this thing was, it would be enough to shock the world. Lin Feng took out the scroll that the owner of Sin Street had given him. This was a scroll left behind by his father. Lin Feng opened the scroll. What's going on? Then, he was puzzled. There was nothing on the scroll. It was completely blank. There were no words and no pictures. It was too strange. A scroll left behind by my father shouldn't be so ordinary. There must be something else about this scroll. However, I reckon that the owner of Sin Street was unable to find out the secret within the scroll. If he had found out the secret within the scroll, he probably wouldn't have given it to me. Because he couldn't find out the secret within the scroll, he did me a favor and gave it to me. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Next, Lin Feng tried to use magic power to refine the scroll, using blood to refine it, and other methods, but he failed. A wordless scroll. It really seemed very ordinary. Lin Feng decided to ask Wu Liang Daoist for help. This damned Daoist was very knowledgeable. Perhaps he could recognize the wordless scroll? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Wu Liang Daoist opened the door. This guy had an incomparably wretched smile as he said, knocking on my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping, are you trying to drag me to have some fun? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This damned Daoist was really the scum of Taoism. What was going on in his head all day? Lin Feng said, I have something important to tell you. Let me show you something. See if you recognize it. Oh, what is it? Wu Liang Daoist's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy knew that the thing Lin Feng took out was definitely extraordinary. Let's talk inside. Lin Feng said. They entered Wu Liang Daoist's room. Then, he took out the scroll. He opened it. Wu Liang Daoist looked at the scroll and frowned slightly. A wordless scroll? Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. It's a very strange scroll that can't be refined. It doesn't seem to be a magic treasure. However, this scroll was left behind by my father. It shouldn't be an ordinary item. I have a few methods to try. Wu Liang Daoist said. All right, then let's try your method. Lin Feng said. Next. Wu Liang Daoist used a series of methods such as flooding and roasting. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. Is there any result? Lin Feng asked. Wu Liang Daoist nodded seriously and said, there is a result. Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up and said, what did you find out? Wu Liang Daoist said, after a series of research. If this scroll was an ordinary item, it would have been destroyed long ago. However, it is still intact. This means that this scroll is indeed not an ordinary item. Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. This damned Daoist's words were simply nonsense. You soaked it in water and roasted it with fire. After fiddling with it for half a day, you came to such a conclusion? Lin Feng said speechlessly. Wu Liang Daoist said, it's already extremely difficult to come to such a conclusion. After hearing Wu Liang Daoist's words, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to kick this damned Daoist to death. Wu Liang Daoist grinned and said, since you can't figure out anything about this scroll for the time being, why don't you leave it with me? I'll help you study it. In your dreams. Lin Feng snatched the scroll back. This damned Daoist was insatiably greedy. If he really left this scroll with him, Lin Feng was sure that this scroll would never return. This was something left behind by his father. Lin Feng naturally wanted to keep it well. Dong, dong. 3 days later. The sound of a huge bell striking the ground resounded once again. Next. A huge ancient bell flew out from the swamp of destiny. It was an immortal bell that was surrounded by endless immortal light. Heavens, it's really the Fate Immortal Bell, the supreme treasure left behind by the Master of Fate. The Fate Immortal Bell actually flew out of Fate Swamp on its own, many people exclaimed, not daring to believe their eyes. The Fate Immortal Bell patrolled the heavens and earth, quickly crossing through the void and appearing in many places. It even flew over Metal Stone City. Endless immortal pressure. It filled the air. Countless people were shocked, as if an ancient immortal had come into being. Chapter 3594. Grab it. Some cultivators couldn't hold themselves back and directly soared into the sky, wanting to grab the Destiny Immortal Bell. The supreme treasure left behind by the Master of Destiny was simply too extraordinary. If one could control the Destiny Immortal Bell, they would definitely be able to defy the heavens. Hence, countless experts were eyeing this supreme treasure. They wanted to take this treasure for themselves. Now, whether it was the Sacred War Alliance, Immortal Alliance, or Demon Alliance, all of them had sent experts over. In fact, they were all here to snatch the supreme treasure, Destiny Immortal Bell. However, how could it be easy? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain this supreme treasure. But now, these forces saw hope. Because the Destiny Immortal Bell flew out from the Destiny Swamp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous cultivators moved as fast as lightning and soon caught up to the Destiny Immortal Bell. Then, those cultivators wanted to suppress the Destiny Immortal Bell. But at this moment, the Destiny Immortal Bell gently vibrated in the void. Buzz. In an instant, a series of ripples shook the void. They quickly spread out in all directions. Those ripples simply had the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. They were extremely powerful. It was truly shocking. Bang, bang, bang. Next, those cultivators who wanted to grab the Destiny Immortal Bell directly exploded and died on the spot. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the Destiny Immortal Bell was simply too shocking. It actually killed more than 10 experts in an instant. Its power could simply be described as unimaginable. Some of those who wanted to make a move. But those who didn't dare to make a move at this moment didn't dare to do so and stopped. The Destiny Immortal Bell quickly left. You want to suppress the Destiny Immortal Bell? You have to use some powerful magical treasures or some special treasures. Otherwise, there's no way to suppress this supreme treasure, a cultivator said. Many people nodded in agreement. It was indeed as the cultivator said. It wasn't easy to suppress the Destiny Immortal Bell. It required some powerful magical treasures or special methods. Otherwise, only death awaited if one rashly went up. Not long after, the news spread. The upper echelons of the Sacred War Alliance, the Immortal God Alliance, and the Demon Devil Alliance would all appear with great treasures to suppress the Immortal Bell of Destiny. Moreover, it was said that there were also some foreign powers that came with great treasures and would participate in the fight for the Destiny Immortal Bell. An ordinary immortal artifact. Perhaps it wouldn't cause these peak powers to go crazy over it. However, the Fate Immortal Bell was different. This was something left behind by the Lord of Fate. The Master of Destiny was one of the most terrifying existences in this era. If he could obtain the Immortal Bell of Destiny, he might be able to obtain many things left behind by the Master of Destiny. These were priceless treasures. Everyone was waiting for these top forces to make a move. If these top forces did not take action, ordinary cultivators would not dare to take action either. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang planned to head to the Swamp of Destiny. This was because they felt that the experts of the three alliances and many other forces would arrive very soon. Now was the perfect time to set off. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest decided to enter the Swamp of Destiny at the same time as those strong cultivators. Those experts who entered the Swamp of Destiny would attract the attention of some terrifying existences within the Swamp of Destiny. At this moment, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang entered the Swamp of Destiny. This was the safest time for them. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators who entered the Forest of Destiny. These cultivators all headed towards the Swamp of Destiny. Many of them were probably just there to join in the fun. Of course, there were also some powerful cultivators who had their own ideas. Perhaps they had the same idea as Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. When those top forces entered the Swamp of Destiny, they would also enter the Swamp of Destiny together. Damn it! It's you damned Daoist Wu Liang. Not long after entering the Forest of Destiny, some cultivators of the myriad races recognized Daoist Wu Liang. The cultivator was flustered and exasperated as he cursed loudly. "Who are you? Does this Daoist know you?" Daoist Wu Liang curled his lips and said, "Have you already forgotten what happened at the Sky Soul Mountain?" That cultivator said viciously. He had dozens of companions, all of whom were filled with killing intent. If looks could kill, they would have already cut Daoist Wu Liang into pieces. "So you're from the Sky Soul race?" I remember, Daoist Wu Liang nodded. Then, he turned around and ran. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Run quickly!" Lin Feng turned around and ran into the distance as well. "Chase after him. Don't let that damned Daoist Wu Liang escape." The dozens of cultivators of the Sky Soul race could not help but roar. Soon, the news of Daoist Wu Liang's appearance spread. A large number of cultivators began to search for Daoist Wu Liang's whereabouts. "How many ancient tombs have you dug up?" Lin Feng asked. This was because there were too many cultivators searching for Daoist Wu Liang's whereabouts. All of them were filled with killing intent. It was no wonder that those cultivators were so angry. No matter who it was, when they saw their ancestors' tombs being dug up, they would probably be very angry. Moreover, the sense of belonging to a family in the world of cultivators was extremely strong. Therefore, digging up the tombs of other people's ancestors in the world of cultivation was viewed as an endless hatred. "I've only dug up the tombs of 40 to 50 races. It's just that these races are more powerful, and they're all at the royal level. Many forces are subordinate to them, so their rallying power is also stronger," Daoist Wu Liang said. The division of forces among the myriad races was rather complicated because there were simply too many races. Therefore, it was impossible to divide these forces into specific categories. However, among the countless forces, there were about 300 to 400 royal forces. Dozens of royal forces. These were the top forces among the myriad races. These royal forces had extremely strong rallying power among the myriad races. Daoist Wu Liang had dug up the tombs of 40 to 50 royal forces ancestors. It was obvious how many people he had offended. "You didn't dig up the tombs of the royal forces ancestors?" Lin Feng asked. "The royal forces are heavily guarded. It's not easy to do anything. I went to the Golden Saint Lion race before, but I was discovered. An emperor powerhouse from the Golden Saint Lion race chased me until I had no way out." "How unlucky," Daoist Wu Liang said gloomily. He still had lingering fears when he thought of the scene back then. Chapter 3595. Daoist Wu Liang felt a little regretful. Because he felt that if he could dig up the ancient tomb of the Golden Saint Lion race, he might be able to make a fortune. Actually, Lin Feng also wanted to visit some ancient tombs. He hoped to find a large number of immortal pills in those ancient tombs. His experience in Sin Street made Lin Feng understand the importance of immortal pills. Immortal pills were much more precious than immortal stones. Not only could they be used for cultivation. Furthermore, immortal pills were the highest level of currency. Other than that, Lin Feng also wanted to find some of the 3,000 great Daos that he had never cultivated before from those ancient tombs. Lin Feng really wanted to gather all 3,000 great Daos as soon as possible. Then, he broke through to the Emperor realm in one go. But Lin Feng knew that some things could not be rushed. He needed to be patient. Becoming an emperor was too important. How his foundation was when he became an emperor would affect what level of cultivator he could become in the future. Therefore, Lin Feng did not want to become an emperor now. He wanted to be like the Red World Fairy, gathering all 3,000 great Daos before breaking through to the emperor realm in one go. Daoist Wu Liang said, "There's no need to explore the ancient tombs of the myriad races below the royal tombs. It's a waste of time. The ancient tombs above the royal tombs are the imperial tombs, and above that is the three great alliances myriad races cemetery." Lin Feng nodded. His and Daoist Wu Liang's ultimate goal was actually the Sacred War Alliance's myriad races cemetery. The two of them had extraordinary methods. Although many people were searching for their whereabouts. However, they were unable to find Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. On this day, they were resting beside a small stream. In the distance, a group of cultivators flew over. It was a group of young cultivators. However, those cultivators were incomparably powerful. Lin Feng recognized Shen Daoxie. In addition, he also saw Gongzi Nai, Huang Yang Dao, and the others. There were also some cultivators that Lin Feng did not recognize. There were more than 10 people in this group. When they saw Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, they quickly flew over. "Lin Feng, it's you. You actually came to the heavenly sage great world. You sure have guts." Gong Zini looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Heaven Devil Race's Gongzong Nai was one of the existences that Lin Feng feared the most. This fellow had concealed himself extremely deeply and was extremely sinister. "Heavenly sage great world? So what? I can come if I want to," Lin Feng said indifferently. "This kid is Lin Feng?" Xie Dao Shun was a little surprised as well. However, a sneer soon appeared on his face. Back on Mount Pantheon, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had clashed with Daoxie. Divine Daoxie was incomparably arrogant and naturally did not place Lin Feng and Daoist immeasurable in his eyes. His words were filled with all sorts of contempt and disdain. He even threatened to kill Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. But because of the appearance of the human face vampire bats, everyone fled, and the two sides did not fight. As for the enmity between Lin Feng and the myriad races, it was needless to say. Thus, when Xie Daoxie learned of Lin Feng's identity, he simply had new and old grudges added together. His murderous intent toward Lin Feng arose. "Damned Daoist! We've been looking for you. But I didn't expect you to be here." Huang Yandao's cold gaze landed on Daoist Wu Liang. Previously, Daoist Wu Liang had almost dug up his ancestor's grave. Huang Yangdao naturally did not have a pleasant expression upon seeing Daoist Wu Liang. Daoist Wu Liang said with an unperturbed expression, "What? Do you think a small fry like you can do anything to me?" "Small fry?" Huang Yandao's mouth twitched violently. A top genius of the myriad races was actually called a small fry by Daoist Wu Liang. Huang Yangdao was so angry that his face turned ashen. He looked at Daoist Wu Liang with a murderous gaze. He looked coldly at Daoist Wu Liang and said, "Damned Daoist. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces later. I'll vent the hatred in my heart. These two fellows have some tricks up their sleeves. Let's kill them together," Gongzong Nai said with a cold expression. He wanted to attack Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang together. Some of the experts among them frowned slightly. They did not want to do so. For example, Daoist Wu Liang wanted to personally kill Lin Feng. In Daoist Wu Liang's eyes, Lin Feng was someone like Daoist Wu Liang. He was not qualified for them to attack together. However, Gongzong Nai did not think so. Lin Feng was afraid of Gongzong Nai because of this. Gongzong Nai was powerful, but he was very sinister. He was not like Daoist Wu Liang, who was high and mighty and thought that he controlled everything. Gongzong Nai did not care about the process. He only cared about the result. This was the difference between Gongzong Nai and the other top geniuses of the myriad races. "I'll blow you bastards to death." Daoist Wu Liang threw out several hundred jade talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The jade talismans exploded one after another. The destructive energy swept through the world. Not good, retreat. Gongzong Nai, Daoist Wu Liang, and the other cultivators were powerful enough, but they did not dare to face the attack of so many jade talismans. They did not dare to underestimate the power of the jade talismans. They all hurriedly retreated to avoid the terrifying power of the jade talismans. After the shockwaves of the energy dissipated, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had disappeared without a trace. Damn it! We let them escape. Chase them. The group of people roared in exasperation. They quickly chased into the distance. However, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had already disappeared without a trace. After getting rid of Gongzong Nai and the others, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang arrived in front of the Swamp of Destiny. When they arrived, a large number of cultivators had already gathered. Many people did not rashly enter. They were waiting for the experts of the three alliances and the other top factions to arrive. There were also many cultivators searching for Daoist Wu Liang's whereabouts. Not long after, a piece of news began to spread. Lin Feng of the 9 states. He had arrived at the Heavenly Sage Great World. Lin Feng of the 9 states. This is going to be interesting. When the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance and the Demon Alliance heard this news, they revealed a meaningful expression. Lin Feng. They naturally heard of him. It was said that during the Battle of the 9 States, the reason why the Sacred War Alliance suffered such a heavy loss was closely related to this Lin Feng. In the eyes of many people, Lin Feng might just be a young cultivator. He was not taken seriously by those top experts. However, Lin Feng was the link between the various forces of the 9 states and the many experts. If there was no Lin Feng, the cultivators of the 9 states would not be united. And the 9 states would have already fallen. There would not even be a final peak battle. Therefore, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the core. They wished they could cut Lin Feng into pieces. Is this news true? Lin Feng actually dared to come to the Heavenly Sage Great World. That's impossible, right? Many cultivators were trying to find out the truth of this matter. The Heavenly Sage Great World was the home of the myriad races. Lin Feng actually came to the home of the myriad races. Chapter 3596. More and more cultivators began to inquire about Lin Feng's whereabouts. The cultivators from the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance all had the mentality of watching a show. So the cultivators who inquired about Lin Feng's whereabouts were basically all cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance. They anxiously wanted to confirm if Lin Feng had really come here. If it was true, they had to capture Lin Feng alive. Because the cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance felt that directly killing Lin Feng would be letting Lin Feng off easy. After capturing Lin Feng, ruthlessly torturing Lin Feng to the point where he would rather die. Only then would the cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance feel a bit better. Gongzi Nai, Shen Daoxie and the others appeared and told everyone that they had seen Lin Feng with their own eyes. They could clearly tell everyone that Lin Feng had indeed come to the Heavenly Sage Great World. And he was in the Forest of Destiny. It was very likely that he had come for the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny. With Gongzi Nai and the others confirming that Lin Feng had come here, this matter immediately caused a commotion. Because now everyone could confirm that Lin Feng had really come to the Heavenly Sage Great World. He had come to the Forest of Destiny. Gongzi Nai said, "That wicked Daoist is with that kid." This was a major piece of news. In the past few years, many major events had happened in the Heavenly Sage Great World. One of the major events was the theft of dozens of royal tombs from the Sacred War Alliance. When this happened, it caused a great shock. All the major forces in the world of cultivators were extremely respectful to their ancestors. In order to protect their family's honor, many people were even willing to give up their lives. So, the tombs of their ancestors had been dug up. This was something that none of the major forces could accept. In their eyes, this was the greatest insult to their ancestors. Their ancestors. They would definitely die with everlasting regret. And the culprit behind this was the immeasurable Daoist. The immeasurable Daoist had long been listed on the Sacred War Alliance's must-kill list. And the most shocking thing was the two cultivators that the Sacred War Alliance hated the most. They actually knew each other. Cert. We must find these two people, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find them. That's right. Once we catch them, we will tear them to shreds. All the cultivators of the Holy War Alliance were filled with killing intent. A large number of cultivators scattered. Then, he began to search for the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist, hoping to find them. However, they did not gain anything. Many people suspected that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had already left this place. Or else, how could he not find any trace of them? Lin Feng, get the hell out here and fight me to the death. I will take your life within 3 moves, Evil God said with an indifferent expression. He was openly provoking Lin Feng, hoping to draw Lin Feng out. His provocation didn't work. Lin Feng didn't come out. What a coward. Trash, like you don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent, Evil Divine Path said with a lofty attitude. He was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. This person had always looked down on Lin Feng and had never regarded Lin Feng as his opponent. In the future, if you see me, stay far away, or else I will definitely trample you under my feet. Evil God continued to sneer. Which one of the supreme prodigies is afraid of a battle? After being humiliated and provoked like this, they would have already come out for a life and death battle. This Lin Feng is actually so scared that he doesn't dare to come out. I think many of the rumors about him in the outside world are exaggerated. That's right. He doesn't even come out after being provoked like this. This Lin Feng is only SOSO. Many cultivators couldn't help but discuss. They were full of contempt for Lin Feng. They continued to search for the whereabouts of Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, but there were still no clues. Until the experts of the 3 great alliances arrived. Only then did these people quiet down. The experts of the 3 great alliances were all led by Holy Emperor-level experts. The Holy Emperor-level expert of the Holy War Alliance was called Holy Dao Fa. This person was a Holy Emperor-level expert of the Holy God clan. Ever since the Holy God clan's Emperor-level ancestor fell, the Holy God clan's deterrence to the other clans was far less than before. But even so, the Holy God clan's foundation was still there. And 2 Holy Emperor-level experts of the Holy God clan were about to break through to the Emperor level. Once they succeeded, the Holy God clan would recover their former glory. Other than Holy Dao Fa, there were also 5 great experts who arrived together. The 5 great experts were the 5 emperors of the Ancient God clan, the Heavenly Devil clan, the Golden Saint Lion clan, the Kinwu people, and the Skeleton clan. Their cultivations were also unfathomable. 5 emperors. The arrival of a holy emperor caused a huge sensation. The experts of the Immortal God Alliance also arrived. The Immortal God Alliance also sent a holy emperor and 5 emperors. The Holy Emperor of the Immortal God Alliance was a famous rogue cultivator. He was called Elder Xinghai. This Elder Xinghai. Originally, he was an expert from a very small clan of the myriad clans. However, before Elder Xinghai grew up, his race had already been annihilated. Later on, Elder Xinghai became stronger. Thus, he made a move to destroy the power that had destroyed his family. Later on, Elder Xinghai was invited to join the Immortal God Alliance. Now, Elder Xinghai was one of the top figures in the Immortal God Alliance. 5 experts from the Alliance of Demons and Demons came. 1 Holy Emperor, 3 emperors, and a very young cultivator. No one knew where he came from. The Holy Emperor-level expert from the Demon Alliance was an expert from the Blood Peacock clan. This person was called the Blood Slaughter Demon King. His cultivation was unfathomable. He had already stepped into the Holy Emperor level very early on. It was said that he had a chance of breaking through to the Emperor level. Other than these 3 great forces, the experts of the God-eating demon clan also arrived. There was also a Holy Emperor level expert overseeing them. The other force was Tai Dao Supremacy and the others who were with Zi Yuan. These people's cultivation was incomparably terrifying. Other than Tai Dao Supremacy, Yuan Tian Supremacy was also there. These were the top forces of the 5 great forces. Previously, the Destiny Immortal Bell was patrolling outside, then it flew back into the Destiny Swamp. There hasn't been any movement for some time. Now that these experts have come together, I wonder if they'll be able to obtain the Destiny Immortal Bell. Maybe someone will be able to obtain the Destiny Immortal Bell, but they'll definitely have to go through a bloody battle. Moreover, the things left behind by the Destiny Master will ultimately fall into the hands of those people. The 3 great alliances are very strong, but the God-eating demon clan and those black-robed cultivators are also extremely terrifying existences. Therefore, it's hard to say who will have the last laugh. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. At this moment. Chapter 3597. After the experts of the 5 forces entered the Swamp of Destiny. Many forces entered the Swamp of Death one after another. These people felt that even though the Swamp of Death was incomparably dangerous. However, after the experts of the 5 forces attracted most of the attention, their pressure would be much less. This was the thought in many people's hearts. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang also entered the Swamp of Destiny. Lin Feng also heard of the provocation from the Divine Path Evil. But Lin Feng did not appear. These people from the myriad races were sinister and cunning. If the Divine Path Evil really lured him out, would he have a life and death battle with him? Lin Feng didn't think so. At that time, there would definitely be an inescapable net waiting for him. Once he fell into the trap, only death would await him. Although Lin Feng was incomparably confident in himself, confidence did not equate to arrogance. Lin Feng was very clear about what should be done and what should not be done. The figures of cultivators could be seen everywhere in the Swamp of Destiny. Below was the swamp, and there was almost no place to stand. Everyone had no choice but to fly. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Not long after entering the Swamp of Destiny, a gust of wind blew from the depths. And in the gust of wind, it was filled with a light brown gas. That gas was unknown, but it seemed to contain a highly toxic gas. Not good, it's the marsh gas of the Swamp of Destiny. Hurry up and leave. Don't inhale the marsh gas. Otherwise, you will definitely be poisoned. Immediately, some cultivators cried out in alarm. The marsh gas of the Swamp of Destiny contained a terrifying poison. Once it was inhaled into the lungs, the cultivator would be poisoned. Many cultivators hurriedly flew into the distance. But there were still many cultivators who were unable to avoid the marsh gas that was quickly sweeping over. Those cultivators who were swept into the marsh gas were directly drowned by the marsh gas. Ah! Miserable screams rang out one after another. Those cultivators who were swept into the marsh gas were all poisoned. Their bodies were festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, their bodies rotted into a pile of meat paste, leaving only their skeletons. Their skeletons fell into the swamp and were swallowed by the swamp. What a terrifying marsh gas. We've just entered the Swamp of Destiny, and so many people have already died. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Earlier, one cultivator after another was devoured by the marsh gas. It was an extremely terrifying sight, one that sent chills down their spines. Daoist Wu Liang said, "How could the death impasse be simple? Just get used to it. A place where opportunity and danger coexist." Lin Feng said. He and Daoist Wu Liang carefully made their way into the depths. The others also had lingering fears as they hurried towards the depths of the Fate Swamp. Fate Swamp was shrouded in fog all year round, and even the sky was grey. From time to time, some terrifying creatures would rush out of the Swamp of Destiny to hunt. Many cultivators who flew over the Swamp of Fate were devoured by the ferocious beasts that rushed out from the Swamp of Fate. Then, they became food for those ferocious beasts. The current situation was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, many people were extremely cautious. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came from the depths. Everyone was alarmed. "It's a woman's voice," someone said. "There seems to be a lot of women inside," someone else said. It was the laughter of many women. Their voices were simply too pleasant to listen to. It was like the heavenly music played by fairies from the 9 heavens. After hearing their laughter, Many people felt as if their bodies had become limp. It was hard to imagine how beautiful the voices of the women were to be able to mesmerize all living beings. Those women must be devastatingly beautiful, right? Let's go. Let's go into the depths and see what's going on, a cultivator said as he eagerly headed towards the depths. He wanted to see the specific situation in the depths. One cultivator after another flew into the depths. Not long after, everyone saw a mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, there were many beautiful palaces. Within the palaces, beautiful fairies shuttled back and forth. When they saw a large number of cultivators arriving, those fairies walked out of the palaces. They stood at the entrance of the palaces, half undressed, and were filled with endless temptation. Master, I really like mature men like you. Come here quickly. I can't wait to throw myself into your arms. Master, come, let me serve you well. This little brother looks very familiar. Little brother, do you think this servant looks familiar? Come quickly, I really want to whisper something to you face to face. The voices of those fairies were extremely charming. Many people had completely lost themselves. All that was left in his eyes were the fairies with unparalleled beauty. They rushed towards the fairies. They wanted to have fun with those beautiful fairies. Even Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang were mesmerized. Their bodies uncontrollably walked towards the fairies who were seducing them. However, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. At the critical moment, his strong willpower worked. While Lin Feng was mesmerized, he still used his strong willpower to forcefully circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art. When the archaic dragonesque elephant art was activated, Lin Feng's mind regained clarity. The palaces on the mountain peak disappeared. What appeared before his eyes was a series of eerie caves. In the forest, large amounts of bones were piled up. Those beautiful fairies disappeared one by one. What appeared in his line of sight were many terrifying and ferocious monsters. Those monsters had short bodies and huge heads. When they opened their bloody mouths, they could swallow a cultivator in one gulp. Their bodies were pitch black in color, but a strange pink energy was emitted from their bodies. Those terrifying existences. They were the legendary mountain demons. It was an extremely terrifying creature. There were records of the mountain demons in the Mountain Sea scripture. The mountain demons controlled the power of illusions and could create many illusions to confuse living beings. Anyone who was confused by the mountain demons would be swallowed by the mountain demons. The meaning of this sentence was that the mountain demons controlled the power of illusions and could create all kinds of illusions to confuse cultivators of various races. Once they were confused by the mountain demons, they would be unable to extricate themselves and their final fate would be to be eaten by the mountain demons. Lin Feng had read the Mountain Sea scripture before, so he had seen the introduction of the mountain demons. However, before this, he had never seen a mountain demon. He never thought that he would see such a terrifying creature today. Those cultivators who were confused by the mountain demons still did not know the danger they were in. They quickly flew towards the mountain demons and arrived beside them. Chapter 3598. Damned Daoist. Wake up. Lin Feng threw himself at the Taoist priest and slapped him with his hand. Who hit me? Who hit me? Which bastard hit me? Daoist Wu Liang yelled in dissatisfaction. Lin Feng said angrily, It's me. You still have the nerve to call yourself a monk? Your six senses aren't clean at all. Otherwise, how could you have been bewitched by these mountain demons? Mountain demons? What mountain demons? Aren't they a bunch of beauties? Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but mutter. Then, he looked into the depths of the cave. Daoist Wu Liang saw numerous ugly mountain demons standing at the eerie entrance of the cave. They were calling for the cultivators who had arrived. A large number of cultivators rushed over and were eaten by the mountain demons. Heavenly Lord Wu Liang, are these the legendary mountain demons? They're too ugly. Daoist Wu Liang wailed. Thinking about how he had been bewitched by such ugly things, Daoist Wu Liang started retching. Screech. More than 10 mountain demons let out ear-piercing screeches and charged toward Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. The mountain demons' auras were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but be shocked. Hurry up and run, Daoist Wu Liang turned and ran. He had no intention of fighting the mountain demons. Damned Daoist Wu Liang was a very calculative person. If there were no benefits, under normal circumstances, there was no way he would do that. Unless there were benefits. That was why Daoist Wu Liang chose to attack. These mountain demons were so powerful. Even if he killed them, there would be no benefits. Naturally, Daoist Wu Liang wouldn't choose to stay and fight the mountain demons before leaving. Wait for me, Lin Feng said and quickly chased after Daoist Wu Liang. More and more cultivators woke up from the mountain demons' illusion. When they saw the mountain demons, they were shocked. Screech. When those mountain devils saw the awakened cultivators, they would immediately pounce out and kill those cultivators. A huge battle erupted. The cultivators who were still in the illusion were alarmed. He panicked and attacked to block the mountain demons' attack. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang did not successfully leave. More than 10 mountain devils chased after them. Lin Feng used the weapon mantra to control the 3 stone swords. 3 stone swords. Emitting powerful waves of energy, they slashed at the mountain demons one by one. Clang clang clang. When the 3 stone swords slashed the mountain demon's body, there was a clanging sound. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was simply too shocking. The bodies of these mountain demons were actually this strong, as expected of a legendary dire beast. The mountain demon is invulnerable to swords and spears. It's not advisable to fight the mountain demon head-on, Immeasurable Daoist said. He immediately used the magic bean soldier's technique. More than 10 beans were thrown out and instantly transformed into more than 10 golden-armored warriors. The golden-armored warriors charged forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the mountain demons. The immeasurable Daoist had too many miraculous methods. Lin Feng was already used to it. Hence, Lin Feng wouldn't be shocked no matter what the immeasurable Daoist used. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist quickly left the battlefield. More and more cultivators came out of the battlefield. However, even more cultivators died under the attacks of the mountain demons. In the end, they became food for the mountain demons. That was really close. Many people revealed expressions of lingering fear. "Oh my God, that is," a cultivator in front exclaimed. The cultivators who rushed out of the mountain demons area all rushed forward. Then, they saw stalks of immortal herbs. There were probably hundreds of them. The immortal herbs grew in a valley in front of them. Who had ever seen so many immortal grasses and herbs? Even Lin Feng hadn't seen them before. Like the others, he revealed a dumbfounded expression. Illusion. It must be an illusion. The cultivators who came here didn't dare to rashly charge forward because the mountain demons had created an illusion and killed so many cultivators. Now, everyone still had lingering fears. They were afraid that this was also an illusion. If that was really the case, it would be too terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, however, at this moment, 2 cultivators took the lead and rushed out. These 2 people were Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. They entered the valley and wantonly collected the immortal herbs. It's not an illusion. Those are real immortal herbs. After seeing this scene, many people cried out in alarm. Then, they quickly rushed into the valley. By the time they arrived at the valley, when they arrived, 70 to 80% of the immortal herbs had been collected by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. Lin Feng collected about 100 stalks of immortal herbs and about 130 stalks of immortal herbs. The rest of the cultivators took the rest of the immortal herbs. Can the 2 of them swallow so many immortal herbs and immortal medicines? Take them out. Don't force us to attack, a silver wing race cultivator said with a cold smile. The silver wing race was the royal race of the myriad races. They were also the first race that Lin Feng came into contact with. However, the silver wing race only sent 2 immortal emperors to the 9 prefectures. Therefore, the top powerhouses of the silver wing race did not die in the 9 prefectures. The current silver wing race was still very powerful. They had a venerable emperor as their leader. Scram. Lin Feng said coldly. He was extremely domineering. Even though he was surrounded, he was still fearless. "You're courting death," the silver wing race cultivator was furious. He spread his wings and flapped them gently in the void. Then, he quickly charged toward Lin Feng. He held a blood-colored spear in his hand. Across the void, he pierced it toward Lin Feng's chest. Swoosh! A cold light flashed. 3 stone swords flew out. The 3 stone swords sliced through the void. They directly charged toward the silver wing race cultivator. The silver wing race cultivator waved his blood-colored spear and swept it toward Lin Feng's stone swords. His blood-colored spear could not block the power of Lin Feng's stone swords. A cracking sound could be heard. The blood-colored spear shattered. Pu. 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 Next. The 3 stone swords directly pierced through the silver wing race cultivator's body. The silver wing race cultivator had fallen. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be shocked. No one had expected that the silver wing race cultivator would be killed just like that. This silver wing race cultivator was extremely terrifying. "Lin Feng. He is Lin Feng," a cultivator suddenly said. He had recognized Lin Feng's identity. "What? He is Lin Feng? That Lin Feng from the 9 provinces?" Next, many people exclaimed, "That's right. It's him. I once saw him from afar in the 9 provinces. Wasn't it rumored that Lin Feng was together with Daoist Wu Liang? Look at that fellow beside him. Isn't he a Daoist? That person must be Lin Feng," that cultivator said. After knowing that the cultivator in the valley was Lin Feng, many cultivators had uncertain expressions. They were hesitating whether or not they should besiege Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Swoosh. Chapter 3599. Shun Dao Xie, Gongzong Nai, Huang Yangdao, and a group of more than 10 people quickly flew over. These people saw Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist and surrounded them. "What bad luck. I actually met these people again," immeasurable Daoist said gloomily. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. His luck was indeed not too good. He actually met these people again. The cultivation of this group of people was extremely terrifying. A few of them should be at the Supreme Heaven's Pride level. They were not Supreme Heaven's Pride level cultivators. They were also the top Heaven's Pride level cultivators of the myriad races and were extremely powerful. Especially after the great changes in the world these past few years, these people's cultivation could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. "These two are our prey. All of you, back off quickly," a Heaven's Pride level cultivator said. When the others saw Gongzong Nai, Shun Dao Xie, and the others, they knew how powerful these people were. So they didn't dare to say anything. They all retreated and stood in the distance to watch the battle. Previously, Shun Dao Xie had provoked Lin Feng. He used provocation. He hoped to provoke Lin Feng out. However, at that time, Lin Feng did not appear. Now, the two sides finally met. "Have you thought about how to die?" Shun Dao Xie looked at Lin Feng indifferently. "Damn Daoist, I will let you taste endless pain before you die." Huang Yangdao looked at immeasurable Daoist with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist's expressions were indifferent. Last time, immeasurable Daoist took out hundreds of jade talismans. Those exploding jade talismans delayed this group of people, allowing them to escape. But obviously, this time, it wouldn't be easy to use the same method to escape. These people. They wouldn't let Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist leave so easily. Lin Feng glanced at Shun Dao Xie indifferently, and then said, "I've thought about how to die, but I've thought about how to die for you. Brat, are you provoking this young master's dignity? Get out now, this young master can kill you in 3 moves." Shun Dao Xie's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Feng coldly, as if he was looking at an ant. Shun Dao Xie's contempt for Lin Feng came from his bones. "It's very simple to kill this kid. Let's join forces and make sure he has no chance to escape," Gongzong Nai said. Among these people, the one who interacted with Lin Feng the most. Gongzong Nai was one of the people who watched him grow up step by step. Gongzi Nai knew how talented Lin Feng was, and how strong he was. He definitely couldn't underestimate Lin. Any cultivator who underestimated Lin Feng didn't have a good ending. Zhong Nai was clear. Killing Lin Feng was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. So, Gong Zhong Nai wanted everybody to fight against Lin Feng. But Gong Zhong Nai knew that it would be extremely difficult to kill Lin Feng. These people had. Yixie Zhong Nai. It was very difficult to get them to join forces. Last time. These people wanted to give him face and join forces to kill Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Who would have thought that Daoist Wu Liang's jade talisman would force them to retreat? He missed a great opportunity to kill Lin Feng. At that time, Gong Zhong Nai had felt extremely regretful. This time, his chance had come. Gong Zhong Nai hoped to kill Lin Feng. I alone am enough, Shun Dao Xie said indifferently. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Brother Shun, don't underestimate Lin Feng. He has many tricks up his sleeve. Young Master Nai opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him, but before he could finish, Evil God interrupted him. Brother Nai, aren't you being too cautious? Don't you have confidence in my strength? Divine Dao Xie's voice couldn't help but turn cold. He wanted to deal with Lin Feng alone, but Gong Zhong Nai wanted everyone to join forces. This caused Shun Dao Xie to be unhappy. Shun Dao Xie felt that Gong Zhong Nai was being superfluous. If Shun Dao Xie wanted to give him face, he wouldn't have continued to say such things. Another genius couldn't help but speak up. Brother Nai, given our status and strength, do we need to join forces to deal with someone? Since Brother Shun wants to fight personally, I think we should let Brother Shun do it himself. For Brother Shun, dealing with this kid is as easy as blowing off dust. That's right. Brother Shun's strength ranks at the top among the geniuses of the myriad races. There aren't many geniuses who can compete with Brother Shun. Isn't dealing with a mere human cultivator a piece of cake for Brother Shun? If news of us fighting together spreads, it'll damage our reputation, another Sky Pride said. Last time, they had agreed to help Gong Zhong Nai deal with Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang because they didn't want to lose face. That was why they had agreed. But this time, Shun Dao Xie was the first to express his dissatisfaction. The others also voiced their thoughts. Seeing that everyone was so insistent, Gong Zhong Nai nodded and said, I'm naturally very confident in Brother Shun's strength. Since Brother Shun wants to kill Lin Feng yourself, then let Brother Shun do it. All right. Shun Dao Xie responded, then looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He sneered and said, Kid, your time of death has come. Take a good breath of the fresh air here. Because after you die, you won't be able to breathe this fresh air anymore. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, You should be saying this to yourself. While you're still alive, take a good breath of fresh air and look at this beautiful landscape. After you die and go to hell, you'll know how different hell is from the world of the living. Reckless fool, I'm coming to take your dog life now. Shun Dao Xie walked step by step towards Lin Feng. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from Shun Dao Xie's body. Then, a destructive force surged out from Shun Dao Xie's body. All of that power condensed on Shun Dao Xie's fist. Divine Fist of Destruction, Shun Dao Xie shouted coldly. He condensed a powerful divine ability. After Shun Dao Xie used this divine ability, a projection of the God of Destruction appeared behind him. This God of Destruction was as ancient and powerful as the titled gods of the Primordial era. The God of Destruction took a step forward. The God of Destruction and Shun Dao Xie's bodies fused together perfectly. When the God of Destruction and Shun Dao Xie merged, Shun Dao Xie's aura began to increase substantially, becoming many times stronger than before. Boom! Shun Dao Xie attacked, punching at Lin Feng. Chapter 3600. Evil God's arrogance came from deep within his bones. It was a kind of arrogance that made him look down on everyone else from above. He wanted to suppress Lin Feng with his aura. He wanted to crush Lin Feng's confidence. However, Lin Feng looked at Evil God with an indifferent expression and sneered. Evil God, you think too highly of yourself. You'll know how it feels to be slapped in the face later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng attacked. Facing Evil God's attack, Lin Feng used the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet inscription. A black tortoise sacred beast appeared in the void. The black tortoise sacred beast carried the tablet and swam through the endless river of time. The black tortoise hunchback tablet. Suppressing the world. The black tortoise hunchback tablet came and shook slightly. The starry sky of 100,000 miles seemed to be about to collapse. Lin Feng's black tortoise hunchback tablet inscription was a terrifying sacred ability that surpassed emperor techniques. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. Now that Lin Feng used it, it immediately displayed an extremely strong power. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, Lin Feng and Evil God clashed. With the two of them as the center, the void around them began to crack. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Evil God was a supreme sky pride of the 10,000 races. Among the 10,000 races, there weren't many sky prides who could fight against Evil God. Lin Feng had easily neutralized Shen Daoxie's attack. Shen Daoxie's attack was easily neutralized by Lin Feng. It was truly shocking. Lin Feng's lifespan was only about 100 years. He was 4 or 5 years younger than Evil God. Yet, he was able to fight Evil God to a standstill. Whose potential was greater could be determined by the battle between the two of them. Thank goodness we didn't make a move back then. If we did, we'd be dead like that silver wing cultivator. Yeah, thank goodness Evil God, Gongzong Nai, and the others came. Otherwise, we'd be in danger today. The spectating cultivators couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Is this your strength? He had bragged so much about himself, but when it came to a real fight, his cultivation was only this weak. You have the nerve to brag about yourself with this little bit of cultivation. Your Excellency's thick skin is truly admirable. Lin Feng couldn't help but mock. He even cupped his fists towards Shen Daoxi. Ha 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 ha, well said. Daoist Wu Liang burst into laughter. Lin Feng's eloquence was quite impressive. His ability to insult others was not something that could be matched by ordinary people. When Evil God heard Lin Feng's mocking words, his expression turned extremely gloomy. You're courting death. Shen Daoxi shouted coldly and charged at Lin Feng again. Myriad Dao's divine slaughter. Xie Dao Shen attacked again, this time condensing an even more terrifying divine ability. A dense crowd of figures appeared behind Shen Daoyi. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Those existences. All of them were ancient gods. With so many gods appearing at once, the power of this divine ability was truly terrifying. Boom! An earth-shattering attack was unleashed, erupting with unimaginable power. Terrifying ripples swept across the world. It was as if they could destroy heaven and earth. This sacred art known as the Myriad Dao's divine killing was indeed too powerful. It erupted with a shocking and powerful attack power. Anyone who sensed the power of this divine ability would be deeply shocked. A thought blossoms. Sovereign's descent. Lin Feng attacked indifferently. He was fearless in the face of Shen Daoxi's attack. Lin Feng unleashed this demon lord divine ability. An aura of a sovereign's descent emanated from Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to have turned into the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. Kill. A low roar suddenly rang out, bringing with it endless coldness and dense killing intent. Shen Daoxi was surrounded by endless divine light. It was as if he had become an eternal sun. Lin Feng was enveloped in demonic energy, as if the lord of the demonic realm had descended upon the world. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision that could shake the earth and mountains, Lin Feng and Shen Daoxi clashed once again. Lin Feng's A Thought Blossoms, Sovereign's Descent was an ancient divine ability. It was invincible. However, it was actually unable to defeat Shen Daoxi. Shen Daoxi was indeed powerful, and the Myriad Dao's divine slaughter he used was also powerful enough to block Lin Feng's A Thought Blossoms, Sovereign's Descent attack. These two should be about the same battle strength. Yeah, it seems like neither of them can do anything to the other. This Lin Feng is truly a huge threat. You have to know that when the myriad races invaded the 9 provinces, his cultivation was still very weak. How long has it been since he became so terrifying? If he's given time, he'll definitely become a huge threat. That's right, this isn't an exaggeration. If he's allowed to grow, Will the myriad races of the Sacred War Alliance still have good days ahead? The cultivators who were watching the show discussed animatedly. The cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance naturally hoped to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Lin Feng. On the other hand, the cultivators from the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Devil Alliance hoped that Lin Feng could grow. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Lin Feng was a huge threat to the Sacred War Alliance. In that case, the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Devil Alliance could rope in Lin Feng. They could deal with the Sacred War Alliance together. It's already been 2 moves, and I'm just warming up. Didn't you say you'll kill me in 3 moves? It seems like you don't have the ability. Since you don't have the ability, don't make such a solemn vow, because it'll slap your face. Do you feel the burning pain on your face right now? Does it feel good to be slapped in the face? Lin Feng looked at Shen Daoxi and immediately mocked. Killing people and destroying their hearts was one of Lin Feng's favorite methods. This wasn't just a skill with words, the key was that it could directly hit people's hearts. It could make people lose their minds. Once a cultivator lost their cool, their battle strength would drop by 30%. Kid, don't be too happy too early, there's still one more move. The 3rd move, I'll take your life. Shen Daoxi looked coldly at Lin Feng. Next. Bloody light surged out of Shen Daoxi's body. The bloody light enveloped Shen Daoxi within it. The surrounding cultivators couldn't see the scene within the bloody light clearly. However, everyone could hear the thumping sounds coming from the ground. Those sounds were very strange, and many people felt an intense pain in their hearts. Hurry and retreat. Many cultivators' faces turned pale with fright, and they had no choice but to retreat quickly. They were worried that if they didn't retreat, they would die. Roar, within the bloody light, Shen Daoxi let out a beast-like roar, and then the bloody light receded. Shen Daoxi reappeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Shen Daoxi's entire body was covered in dense scales. Chapter 3601. Divine Dao Wretch suddenly transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed being. Lin Feng guessed that Divine Dao Wretch had undergone atavism. As a descendant of the ancient divine race, Divine Dao Wretch's ancestor was a god from the era of titled gods. As time passed, the ancient divine race's body slowly transformed into that of a human. They grew closer and closer to that of a human. The main reason for this was that the bloodline of these ancient god clan cultivators was not strong enough to support their bodies to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Now, cultivators who could atavism were exceedingly rare in the ancient divine race. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. So what if you've turned into a 3-headed, 6-armed being? You're still no match for me even if you have 9 heads and 18 arms. Lin Feng still looked at Divine Dao Wretch with disdain after his transformation. Divine Dao Wretch's expression darkened. He'd thought that he could easily kill Lin Feng. But in reality, Lin Feng had neutralized 2 of his moves in a row, which was a huge blow to his reputation. Add to that Lin Feng's disdain for Divine Dao Wretch was driven to madness. Shen Daoxie was furious. He just wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent his anger. Boom. Divine Dao Wretch's body exuded a wave of destructive energy. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar echoed through the world. 9 divine dragons flew out of Divine Dao Wretch's body. Each of them was a dragon. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The 9 divine dragons circled around Divine Dao Wretch. This combat art was called the Divine 9 Dragons art, and it was an extremely powerful combat art. Most importantly, when he used the 9 dragons divine art, his bloodline could form a special resonance with the 9 dragons divine art. This resonance could raise Divine Dao Wretch's battle strength to the pinnacle. Boom. Terrifying crimson light surged out of Divine Dao Wretch's body. The bloodline of the ancient god of the divine way evil and the 9-headed divine dragon indeed formed a very special resonance. Between heaven and earth, there was a faint sound of the Dao. The cries of the Dao resounded through the clouds and shook the world. The 9 divine dragons roared and pounced on Lin Feng. What a terrifying combat art! Divine Dao Wretch's combat art resonated with his bloodline. As expected of a supreme genius of the myriad races, his too strong, Many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Divine Tao Xie's bloodline resonated with the Divine Tao's divine ability, and its attack was indeed powerful. Divine Tao Rech's power deeply shocked all those present. Tao Rech's Divine Tao Rech's bloodline? Divine Tao Rech's Divine Tao Rech's Divine Tao Rech's attacks. The surrounding cultivators whispered to each other. However, while these people were discussing, their eyes were still fixed on the two people fighting. He didn't dare to look away. He was afraid that he would miss this peak battle. It's just a small trick. Rech's. Divine Rech's. There was an indescribable sense of arrogance in his words. Divine Tao Rech's attack was incomparably terrifying. It was no trifling skill. Lin Feng sure is arrogant. He's actually looking down on Divine Tao Rech's attack. I wonder if he really has a way to neutralize Divine Tao Rech's attack, or if he's just saying those words to piss Divine Tao Rech off. I don't know. He's probably just saying those words to piss Divine Tao Rech off, right? We'll find out soon enough if he's really that capable. If he doesn't have that ability and only has that mouth of his, he'll be dead for sure. The spectators discussed among themselves again. Divine Tao Rech's eyes were cold. Lin Feng's attitude of having everything under his control infuriated Divine Tao Rech. It had never been so angry before. But now, Divine Tao Rech's fury burned the heavens. At this moment, Lin Feng began to condense his combat art. In midair, he began to chant an incantation. O mighty God of space, I have inherited your legacy and grasped the power of space. I will make the mighty Tao of space shine once more in the world. Lin Feng chanted an incantation in an extremely ancient language. After Lin Feng finished his incantation, he waved his hand. The 9 divine dragons pouncing at him were instantly imprisoned in midair by an invisible force. They couldn't take another step forward. This was the use of the Tao of space. The Tao of space. It could imprison all living beings. This Tao was absolutely heaven-defying. It was a great Tao that could shock anyone. Whoosh! Lin Feng leaped out and shot toward Divine Tao Rech as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Divine Tao Rech. Then, he threw a punch at Divine Tao Rech. Close combat was one of Lin Feng's favorite methods of combat. Go to hell, kid. When Divine Tao Rech saw Lin Feng charging toward him, his eyes shot out a chilling murderous intent. The ancient god clan had strong physical bodies. Close combat was also one of the favorite methods of combat for the ancient god clan. Now that Divine Tao Rech had returned to his ancestral state, he had evolved 3 heads and 6 arms. His physical body had also been raised to the pinnacle level. Therefore, Divine Tao Rech was extremely confident in himself. Divine Tao Rech's 6 arms all moved. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 6 arms attacked as fast as lightning with shocking momentum. He threw out one punch after another. The sky was filled with fist shadows. This was because Divine Tao Rech's punches were too fast, so there were so many fist shadows. Some cultivators, if their physical bodies were strong enough, they could break all techniques with brute force. It didn't matter if you had thousands of Divine Tao Rech or thousands of techniques. They could break it with one punch. Such a situation. Too many to mention. Lin Feng sneered and unleashed his dragon elephant arm 6 times. He threw a punch. It actually formed a powerful fist aura. Before Divine Tao Rech collided with Lin Feng, he was already pushed back by Lin Feng's fist aura. How is this possible? When they saw this scene, almost everyone showed a look of disbelief. Divine Tao Rech was such a powerful existence, and he had returned to his ancestral state, but he still couldn't block Lin Feng's fist aura. This was too inconceivable. Lin Feng's powerful punch came straight at him. Divine Tao Rech was horrified. He raised his fist to block. Cracking sounds were heard, and Divine Tao Rech's 6 arms were all broken. Divine Tao Rech took Lin Feng's punch and was sent flying. Whoa! In the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Good chance. Chapter 3602. Not good. This brat's physical body is too powerful. Even Divine Tao Evil isn't his match. Hurry up and finish him off. Gongzi Nai couldn't help but shout, quickly pouncing towards Lin Feng. The rest of the people also attacked. Now they finally knew why Gongzi Nai had been advocating to besiege Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng was indeed too terrifying. Divine Tao Evil didn't lose to Divine Tao Evil. Physical body competition. It was to crush the Divine Tao and Evil Tao. If that was the case, his overall combat strength could even suppress Divine Tao Evil. Even among the younger generation of the myriad races, to find a young cultivator who could kill Lin Feng. It wouldn't be easy. Searching through the myriad races. Perhaps they could find a cultivator who could kill Lin Feng, but there definitely wouldn't be too many. After Divine Tao Evil was sent flying, his physical body was directly beaten back to its original form by Lin Feng. Now, Divine Tao Evil was simply mad with hatred. In his life, Divine Tao Evil had never been defeated. Now, he was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. It was truly a great humiliation. This feeling. It almost made Divine Tao Evil go crazy. Divine Tao Evil. You're just SOSO. If you don't have the strength, don't pretend to be cool. But you can die now. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. That terrifying punch had already enveloped Divine Tao Evil. But at this moment, boom boom boom, all kinds of terrifying attacks came. Gongzi Nai and more than a dozen people quickly surrounded him. Their attacks were incomparably tyrannical. If Lin Feng insisted on killing Divine Tao Evil, he would definitely not be able to dodge these people's attacks. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. Lin Feng quickly changed his move. He used his palm as a knife. A ray of knife energy slashed out. Then, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. Before the attacks of Gongzi Nai and the others could hit him, Lin Feng directly disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attacks of Gongzi Nai and the others. Poochie. The sound of tearing suddenly came out. Blood immediately splattered out. Divine Dao Xie's left arm shot up into the sky and was cut down by Lin Feng. Divine Dao Xie's face turned as white as paper. Lin Feng appeared a few hundred meters away. With a wave of his hand, a spatial gate appeared. He and immeasurable Taoist entered the spatial gate and disappeared without a trace. My arm. My arm. Lin Feng, you little bastard, I'll fight you to the death. The Divine Dao Xie cursed bitterly. One of his arms was chopped off by Lin Feng, and Shen Dao Xie was not a member of the Undying clan, so he could not regrow a severed arm. Therefore, from now on, Evil God only had one arm left. Once a cultivator's body had a flaw, it would greatly affect their cultivation. The Divine Dao Heretic was no exception. With one of his arms chopped off, it would be difficult for his future cultivation path to be smooth sailing. Therefore, Divine Dao Xie hated Lin Feng to the bone. The Dao of Space. Lin Feng has actually grasped the Dao of Space, and his control of the Dao of Space is incomparably skilled and profound. It's too difficult to kill him. Gongzi Nai's expression was extremely gloomy. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. If we had known earlier, we would have listened to Brother Nai's words and besieged him so that he couldn't escape. We still had a chance to kill him, but now that he escaped, we've already lost the best chance to kill him, a prodigy said with a gloomy expression. Yeah, now that we've lost this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it will indeed be more difficult to kill him. Another prodigy also said with an ugly expression. Gongzi Nai said, everyone, don't be discouraged. Just now, everyone should have seen that Lin Feng's strength lies in his physical body. In terms of magical power, we're not afraid of him. Continue to search for his traces. The next time we find him, we'll definitely be able to take his life. The others nodded. This was the only way they could comfort themselves now. Everyone knew that if they wanted to kill Lin Feng who had grasped the Dao of Space, they would need to be well prepared in order to succeed in killing Lin Feng. Swoosh. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist appeared above the swamp 10 miles away. Impressive, impressive. Even Wicked of the Divine Path almost died in your hands. If this news gets out, it'll definitely cause a huge uproar among the myriad tribe. Wu Liang Taoist said in amazement. He could not help but be shocked by the combat strength Lin Feng displayed. Lin Feng said, A mere wicked of the divine path is naturally nothing. I won't take it to heart. My real opponents are the venerable sovereigns and holy emperors of the myriad tribe. Wu Liang Taoist said with a grin, hehe, we have the same idea. Wicked of the divine path can't even enter our eyes. The two continued to fly deeper into the swamp. They could see many cultivators moving about in the surroundings. The first day passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened. Darkness descended. The night in the land of death was often extremely dangerous. The Fate Swamp was no exception. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist found a mountain peak. It was a mountain peak in the Fate Swamp. It was not easy to find a place to stay in the Fate Swamp. Therefore, many cultivators stayed on this mountain peak. Everyone rested on the mountain peak. Late at night, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths. That wave of energy was simply too powerful. Everyone was alarmed. They all looked into the depths. Endless demonic light surged out. A golden creature was engaged in a fierce battle with a demonic pagoda. Leave the item. The golden creature's voice was extremely cold. It was a creature from the Forbidden Zone. The demonic tower seemed to have obtained something. Therefore, the golden creature intercepted it. The golden creature demanded the demonic tower to hand over the item. Isn't this the first demonic tower? Lin Feng looked at the demonic tower in shock. The first demonic tower was the demonic tower that suppressed the ancestral land of the Snow Tribe. It was rumored that it was a natal treasure created by the sky-devouring demon master. Only 9 demon masters were born in this epoch, and each demon master's cultivation was enough to shock the heavens and earth. However, it was said that among the 9 demon masters, the one with the strongest cultivation base was actually the sky-devouring demon master. However, the demonic tower was broken. Later, it split into 2. One could imagine what kind of tragic battle the sky-devouring demon master went through. Even his natal treasure was broken. The sky-devouring demon master eventually fell. The 2 broken towers each gave birth to a weapon spirit. Previously, the first demonic tower and the second demonic tower devoured each other, but they could not do anything to each other. Then, the 2 demonic towers left the Snow Tribe. Lin Feng had not seen the first demonic tower and the second demonic tower for a long time. Unexpectedly, he actually saw the first demonic tower here. I have never handed over the item I obtained. Chapter 3603. He didn't know what the demonic pagoda had stolen to make the golden creature chase after it. The demonic pagoda's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng had seen the terror of the demonic pagoda before. Moreover, after so many years, the demonic pagoda must have recovered a lot of its vitality. It was many times stronger than before. The demonic pagoda that had turned into the size of a mountain was indeed very terrifying. Its combat power was extremely heaven-defying. The demonic pagoda shook slightly in the void. The void seemed to be about to collapse. However, the golden creature was clearly an extremely terrifying existence as it faced the attacks of the demonic pagoda. Facing the demonic pagoda's attack, the golden creature threw a punch. Bang! The golden creature's terrifying punch collided with the demonic pagoda, and an earth-shaking collision sound was heard. The golden creature and the demonic pagoda were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. At this moment, the golden creature opened its big hand. Instantly, dense laws flew out. Those were golden laws that seemed to be able to seal the world. The power of the golden laws was extremely terrifying. They directly wrapped around the demonic pagoda. The golden creature wanted to trap the demonic pagoda with the laws. Break! The spirit of the first demonic pagoda couldn't help but shout coldly. Endless demonic light surged out. Sharp blades appeared amidst the demonic light. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collision rose and fell one after another. Those sharp blades directly slashed on the golden laws. They destroyed the golden laws. The demonic pagoda's combat power was indeed extremely terrifying. Although the golden creature was very powerful, it was also extremely difficult for it to suppress the demonic pagoda. Everyone watched this battle with their mouths agape. This was because this battle was simply too shocking. Heaven and earth were about to be pierced through. Although they were far away, they could still feel the aura of the golden creature and the demonic pagoda. Many cultivators still revealed incomparably terrified gazes. The golden creature and the demonic pagoda were simply high and mighty existences like gods. Fortunately, their battle was relatively far away from here. If they were closer to here, they would definitely be affected by their battle. If that was the case, who knew how many people would have died in that battle? The golden creature and the demonic pagoda fought for hundreds of rounds, but the outcome couldn't be determined. After the demonic pagoda obtained the treasure, it wanted to leave quickly and didn't want to continue fighting. However, it was being held back by the golden creature. However, after several hundred rounds of battle, the demonic pagoda finally found a rare opportunity. After the demonic pagoda repelled the golden creature, it quickly flew into the distance. The golden creature followed closely behind, chasing after the demonic pagoda. The golden creature and the demonic pagoda disappeared into the darkness. The swamp of destiny became quiet again. There wasn't even the sound of insects or birds chirping here. As expected of a land of death, a sinister aura suddenly filled the air. After feeling the gloomy and terrifying aura, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. It seems like something is coming this way. A large number of cultivators had gathered here. But even so, many people still felt their hearts tremble. Because this place was indeed too dangerous. Danger lurked everywhere. Furthermore, there were many unknown and terrifying creatures. Darkness engulfed the world. Although it was also dark before, they could still see some scenes in the distance. But now, heaven and earth had become a world of complete darkness. Everyone felt a cold and terrifying aura enveloping their bodies. Many people couldn't help but tremble. They didn't see any unknown and terrifying creatures. However, they should have felt that something was wrong. What is that? A cultivator pointed to the side of the mountain. Everyone looked over and saw that in the darkness, there was an incomparably huge creature. It had a pair of wings and a pair of cold eyes. It looked at everyone coldly. That incomparably huge creature was about 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall. Such an astonishing height. It was truly shocking. When its wings spread, the entire mountain was covered under its wings. Is that a ferocious bird? Heavens, its body is too huge. What kind of creature is it? It's over. We're finished this time. Calm down. Don't panic. There are so many of us. We still have a chance of winning. The cultivators on the mountain were in a complete mess. Everyone was intimidated by the terrifying and gigantic creature. What the hell is that? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Now that his vision was blocked, he couldn't see clearly what that creature was. Swoosh. At that moment, someone took out a supreme treasure. It was a huge ball of light. It slowly rose into the sky. It dispelled the darkness. It illuminated the world. It's a small artificial sun. Daoist Wuliang's eyes lit up. The so-called small artificial sun was a special kind of crystal that was enchanted with runes. It could light up the night sky. This was something that was priceless. Many cultivators wanted to buy it, but they didn't have the connections. That was because the crystal used to forge the small artificial sun was too difficult to find. At this moment, everyone finally saw what the gigantic and terrifying creature was. It was a pitch-black bat. A bat that was 7,000 to 8,000 meters long. Who had ever seen such a huge bat? Even the primordial vampire bat recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas was the largest bat. Its body was only 700 to 800 meters long. Compared to the bat that appeared in front of them, it was really dwarfed. Hell's Fiend Bat, that's the legendary Hell's Fiend Bat. I've seen the introduction of this bat in a Daoist scripture. It's a terrifying existence from the infernal realm, the absolute king of the infernal realm. How could such a creature appear in the swamp of fate? One of the cultivators cried out in fear. Thinking of how terrifying the Hell's Fiend Bat was, the cultivator trembled in fear. Some death zones are connected to the infernal realm, and the infernal realm is a part of the infernal realm. This bat couldn't have flown out from a passage to the infernal realm, right? A cultivator said with a trembling voice. Many people couldn't help but nod after hearing the cultivator's words. What the cultivator said was indeed very likely. Apart from this reason, they couldn't find any other reason to explain why a Hell's Fiend bat that could only be found in the Swamp of Fate. Phew. At that moment, the Hell's Fiend bat suddenly opened its bloody mouth and inhaled. A powerful suction force surged out. One cultivator after another flew up uncontrollably. Chapter 3604. The Hell Devil Bat was too terrifying. With its bloody mouth, most of the cultivators were swallowed without any resistance. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Who can save me? Spare me, spare me. Many cultivators screamed in horror, praying for the Hell Devil Bat to spare them. However, the Hell Fiend Bat ignored the pleas of these cultivators. The Hell Devil Bat crazily swallowed these cultivators. A large number of cultivators were swallowed by the Hell Devil Bat. In the end, they became the food of the Hell Devil Bat. Let's kill him together. Some of the stronger cultivators were unwilling to be swallowed by the Hell Devil Bat and shouted. They mobilized everyone to deal with the Hell Devil Bat. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, powerful magic treasure was taken out and then bombarded towards the Hell Devil Bat. The power of those magic treasure could be described as destroying the heavens and earth. Even Lin Feng used the weapon mantra and took out 3 stone swords to kill the Hell Devil Bat. But at this time, the Hell Devil Bat flapped its huge wings. A gust of wind swept through heaven and earth. All kinds of powerful magic treasure were blown away. Many cultivators were also blown away by the Hell Devil Bat, their bodies breaking one tree after another. Too terrifying. Lin Feng was shocked. The Hell Devil Bat was simply an existence that couldn't be fought against. This terrifying creature was simply too powerful. It was simply too shocking. There was simply no hope of winning against such a terrifying creature like the Hell Devil Bat. Let's go quickly, Immeasurable Taoist said with a pale face. This damn Taoist was also frightened by the Hell Devil Bat. Lin Feng nodded. The Hell Devil Bat was too terrifying. He had to leave this place quickly and get rid of the Hell Devil Bat. Or else. It would be really dangerous. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure if he could escape from this place. Because the Hell Devil Bat's methods made people despair. Just as Lin Feng was about to use the space travel technique to leave with Immeasurable Taoist, a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. A creature from hell dares to casually come to the world of the living? You really don't know what death is. Today, I will swallow you to recover some of my vitality. After the voice faded away. Then, a finger light flew out from the void. That beam of light shot straight towards the Hell Demon Bat. Everyone was shocked. A powerful creature was attacking the Hell Demonic Bat. The cultivators on the mountain couldn't help but reveal looks of joy. The Hell Devil Bat flapped its wings, and a terrifying gale swept out. It formed a huge storm that enveloped the finger that was about to strike. But the power of that finger was too strong, and it shattered the storm attack of the Hell Demon Bat. Then, it instantly arrived in front of the Hell Devil Bat. Just as the finger was about to pierce through the Hell Devil Bat's body, the Hell Devil Bat suddenly disappeared. He dodged the finger attack. When the Hell Demonic Bat appeared again, it was already 300 meters away. The Hell Devil Bat spread its huge wings. Then, it abruptly swept towards an area of the void. There was a rumbling sound. The void collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. A demonic hand flew out from the black hole. When he saw that devilish hand, Lin Feng could not help being shocked. Wasn't this the mysterious demonic hand that was suppressed by the Undying family in the 9 prefectures? Back then, he unintentionally released this demonic hand. The demonic hand was only a part of his original body. His original body was incomparably powerful, and his origin was extremely long. Back then, the original body of the demonic hand was suppressed by the 7 sages of the Undying family. But because the original body of the demonic hand was almost immortal and indestructible, so, the 7 sages of the Undying family were unable to kill the original body of the demonic hand. They had no choice but to dismember the original body of the demonic hand. Then, the dismembered parts of the original body of the demonic hand were suppressed in various places in the myriad worlds. The main branch of the Undying family sent people to guard the place of suppression. In some places in the myriad worlds, there were branches of the Undying family. And those branches were also formed at this time. Back then, the demonic hand almost wiped out the Undying family in the 9 prefectures. Later, the demonic hand left the 9 prefectures, saying that he wanted to find the other parts of his body. Lin Feng did not expect to meet the demonic hand here. It seemed that the demonic hand was still unable to find the other parts of his body. After seeing the demonic hand flying out, the hell demonic bat directly opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour the demonic hand as well. It was rumored that there was nothing that the hell demonic bat could not digest. The reason why the hell demonic bat's body was so huge was because of its powerful devouring ability. The hell demonic bat had been constantly devouring all kinds of living beings and undead creatures. So, the hell demonic bat's body grew very quickly. Of course, the hell demonic bat's strength also increased very quickly. Humph! The demonic hand sneered, and slapped out across the void. Suddenly, a huge palm that covered several hundred square meters condensed and slapped toward the hell demonic bat. The hell demonic bat did not expect the palm in front of it to be so powerful. At this moment, it felt danger. The hell demonic bat opened its bloody mouth and spat out a blood-colored ball of energy. That blood-colored ball of energy was instantly shattered by the palm formed by the demonic hand. Then, that huge palm of energy slapped the hell demonic bat's body, sending it flying. Slash. The demonic hand lightly slashed across the void. Suddenly, a dazzling sword energy flew out. Poochie. That sword energy instantly tore the demonic hand's body apart. Blood spurted out. Everyone was shocked. They simply could not believe their eyes. The hell demonic bat was so powerful, but it was so weak in front of the demonic hand. How terrifying was the demonic hand? Screech. The hell demonic bat let out a shrill scream. A terrifying devouring power surged out from the demonic hand's palm. A large amount of blood gushed out from the hell demonic bat's wound, and it was devoured by the demonic hand. After the demonic hand devoured the blood in the hell demonic bat's body, its aura became stronger and stronger. Many people were shocked. Was the hell demonic bat going to be sucked dry by the demonic hand? At this moment, the hell demonic bat's body exploded. The hell demonic bat turned into a bloody mist and fled toward the swamp of fate. Do you think you can escape? The demonic hand's voice was cold, and it quickly chased after it. That blood contains the hell demonic bat's essence blood. Some cultivators exclaimed. Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. The hell demonic bat was so terrifying. Its essence blood could definitely greatly increase a cultivator's combat power. Chapter 3605. Lin Feng quickly rushed out. The hell devil bat's blood essence made him want it. The blood essence of these powerful creatures was more useful than the most precious treasures to improve one's cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't wait to snatch a few drops of hell devil bat's blood essence to further improve his combat strength. However, the hell devil bat's blood essence wasn't that much. When a large number of cultivators rushed over, it naturally became a situation where there were too many monks and too little gruel. Many cultivators fought for a drop of hell devil bat's blood essence. Blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely tragic. Cultivators who got along well with each other would fight to the death for a drop of blood essence. The world of cultivators had always been so cruel. This was a bloody world. For the sake of benefits, many cultivators would do anything. Lin Feng locked onto a drop of blood essence and directly took it. Kid, die. Immediately, more than a dozen cultivators surrounded Lin Feng, wanting to kill him. Reckless. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly used the Tao of space and imprisoned more than a dozen cultivators. Then he waved his right hand. Swoosh. A dazzling sword chi flew out and swept across the void. The sword chi was dazzling and powerful. A light hit. As if it had the power to shatter heaven and earth. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of tearing could be heard one after another. One cultivator's body was directly torn apart. One cultivator after another was killed. After killing more than a dozen cultivators, Lin Feng was about to collect other Hell Devil Bat's blood essence. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw that darkness swept over. When the Hell Devil Bat appeared before, darkness also covered heaven and earth. After the Hell Devil Bat escaped, some light was restored. However, the darkness that appeared in the distance now was different from when the Hell Devil Bat appeared. The Hell Devil Bat used its huge body to cover the mountain where many cultivators were originally. So, when the Hell Devil Bat appeared, it was just that the area where the mountain was located became very dark. The rest of the place was still glowing. But now it was a different situation. Endless darkness swept in from all directions. The darkness nibbled away at the world bit by bit. The flowers, the trees, the swamps, the distant mountain peaks, everything was devoured by the darkness. It was extremely strange. It was as if something terrifying was hiding in the darkness and was rapidly approaching everyone. No one should enter the land of death. This was the summary of the experiences of countless experts. Especially when it was night time. Terrifying things would always happen in the land of death. And those terrifying things were enough to bury countless cultivators. Let's go, let's go. Immeasurable Daoist's sense of danger was even stronger than Lin Feng's. He rushed to Lin Feng's side and shouted in a low voice. Lin Feng nodded and hurriedly rushed towards the mountain peak with Daoist Wu Liang. The mountain peak towered between heaven and earth. Lin Feng felt that this place was a place of protection. When darkness descends, one should not leave the mountain at will. Once he left, the consequences would be unimaginable. Look, what's that? Darkness is devouring heaven and earth. This is a great omen. Let's leave quickly. Go to the mountain peak. This mountain peak has the power of divinity. It should be able to protect us. Many cultivators flew towards the mountain peak in a panic. But everyone underestimated the speed of the darkness attack. Endless darkness enveloped heaven and earth. It was simply too fast. The swamp of fate was quickly being devoured by the darkness. And the speed of those fleeing cultivators could not be compared to the speed of the darkness devouring heaven and earth. Cultivators were constantly being devoured by the darkness. No. No. I can't accept this. I don't want to die. Many cultivators screamed in horror. They were still trying their best to escape, unwilling to be devoured by the darkness. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Nine would not give up. However, those cultivators were still unable to escape back to the mountain peak. They were shrouded in darkness. Without any sound, they had already fallen into the darkness. What does the darkness represent? What terrifying thing is in the darkness? Lin Feng was terrified. He increased his speed and rushed towards the mountain peak. In the end, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist successfully escaped back to the mountain peak. The cultivators who were closer to the mountain peak also successfully escaped back. The cultivators on the mountain peak were glad that they did not go out just now. If they went out, they might have already died in the darkness. And at this time, the darkness had already swept over. Divine light flowed out from the mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain peak, an ancient temple appeared in front of them. From the temple, Tao sounds could be heard. Divine light intertwined and enveloped the mountain peak, blocking the corrosion of the darkness. Save me! A cultivator rushed over, his hand already reaching into the divine light. No one was willing to save him. They were all running towards the mountain peak. Crack! A hand reached over. It grabbed the cultivator's hand. Lin Feng made a move. Because the person who asked for help was a rock cultivator. It was probably a cultivator from the Demon Alliance. Conveniently, he helped. Saving a life. Lin Feng was very willing to do such a thing. Because Lin Feng believed in one sentence, the cycle of karma, and good people would be rewarded. Lin Feng pulled the cultivator back from the darkness. However, soon, Lin Feng's face revealed a horrified expression. Because the only thing he managed to pull back was an intact arm. The rest of the body, they had all turned into bones with traces of blood. What eat his flesh and blood? Lin Feng was horrified and quickly retreated. The darkness was too terrifying. It was full of the unknown, and it was terrifying. Lin Feng had been to several places of death. Every place of death was incomparably dangerous. However, all the places of death didn't seem to be as dangerous as the swamp of fate in front of him. This was the place where the master of fate fell. It was indeed an extremely dangerous place. Boom! The darkness began to attack the light barrier that enveloped the mountain peak. The entire light barrier began to shake violently. Many people were so scared that their bodies trembled when they saw this scene, and their faces were as pale as paper. The darkness was too terrifying. If the defensive light shield of the mountain peak was broken, then all of them would be dead. Everyone was well aware of this. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to live. Buzz. Right at this moment, a violent fluctuation came from the temple above. Everyone was alarmed, and they all looked towards the temple. That temple wasn't a real temple. It looked like a temple that was formed by Dao runes. Now, the door of the temple opened. Chapter 3606. Dozens of Taoists had the demeanor of immortals. Each of them held an immortal sword. After they flew out of the temple, they entered the darkness. No one could see their figures again. Only the sound of collision could be heard coming from the darkness. It was like the sound of peerless divine weapons colliding. There really are some terrifying existences in the darkness that are fighting with those Taoists. It's a pity that my eye of origin is injured. Otherwise, I would be able to see what the things in the darkness are. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath and say. Daoist Wu Liang said, "It's best not to look." The erosion of darkness is a terrifying thing that has never been recorded in the Daoist scriptures. If you see something that you shouldn't see, I'm afraid you'll be killed. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. Daoist Wu Liang's words weren't alarmist words. It was his experience. It was indeed the same as what Daoist Wu Liang said. It was best not to look at something that one shouldn't see. Otherwise, it wouldn't end well. Everyone on the mountain peak was in a state of panic. They didn't know if the Taoists who rushed out of the temple could resist the terrifying existence in the darkness. Right now, everyone could only hope that those Taoists would show their might. They could resist the terrifying existence in the darkness. If those Taoists couldn't resist it either, when the time came, perhaps all of them would die here. Usually, time seemed to pass very quickly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. However, on this night, everyone felt as if every second was like a year. Everyone hoped that time could pass faster. Let's go to the peak of the mountain and take a look at the temple, Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded and climbed up the mountain with Daoist Wu Liang. Many cultivators had the same thoughts as Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. They all headed towards the peak of the mountain. In the end, these people arrived at the peak of the mountain. However, an invisible force sealed off the void world. Lin Feng and the others couldn't get close to the temple at all. They were blocked outside by that invisible force. That temple doesn't seem to be a manifestation of the Tao rhymes. It's a real temple. When Lin Feng saw the temple up close, he couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. That divine temple was extraordinary. It was surrounded by endless divine light. Endless sounds of Tao interweaved above the temple. When one listened carefully, they could not hear anything. It was too strange. It really does look real, Immeasurable Daoist said. There were still some differences between the temple formed by the Tao aura and the real temple. This was the difference between reality and illusion. As for this temple, it was somewhere between reality and illusion. This affected Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's judgment. They felt that the temple was real. But because they couldn't get close to the temple, therefore, there was no way to confirm this point. Lin Feng tried to use the Tao of space. When the Tao of space was activated, Lin Feng was surprised when he realized that the invisible and intangible strength around the temple was much less oppressive than before. This made Lin Feng's face light up with joy. "Huh! You can get close to the temple now?" Immeasurable Daoist said in shock. Lin Feng said, "I can give it a try. Wait for me here. I'll try to see if I can get close to the temple. If you find something good, you must remember to share it with your best friend," Immeasurable Daoist reminded. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The best friend that immeasurable Daoist was referring to was naturally him. This fellow really never forgot to reap some benefits. Who is that kid? His means are actually so extraordinary. I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. He seems to be a human cultivator. Could he be a member of the 3 human overlords of the Immortal Gods Alliance? Some cultivators started discussing in hushed voices. No. That kid is Lin Feng, someone said, revealing Lin Feng's identity. What? His Lin Feng of the 9 provinces world? Many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. The name Lin Feng was very familiar. It could even be said that they had heard of him before. And now, Lin Feng had actually appeared in front of them. Rumor has it that Lin Feng is with that wicked Daoist. Look at that Daoist over there. I just saw that kid with that Daoist. So, that kid might really be Lin Feng. A cultivator said. That kid should be killed. That damned Daoist should be cut into pieces. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance were filled with killing intent. Whether it was Lin Feng or immeasurable Daoist, they were all on their must-kill list. The cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance looked at Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist with great interest. This pair, they had also heard of it. Now, they actually saw the real deal. However, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance knew how terrifying Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist were. Even though they couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist. They endured it and didn't make a move. At this moment, Lin Feng's mind was focused on how to get close to the temple. So, he didn't hear the discussions of the cultivators in the distance at all. As Lin Feng continued to get closer to the temple, the power exerted on Lin Feng's body also became more and more terrifying. That strength could topple mountains and overturn seas. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. After feeling that terrifying power, Lin Feng couldn't help but change his expression. That invisible power was really too terrifying. It indeed had the power to kill him. However, Lin Feng wasn't without a way to deal with it. The Tao of Space seemed to be able to play an extremely crucial role at this time. With Lin Feng as the center, the surrounding void began to distort. Lin Feng operated the Tao of Space, causing the space within a 1-meter radius to distort. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there were overlapping spatial faults in that distorted space. That was actually not a spatial fault, but a folding mark formed when different spaces were folded together. When that invisible and terrifying power enveloped him, all the power was devoured by the folded space around Lin Feng. The power of those folded spaces was extraordinary. A power that could devour everything. The Tao of Space was really an extremely heaven-defying great Tao. It was no wonder that the 9 space gods could stand out among the many titled gods. They could be compared to the 9 demon masters, the 9 human emperors, and other powerhouses. The main reason was that the power of the Tao of Space was so powerful that it was shocking. Relying on the wonders of the Tao of Space, Lin Feng was constantly approaching the temple. This person is too terrifying. The cultivators of the myriad races couldn't help but reveal extremely shocked expressions. They couldn't even take a step closer to the temple. But Lin Feng had managed to neutralize the terrifying strength around the shrine. He was getting closer and closer. 2 hours later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the temple. Chapter 3607. The inside of the temple was surrounded by divine light. This was a place full of holiness. The temple was divided into several courtyards. In the first courtyard, Lin Feng saw many prayer mats. This was a Taoist temple. Those prayer mats should be where the cultivators sat and listened to the Tao. In the past, someone gave a sermon here. If one listened carefully, they could vaguely hear some Tao sounds shaking between heaven and earth. The Tao sounds lingered in the air. This place seemed to be the birthplace of the great Tao. There was a Taoist temple in the courtyard. There was also a prayer mat on the Taoist temple. Lin Feng guessed that the expert who taught the Tao back then should have been sitting on the prayer mat. Facing these disciples, he taught them what he had learned in his life. This is a Taoist temple, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The temple was very special. Its architectural style was very similar to a Taoist temple. Lin Feng had never seen a real Taoist temple, because Taoism had always been very mysterious. However, Lin Feng had heard a lot about Taoism from Taoist Wu Liang. This included the architectural features of Taoism, which were very similar to the temple in front of him. Lin Feng used this as a basis. He determined that this was a Taoist temple. Lin Feng walked towards the Taoist temple. Suddenly, he saw a man appear on the Taoist temple. The man's back was facing him. He was wearing a Taoist robe. His body was surrounded by immortal qi, like a banished immortal. Is it the Taoist master of the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This Taoist temple was too extraordinary. It could even resist the dark erosion of the land of death. It was hard to imagine. At the peak of the past, how amazing would this Taoist temple be? Now, the sound of heaven and earth was shaking in this Taoist temple. That sound of heaven and earth made Lin Feng feel very comfortable. He felt as if all the pores on his body were open, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Lin Feng wanted to go up to the Taoist temple and see what kind of shocking figure the Taoist master was. However, when Lin Feng reached the Tao platform, the mysterious existence disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng frowned. That Tao Lord just now wasn't his real body, and it seemed to be just a brand left behind in the past. Lin Feng walked towards the depths and arrived at the first level of the temple. In the first layer of the temple, there was a statue of the giant miracle god. However, it was clear that this was not the true chief god's position. Taoism was particular about 3 temples, 6 pavilions, and 9 halls. In other words, if Taoism built a temple, it would build 3 layers of temples. The first and second layers of temples would not worship the main god. Instead, it was the auxiliary deity position. These auxiliary gods were the subordinates of the sovereign. They were built to protect the sovereign. The true sovereign position was located within the 3rd level of the temple. If Taoists built attics, they would build 6 layers of attics. Every level of the attic would also consecrate a deity position. The chief god's position was enshrined in the 6th level of the attic. There was another type of architecture in Taoism, which was called the 9 halls. Level 1 to 8 were auxiliary deity statues. Level 9 was dedicated to the chief god's position. However, Taoism had always felt that the number 9 was unknown. Therefore, the 9 halls were relatively rare. 3 temples were the most common. This was because the Tao Te Ching of Taoism recorded that 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. The word 3 had a special status in Taoism. It was regarded as the foundation of all things by Taoism. Therefore, usually, Taoist temples were built in 3 layers. There were also 6-story Taoist temples, but they were also extremely rare. The unknown Taoist temple in front of him was a 3-story Taoist temple. Lin Feng carefully checked every part of the first layer of the temple. He searched for some treasures that might appear in this temple. However, after searching for a while, Lin Feng didn't find anything. This made Lin Feng a little disappointed. However, there were still 2 more layers of temples behind. There might be precious things in the temples behind. Lin Feng passed through the first layer of the temple. He came to the 2nd courtyard. That is, Lin Feng was shocked. In the 2nd courtyard, he saw an ancient tree. The ancient tree wasn't particularly tall. It was about 2 meters tall. Although it wasn't tall, its branches and leaves were lush. Moreover, the branches were strong and strong. It was like the body of a dragon. There was a kind of shocking beauty. The ancient tree was full of fragrant petals. Those petals actually had 4 colors. These 4 colors were white, gold, red, and purple. 4-colored flowers? Lin Feng was very surprised. This was the first time he had seen this kind of 4-colored flower. Before this, he had never heard of this kind of 4-colored flower. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh at the extraordinary power of the master of creation. He could actually create such an ancient tree that could bear 4 different kinds of flowers. When Lin Feng approached the ancient tree, suddenly, in his mind, the sound of the Tao echoed, pointing directly at his Tao heart. Lin Feng felt as if he was about to enter a state of enlightenment. This ancient tree can help cultivators comprehend the Tao? Why is it so similar to the effect of the body tree of Buddhism? Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised. To be precise, the effect of this ancient tree was even more amazing than the body tree. In the past, Lin Feng had seen the body tree and obtained the body seed. If he wanted to gain enlightenment under the body tree, he would need a certain amount of time to feel the aura of the body tree. Then, with the help of the body tree, he would enter a state of enlightenment. But now, the situation was completely different. When Lin Feng came to the side of the ancient tree, he didn't sit cross-legged to comprehend the Tao. But this ancient tree made Lin Feng feel as if he could comprehend the Tao at any time. On this point, it was even more extraordinary than the body tree. It was even more shocking and moving. This is the crepe myrtle tree, the sacred tree of Taoism. The voice of the demon lord resounded in Lin Feng's mind. What? This is the legendary crepe myrtle tree? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Taoism was too mysterious. There were many things about Taoism that the outside world didn't have much information about. This was because Taoism kept a tight lid on information. Even the classic of mountains and seas didn't record much about Taoism. Of course, the current classic of mountains and seas had lost a lot of content. Perhaps the original version recorded Taoism, but that content was lost later on. But no matter what the reason was, Taoism was filled with countless secrets to the cultivators of the outside world. The reason why Lin Feng knew that the sacred tree of Taoism was the crepe myrtle tree was because he heard Daoist Wu Liang mention it by chance. But Daoist Wu Liang himself wasn't a real Daoist. This was because Taoism had already cleared the mountain-moving Daoist lineage out of Taoism. So Daoist Wu Liang had never seen the crepe myrtle tree. Therefore, Lin Feng's understanding of the crepe myrtle tree was limited. Lin Feng didn't know what the crepe myrtle tree looked like before. But now. Chapter 3608. The crepe myrtle tree was surrounded by holy light. It was a holy light formed by 4 different colors intertwining together. 4 different colors of light. 4 different colors of flowers illuminated the area. The holy light formed by the intertwining of the holy light gave off a magnificent feeling. Crepe myrtle trees are very rare. According to Daoist Wu Liang, there are probably less than 10 crepe myrtle trees left in this world. To think that one is still alive here. How lucky. I wonder if it is possible to transplant this crepe myrtle tree away? Lin Feng's mind immediately became active. The crepe myrtle tree was an extraordinary ancient tree. If it could be transplanted into time and space, it would be very useful to him in the future. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Transplanting this ancient tree is not easy, said the demon lord. No matter how difficult it was, Lin Feng intended to give it a try. He walked towards the crepe myrtle tree. However, the crepe myrtle tree swept out a 4-colored holy light and sent Lin Feng flying. The crepe myrtle tree was too extraordinary. The 4-colored holy light was very powerful. Lin Feng was blocked outside, unable to get close to the crepe myrtle tree. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Transplanting the crepe myrtle tree? It would seem that this was a very difficult task. The demon lord said, if you want to take the crepe myrtle tree, you can't do it by force. You need to find a suitable method. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as the demon lord had said. Taking the crepe myrtle tree could not be done by force. What is the origin of the crepe myrtle tree? Lin Feng asked. The only thing he knew was that the crepe myrtle tree was a sacred tree of Taoism. He did not know anything else. The demon lord explained, the origin of the crepe myrtle tree can be traced back to the origin of Taoism. In the Taoism's immortal genealogy, the highest deity is the 3 pure ones. You should know about this. Lin Feng nodded. The 3 pure ones referred to the 3 sacred realms where the gods resided, the Jade pure sacred realm, the Shong pure true realm, and the Taiching immortal realm, collectively known as the 3 pure realms. It also referred to the 3 supreme gods of Taoism who resided in the realms, the Jade pure emperor, the heavenly lord Yuanxia, the heavenly lord Lingbao, and the heavenly lord Daode. Rumor had it that the three pure ones were the incarnations of Pan-Gu the immortal. This was where the legend of Pangu's three pure ones came from. The demon lord continued, the three pure ones have four immortal gods assisting them, and their status is second only to the three pure ones. They are the Jade Emperor, the Great Emperor of the North Pole, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Earth Empress. These four are known as the Four Imperials. The leader of the Four Imperials is the Jade Emperor, followed by the Great Emperor of the North Pole. The Great Emperor of the North Pole sat at the center of the sky and assisted the Jade Emperor in controlling natural phenomena such as the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the four seasons. During the era of titled gods, he was extremely revered. However, the era of titled gods has ended. The three pure ones and the four imperials have become history, drowned out by the river of time. Even now, rumors about them are almost impossible to find. Legend has it that the creep myrtle flower is the incarnation of the Great Emperor of the North Pole. It can avoid disasters. The Great Emperor of the North Pole possessed a creep myrtle flower. Taoism believes that the creep myrtle flower is the celestial purple star that descended from the heavens, so the creep myrtle tree is revered as the holy tree by Taoism. The crepe myrtle tree is the incarnation of Emperor Crepe Myrtle. Why does it sound so mysterious? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. These rumors were really hard to believe. The demon lord said, "This is a mythical story. Just take it as a joke." Of course, even if the crepe myrtle tree is not the incarnation of the Great Emperor of the North Pole, it definitely has an inseparable relationship with the Great Emperor of the North Pole. On this point, Lin Feng agreed very much. Could it be an ancient tree nurtured by Great Emperor Polestar in the past? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord said, "That is indeed a possibility. How should I transplant the crepe myrtle tree into my time and space?" Demon lord, do you have any ideas? Lin Feng asked. I have a meditation mantra passed down by the Great Emperor of the North Pole of the North Pole. It is used to help cultivators comprehend the Tao. Now, I will pass it to you. You can try comprehending it and see if you can use it to resonate with the crepe myrtle tree. The demon lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. The demon lord actually had a technique passed down by the Great Emperor of the North Pole of the North Pole of the North Pole. The demon lord was becoming more and more mysterious by the day. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a mysterious mantra appear in his mind. This mantra was the meditation mantra that the demon lord had passed down to Lin Feng. The spirit does not wander, the spirit does not leak, the qi does not dissipate, the spirit grows. The 5 elements and 4 symbols enter the central palace. There is no need to worry that the golden core will not form. There is a true God inside and a response outside. The vision is filled with empty flowers and white snow. The sun comes to return to the sea, and the moon appears in the middle. He hurriedly used his martial arts. Jin Feng looked into the distance. He breathed and activated the mysterious gate fire. The blue sky split open the primordial chaos. The yellow river flowed in reverse to Kunlun. The 9 apertures and 3 gates were penetrated. It turned into nectar and swallowed into the stomach. It was hard to explain. At this point, one had to be careful and take a bath according to the season. The second-grade yin and yang objects were the same, and the 2 were the internal and external fire talismans. When the spiritual medicine was obtained for a while, it would take 10 months to warm it. It would take 3 years for it to mature. 3 by 3 were like 9 sides of the pill. When the pill grew and whistled out of the mountain, it was obvious that he had done meritorious deeds. God sent down a purple letter and ordered me to fly to the sky. The descendants followed this diligent cultivation and became the guests of the 3 pure ones. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, while silently reciting the contents of the meditation mantra, while trying to sense the crepe myrtle tree. As time passed, gradually, Lin Feng vaguely seemed to see a hazy world. In that hazy world, there was an ancient tree. That ancient tree was not tall, but it was extremely extraordinary. It lingered in the holy light, and Tao sounds interweaved. When he saw that holy tree, Lin Feng was shocked. That holy tree was the crepe myrtle tree. Under the crepe myrtle tree, suddenly, a man appeared. He was wearing a starry robe. He looked very young and extremely handsome. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth. When he appeared, the branches of the creep myrtle tree swayed gently. The holy light that surged out of the creep myrtle tree also flew towards this man. The holy light lingered around this man. This man looked so holy, so otherworldly. Oh my God, could this person be the legendary North Pole Emperor Ziwei? When he saw the man under the creep myrtle tree, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The North Pole Emperor Ziwei was such a terrifying existence. He was an expert who assisted the three pure ones back then. One of the rulers of heaven and earth in the era of titled gods. Now, he actually appeared in front of him. At this moment, the North Pole Emperor Ziwei looked at Lin Feng. Two people, separated by endless years, crossed the torrent of time. Their gazes met. Eternal life, never give up. The North Pole Emperor Ziwei looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng was shocked. Chapter 3609. The Great Emperor of the North Pole Polestar sat cross-legged. He sat under the crepe myrtle tree, as if he had merged with the crepe myrtle trees. He seemed to have transformed into the crepe myrtle tree, as if he had become the only thing in this world. Lin Feng looked at the Great Emperor of the North Pole Polestar, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Then, Lin Feng also sat cross-legged. He began to comprehend the aura of the Great Emperor of the North Pole Polestar and the aura of the crepe myrtle tree. This was a rather interesting scene. Because, Lin Feng was originally in a state of epiphany. This world was a world that appeared when he was in an epiphany. It was a kind of spiritual world. And Lin Feng, who appeared in the spiritual world, he actually began to try to have an epiphany again. This kind of double epiphany was very rare. But now, Lin Feng encountered such a situation. Of course, this would be extremely useful for Lin Feng's cultivation. The state of double epiphany might allow Lin Feng's spiritual world to sense some more extraordinary content. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually felt as if he had become a part of this world. Lin Feng felt as if he had become a branch. He had become a branch of the crepe myrtle tree. This was a very strange feeling. After turning into a branch, Lin Feng could even feel the heartbeat of the crepe myrtle tree. Any life, there would be a heartbeat. Or it could be said that this was the pulsation of life. The crepe myrtle tree was no exception. Eternal life, never give up. The voice of the Great Emperor of the North Pole Polestar once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng heard the words Great Emperor of the North Pole Polestar, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. What was the Great Emperor of the North Pole Polestar trying to tell him? Eternal life meant that life would not end here? This explanation seemed a little far-fetched. Could it be that he was telling him? Did it mean that the living beings in the world would not die out? If it was explained this way, it seemed more reasonable. Never give up was easier to understand. Never give up. This was the meaning of never giving up. Was the Great Emperor of the North Pole of Ziwei trying to tell him that even if something that seemed enough to make one despair would happen between heaven and earth, it would still be possible? However, the living beings of the world were not so easily destroyed. We must never give up hope of survival. When these thoughts appeared in Lin Feng's mind, Lin Feng immediately felt that there was a mysterious power in his body. And that mysterious power could help him communicate with the creep myrtle tree. Follow me, I will let the splendor of the creep myrtle tree reappear in the world, Lin Feng said. The creep myrtle tree swayed as if responding to Lin Feng. You agreed? Lin Feng asked. The creep myrtle tree shook again. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Whoosh! Light flashed. Lin Feng's divine sense returned. He opened his eyes and looked at the creep myrtle tree in the courtyard. Enter my time and space. Only by following me will you be able to fully display your value, Lin Feng said. Then he released a powerful supernatural power and directly enveloped the creep myrtle tree. The sacred light of the creep myrtle tree was restrained. Then it rose from the ground. The creep myrtle tree had acknowledged Lin Feng. It did not resist. If it did not acknowledge Lin Feng would not have any hope of collecting the creep myrtle tree. Seeing the creep myrtle tree fly into the air, Lin Feng's face suddenly lit up with joy. The creep myrtle tree, the sacred tree of Taoism, was finally collected by him. It was really too exciting. Lin Feng kept the creep myrtle tree in the time and space. In the time and space, there was the 5-colored celestial soil. After the creep myrtle tree entered the time and space, it took root in the 5-colored celestial soil. Lin Feng's face lit up with a smile. Entering this Taoist temple this time, he actually collected the sacred tree of Taoism, the creep myrtle tree. It was really a great opportunity. He continued to walk inside. Lin Feng came to the second temple. There was also a statue of a god enshrined in this temple. This statue was in the shape of a ferocious beast. This ferocious beast was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was unknown what kind of beast it was. Lin Feng was very surprised. Could it be that this ferocious beast was even more powerful than the mighty miracle god worshipped outside? Is the statue of Great Emperor Polestar in the third layer of the Daoist temple? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He felt that there might be such a possibility, because the creep myrtle tree had appeared here. Of course. The appearance of the creep myrtle tree here might have nothing to do with Great Emperor Ziwei. Everything was just a coincidence. Before entering the third courtyard, Lin Feng checked the second temple carefully to see if there was anything good left behind. But after a careful inspection, he found nothing. The situation was exactly the same as in the first temple. Lin Feng passed through the second temple and came to the third courtyard. As soon as he arrived, he saw a man standing in the middle of the courtyard. Was this not the man he saw when he first entered the temple? His back was facing Lin Feng, so he could not see the man's appearance clearly. He was wearing a Daoist robe. His body exuded an immortal aura. He was so extraordinary, but his identity was a mystery. Lin Feng suspected that this man was the master of this temple in the past. But this was only Lin Feng's guess. As for whether it was true or not, Lin Feng did not know. Now, he had appeared again. It was different from the first time. This time, he did not disappear. His back seemed a little desolate. Lin Feng was very curious about this mysterious existence. But Lin Feng knew that this was not a cultivator of flesh and blood. At most, perhaps it was just a brand left behind in the past. Senior, Lin Feng cupped his fists at this existence. But this existence ignored Lin Feng. He walked toward the third temple. Soon, he entered the third temple. Lin Feng also walked toward the third temple. When he arrived, he saw the plaque above the door of the third temple. There were 5 big words written on it. Shinko Temple. This was an ancient divine language, a language that had long been lost. Lin Feng learned this language from the demon lord. Lin Feng did not know who this Shinko was. Lin Feng entered the third temple. However, the man in the Daoist robe disappeared once again. Lin Feng searched all over the temple, but he could not find that existence. He disappeared. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. That existence was very mysterious. He appeared for a short while and then disappeared. Perhaps it was really just a brand. And it was a brand that did not have any consciousness. Lin Feng collected his thoughts. His gaze then turned to the statue of the god worshipped in the third temple. Chapter 36:10. The existence enshrined in the third temple was obviously the Shinko written on the plaque. What surprised Lin Feng was that this Shinko actually had 3 eyes. However, this Shinko was a human. The reason why Lin Feng was able to determine that this Shinko was a human was because Shinko had the legendary mark of the 3 emperors between his eyebrows. Even though it was just a statue, the mark of the 3 emperors also appeared. The mark of the 3 emperors was very extraordinary. Rumor had it that only cultivators who had obtained the teachings of the 3 emperors of heaven, earth, and man would be able to produce the mark of the 3 emperors. The mark of the 3 emperors would appear at the corner of a cultivator's right eye, in the form of a golden human. This was the mark of the 3 emperors. Only human cultivators could show the mark of the 3 emperors. Whether it was the classic of mountains and seas or some Tao scriptures, they all recorded some information about the mark of the 3 emperors. Lin Feng had seen the introduction of the mark of the 3 emperors more than once. However, Lin Feng had never seen the real mark of the three emperors, but now he actually saw it on a statue. The mark of the three emperors could protect the cultivator with the mark of the three emperors. Rumor had it that cultivators who cultivated the mark of the three emperors could even summon the power of the three emperors scattered between heaven and earth to fight against their enemies. Controlling the mark of the three emperors. It was absolutely heaven-defying. Demon Lord, do you know who this Shinko is? He actually cultivated the mark of the three emperors. How terrifying. Lin Feng said. Shinko. In the past, he was indeed a figure that could shock the heavens and earth. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng casually asked. He didn't expect the Demon Lord to actually know Shinko's identity. This shocked Lin Feng. The current Demon Lord seemed to know very few things and people that he didn't know. Lin Feng even suspected that the Demon Lord had exchanged souls with someone. Who is he? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord didn't directly answer Lin Feng. Instead, he recited a poem. The appearance was handsome and dignified, his ears drooped on his shoulders, and his eyes were bright. Wearing a Sanshan flying phoenix hat and a light yellow collar. Golden boots with coiling dragon socks, a jade belt and 8 treasures makeup. There was a crescent-shaped bow at his waist and a 3-point double-edged spear in his hand. He split Peach Mountain with his axe to save his mother, and hit the Yu Luo twin phoenixes with his flick. Killing 8 monsters killed 8 monsters' reputation, the 7 saints of the Brotherhood. His heart is lofty and he does not recognize the heavenly family's relatives. His nature is arrogant and he lives in Guanjiang. Akashiro Akahui heroic spirit saint manifested as boundless horn Erlang. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. That poem contained a lot of information. Is this Erlang true Lord Xiansheng? Asked Lin Feng. The Demon Lord nodded and said. Yes, this Erlang is Shinko. His surname is Yang, and his name is Jian. He was one of the gods who was conferred the title during the first investiture. I told you about the 4 emperors before. The head of the 4 emperors, the Jade Emperor, is Shinko's uncle. Legend has it that his mother was the Jade Emperor's sister. Because she envied the love of the mortal world, she secretly came to the mortal world. She met a scholar surnamed Yang and married him. The Jade Emperor's sister gave birth to 3 children for Yang. The Erlang in the middle was Yang Jian. When the Jade Emperor knew that his sister secretly came to the mortal world, he was very angry, so he pressed his sister under the Peach Mountain to suffer. Yang Jian's ability was extraordinary since he was young. When Yang Jian grew to 17 years old, he was already unstoppable. He once killed 8 monsters in the Erlang Mountain. This was the origin of killing 8 monsters. Thus, he held a mountain-splitting axe and split the Peach Mountain, saving his mother who was being pressed under the mountain. The mother and son reunited happily, but unfortunately, the Jade Emperor's sister had been pressed under the mountain for too long. She had not seen the sun for more than 10 years, and her body was covered with white hair. Thus, Erlang placed her on the mountain to bask in the sun. When the Jade Emperor heard that Erlang was going to split the mountain, he was very angry. In order to get rid of his family's shame, he released 9 suns into the sky and burned his sister to death. Erlang was filled with pain and hatred. He furiously chased after the 9 suns in the sky. He caught one in each hand, but he had nowhere to put it. He lifted 2 mountains and pressed them down. Then, he looked at the 7 suns in the sky and picked up a shoulder pole to carry the 7 mountains and continue chasing after the suns. This was the legend of Erlang carries the mountains. Just like that, only the last sun was left. Erlang chased it all the way into the Eastern Sea. At the seaside, he was stopped by the 3rd princess of the Eastern Sea Dragon King. The exhausted Erlang fainted in the 3rd princess's gentle embrace. Erlang hated his uncle, the Jade Emperor, for his mother's death. The Jade Emperor also knew that he was in the wrong, so he named him Shinko. However, Erlang still ignored his uncle. He was determined not to live in the heavenly court, but to receive incense in the lower realm. He was accompanied by the 7 sages of my mountain in front of the tent. He had 1,200 grass gods under his command. He only listened to the Jade Emperor, which meant that he only obeyed orders and did not try to get close to him. This was too proud to recognize the heavenly family, too proud to live in Guanjiang. In Yang Zhen's life, the number of times he was defeated was extremely limited. One time, he used his arm to block the blood-dissipating sword. The other time, he fought with the great sage equaling heaven for 3,000 rounds. Both sides were injured. They were all injured. Apart from these two dangers, Yang Zhen was basically a person who turned the tide. He took care of the situation in times of danger. It was said that Yang Zhen played a role in stabilizing the situation in several battles during the era of the titled gods. If not for him, countless people in the world would have died in vain. Unfortunately, in the end, he did not have a good ending. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This Shinko was too strong and terrifying. Moreover, he did not lose to the great sage equaling heaven. It was really inconceivable. How did he die? Lin Feng asked curiously. The era of the titled gods has always been chaotic. Many things from that era have been buried in the river of time. Thus, there are many different opinions about Yang Zhen's death. However, there are two versions that are more credible. The demon lord said. The first version is that Yang Zhen died because of his wife and children. It is said that some terrifying existences captured Yang Zhen's wife and children, then lured Yang Zhen out. They ambushed a large number of experts and killed Yang Zhen. The second version is that Yang Zhen died to quell the chaos in the heavenly court. In the era of the titled gods, the foreign living beings, the living beings that transcended eras, the innate spirits, and the various major races were at odds with each other. Yang Zhen was besieged and killed when he was trying to quell a riot. A peerless expert of a generation fell just like that. However, as for how he died, there is no way to find out. Why is Yang Zhen's statue enshrined in a Daoist temple? He shouldn't be a Daoist, right?